making sure everything's looking good. Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Team JYCT podcast, the start of a brand new year.
Hey!
Hello!
Let's go!
Joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello, I am here to moderate. Because we're so big.
The Kaiser Shonen.
Are you throwing Nordic at me? What the fuck?
What's gonna be fun is
That's an
I don't
idea,
even know if you're
though.
going to be able to spell it.
That's an idea. Adjectives from other languages.
Yeah.
You have a beef with the person writing the subtitles for the upload.
And yes, and joining us as guest hosts again to discuss this topic are Fatmanfalling, PeriodicPete, and I Know Nothing.
Yo.
Y'all
What up?
still platinum?
Look, man, it's never going to catch on.
No, I got downgraded to gold level. It's been a rough New Year's.
What? No, I was
No.
talking to chat. You think why would you guys think I already know the answer to that?
Totally.
Oh, Adam Zelke's back. Who missed me? And by that, I mean, who missed me throwing money at you? Very much
Ooh.
me. On both counts.
Hilarious. Amazing.
More so on one than the other. You can take your guess on which.
Damn. Okay.
You said Yare? Was that it?
Yeah, it's not spelled how you would predict it.
Yar.
Fiddle-dee-dee.
Yeah, it's actually it's Yare.
Yare. Okay.
That spells how it sounds, so yeah.
Yeah, usually when I hear that, I presume it's Yair. Let's see.
Really, when I hear Yare,
Shit.
like I imagine it's like a YER kind of sound.
Archaic? You call me archaic? You're calling me old?
No, it is
No,
an
you're old.
archaic
Oh, like
term.
AER. Oh, okay.
It's an
Also
archaic
call you
term
archaic.
meaning agile, handy, and ready. It's used to describe ship vessels.
Oh, that's the second. That's the second thing. I'm looking at Merriam-Webster.
well, Merriam-Webster needs to get more
Mearium.
words.
Yardian.
Merman.
What
Miriam needs to
what
make
is
up her
this?
mind.
Look,
What
I
is
had to
Lost
pronounce
Elvish?
Yare, all right? I had to look up how that thing was said. All right? Just being clear on this. Or else I would have said like Yare or Yari or something like that.
Yarda does it.
Yada,
Just
yada,
get
yada.
yourself a bottle of rum already.
But yes, today we are back to discuss Arcane Season 2. We're going at it at a much slower rate than EFAP ever could. Every frame of pause, I'm sorry, we're talking every
Yeah, we
every
gotta-
millisecond of pause.
Well,
Okay, I'm not that bad. Come on.
Are you sure
well,
about
here's-
that?
Well, to be fair,
We'll
it's
give
not
it-
just
we'll
you,
give-
it's us as well.
Give me a bit, actually.
We're every pixel on the frame of pause.
Holy.
Yeah, every pixel of pause.
30 frame rate of pause.
I mean, I've been looking for a new way for the acronym of JYCT to work, so maybe I'll find something there.
Fingers crossed.
Raymond, where are the pins? Oh, I forgot the pins. I need to replace the pins.
No.
Oh,
no!
They're back. We have 9 pins. We're good.
Indeed.
Nice.
Ooh,
UBZ for $5.
Are you guys gonna talk or watch the Welcome to Noxus video? I was considering it, but I don't think it has anything to do with the show. It's more about the game. Like, I know it relates like to things that happen after the show, but like, it's League of Legends. I don't care about the game. I care about the shows.
Yeah.
And
Perfectly
most
fair.
League of Legends fans would be all like, you know what? We don't blame you.
Adam Zelke says, Arcane Season 2, Episode 3, aka the episode with a song that is part of Caitlyn's Let's Commit Police Brutality playlist. Yep.
Ooh, yeah.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Ugh.
My feeling was writing there. Are some people make an Arcane season 2 rewrite? I've been tempted. Like, I actually think like, but that's a larger discussion that would be interesting to talk with the crew about once we near the end or get to the end. Is
Extra
like
large.
how I think it'd be a long conversation to be like, how would you go approach kind of fixing some of the larger problems we see in season 2, and that's a whole discussion because they were massive amounts of things to cover in terms of like what needs to be tweaked here and there. But yes, episode 3. I suppose we just jump right into it. Anyone have any opening thoughts? Any kind of conversation we want to get off to a good foot here?
No,
No.
I'm good.
No?
I think we'll
I'm
have.
good.
I wanna get
things
off
to
on a
talk
bad
about in
foot.
the beginning.
Oh, a bad foot? Oh, want me to start?
Yeah,
Oh,
I know you have the floor.
No, it does connect to the it does connect it to the show. Well, is it announcing a new show?
I mean, they were saying that they are planning to make a Noxus show, so it might
Like,
be.
for-
Yes.
I wouldn't surprise me if it is semi-connected to Arcane in the sense that they are now, I believe they are now changing the lore or the original lore of the game to match that of Arcane.
Yeah,
and if this is and
Well,
if
what I
this
mean
is
is,
just
like,
an extension of that,
I'm
it-
more looking
this-
for like I if they're announcing a Noxus show in it, I'm all for. But like if it's not tied to a new show, I don't really care.
Right.
All right, so let's see. How do you start? How do you get Twi off to a bad foot and salt Digimon as a franchise? That's a pretty good way to start things. Yeah,
Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not that suicidal.
I was gonna say that's also a way to
Well-
die. Is that? Are you crying for help? Do we need
Yeah,
to
it's
call
not
someone?
bad foot. It's how you lose a foot.
Yeah.
So yes, let us get right into the episode. So we have Caitlyn basically where she was at the end of episode 1, meditating in front of that wild computer, kind of listening to her mother's words, which I guess, is that implied that that's an audio recording that was left for her?
Would surprise me.
I guess so. I mean, like, I suppose it wouldn't be impossible to like have an audio recording, considering that music players exist in this world.
Adam Zelke, on Arcane rewrites, I feel like your first question should be, are you trying to make Arcane its own thing so there's more freedom, or is it a prequel to LoL, and thus the characters need to end up like they are in game? That would probably be a major consideration, though I never considered that as part of Arcane Season 1. I thought Arcane Season 1 was fantastic as its own thing, so...
Yeah.
But yeah, we see basically Caitlyn and everyone that we saw at the end of episode 1 gearing up to go down, dismantle Shimmer, capture Jinx, and neutralize any agents loyal to Silco. Or still loyal to Silco.
Yeah.
Which, makes sense. And we're learning basically how the Curemans were in charge of, like, ventilation in the mines. Like, they figured out how to ventilate the mines, and so the gray doesn't basically constantly poison everyone. Which, it's really well depicted. I love these overlays and the art that's in this segment. Like, I love all the different mechanical elements of, like, how this is presented to us. The different designs and such, all absolutely excellent.
Yeah, it's old-timey, like, just record keeping. Like, what's Da Vinci's Man?
Yeah. Absolutely,
Like
like
that.
in that style. What the interesting thing to me was, in this entire monologue, it felt very... How to go about it? It felt very philanthropic from her mother's perspective, which kind of rubs me the wrong way, if I'm being honest, because she always seemed very... I mean, she was always a very strict kind of character, very, like, looking down her nose at people around her, including, like, Jace, and, of course, Vi. And it's like, I get that that's not necessarily directly contradicting anything. It's not incompatible, but it feels weird with everything that we knew about Caitlyn's mother that she was a council member. She's this major element of the city that kind of doesn't seem to care about the people in the undercity. It's like, what, it feels weird considering the conflicts that she was involved in and how she handled them prior to this in season 1. So I don't know what anyone else thought about that necessarily.
I didn't consider that at first, but it does present an interesting potential issue there.
I considered it always twofold in that case, because it might be a surprise to the panel. I don't overly mind this because like the biggest thing going for this, we don't know when this was recorded or anything. Like obviously people change a lot in many a year, so this could have been recorded during an era where Caitlyn's mom particularly thought that kind of stuff, and then her attitude slowly changed, I guess.
CTF 3-4, there's shit like this in the real world. Like, you don't understand mining operations. They build up mining towns. Like, this is actually...
Yeah.
This is very believable for a fantasy mining town, that they would need to pump out this toxic gas. We have it with, like, toxic sewage a lot. You see a lot of water pollution and a lot of people basically dying from horrible, horrible conditions in, especially third world mining towns. But, like, they used to be here
which
as well.
Piltover's foundation is.
Yeah. So it's like, that's actually not... I don't find this to be a problem with world building whatsoever. There's actually, I think, a really cool element, because it's like, oh, we had a problem. We decided to solve it. The point is, you don't build a town in the hole. You do when you need to get quick access to the materials. Like, they're... Not to mention, they're not necessarily building in the hole. They're still over the hole, as I understand it. They're going down into the fissures to get the materials, and as the fissures become more and more habitable, they build up there. But it's like, you know, it's like a domino effect, where in order to make it easier to mine, you ventilate that section of mine, and then you go deeper and you have to ventilate that section of mine, and as you go down, people get used to the ventilated sections of mine, and it's like, basically, as life becomes more habitable in the upper layers, you go deeper, and the more you go down, the more you make it habitable to live deeper. So it's like, it's just this compounding effect of world building, where you're literally just digging yourself to live in there without realizing you're basically sitting on an explosive gas canister by the end of the day.
I think we lost someone.
Yeah, Twi's frozen. She's restarting.
Oh, I see.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, yeah, the logistics of the mine being in the fissures and everything for the grade, that seems completely solid to me, as far as I am aware. As far as I guess in regards to Caitlyn's mother, to add on to what I know said, I presume. No, I guess first off, was because I skipped this part of the episode, was this something that happened during Cassandra's lifetime, or was this something that the Kierman family did in like further in the past?
I think it's something that happened in Cassandra's lifetime. I'm not entirely sure, though.
Okay. Because depending on that could definitely change things up. Another thing to consider in regards to that is, you know, the family might have been commissioned in some shape or form to do this.
Adam Zelke, Mrs. K. The people of the Undercity deserve to breathe. Corrupt cop Caitlyn. No, they don't.
Yeah, but this could have been, as some people have been pointed out, it could have been any one of the Kiermans before Caitlyn or her mom.
Yeah, and honestly, I would have loved to learn a little more. Like, it's a fascinating thing. I don't think, did we ever learn what the Kiermans were responsible for before this point? I don't think we were ever told what they were
not that I'm aware of.
They are a family of progress. I'm pretty sure that's like a quote that
that's a lot
they make at the end of the episode. not Mel. Ambessa.
I don't
Fam-
know. That sounds like something I would name myself.
The YouTuber Progress. Fat Man Progress. That's your new name.
The Fat Man of Progress.
Yes.
I don't know why your thing's not coming through. Why that's weird.
Because I haven't started up yet. I'm still
Oh,
in the
okay.
process of starting my computer up.
Oh, okay. Oh, you hard reset. Okay, damn.
Yeah, I had to. Everything was frozen.
Damn.
Yeah, I have no idea how or why, but I just realized that I couldn't move my mouse, and so I waited. And then I got disconnected, and I'm like, oh no. So, yeah.
Oh, it's also implied that this isn't the gray itself isn't natural. It's produced as a runoff of the industrial work that's been done. So it's less. I think less than people live in a toxic hole, and more we put people in a hole and then it became toxic, which it's kind of fair. I do love how it's
Damn,
depicted as like
that's
this
hashtag
monster.
relatable.
I do like the visuals. Yes, the visuals are very nice, especially with the opening cinematic or music video where it shows the strike team going out and just taking everyone out. And this is something that actually gets brought out during the strike team things. Is it implied that they kill the other Chembarons?
I believe that's what we're supposed to take away from that, because there's like a scene later in the music video where they fire some kind of bullet and it splits off and you see like a shattering of the last two Chem Barons. What's her name and what's his face? And I believe
this is not appearing in this film.
yeah, Miss A Horror and the guy from not Crash Bandicoot, Abe's Adventure.
Abe's Odyssey.
Abe's Odyssey. Yeah. The villain from Abe's Odyssey and some horror. They get like splintered across like some kind of shattered glass, and I believe between that and the fact that we never see them again, I think we're supposed to interpret that they have been they have been dealt with.
I also appreciate how much detail we get on like just through the visuals alone, what the gray does to fuck people up I presume this is long-term damage. We can get into the ethics of whether or not using this as a chemical agent weapon of some form, the morality that goes into that necessarily. But I do not presume that these are short-term detriments, or else I think the people that we see would be way more fucked up getting hit with this. I think more so this is long-term exposure to the gray and what it does to the human body.
More than likely.
Yeah.
But yeah, we see how she uses the key to redirect the flow of gases and use all the different tricky situations. I forgot to pay her breathable air bills. Man, those Canadian laws are just getting wild.
So this is actually something to point out with the Kierbans. So in season 1, Silco said he was the one who basically led the effort to clean up the air, and that was a good chunk of his administration, if you could call it that. Did he make a deal with the Kierbans?
Potentially. I mean, Caitlyn did know who Silco was when Vi mentioned him in episode 5.
Yeah, the industrialist.
The industrialist.
Yeah, so it's like, it didn't seem to me like, it felt like there was enough of a distance there that she wouldn't have been personally familiar with him, but it didn't seem out of line that her family might have had dealings with him at some point.
Yeah. I just think that's neat.
I think that's an interesting thing. Again, there are elements I wish that had been kind of dug on. How interesting would it have been if they had dealings and we could have seen like some kind of conflict of interest be brought into play.
Right.
Gray was the reason that he had plot cancer. It would be incredibly dangerous to the rest of the underworld. Yes, you are correct, Ryan. We're giving as much leeway as we can that those are long-term effects. Still fucked that they did it. However, it is long-term.
Yeah, we're presuming it's long term, and we're also presuming that it's only being used in isolated incidents, like in terms of like they're being meticulous with like opening vents in a specific area and then closing them after they're done. Like that's what I presume is how they're operating. I'm going.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
it
because
seems a
they're not
bit
just-
much for all these characters to just willy-nilly open this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Also,
because it doesn't seem like they're just opening fire and gassing every part of the undersea. It's just these specific spots and fighting these people.
It's something that should be raised now. So enjoy every bit you get of Loris, Maddie, and Fishman. Because
Oh yeah, I guess that's their
There's-
screen time.
yeah, this is their
particular-
screen
Chat,
time.
I don't think chat can see because of biblically
Yeah.
accurate.
Oh,
Yeah, there's a there's a particular line
So
during Kay and Vi's conversation in a later scene that legitimately just makes me confused and pisses me off.
Twilight is. We're waiting on Twilight.
Jeez,
that's
dying.
all
Oh,
we
okay,
can
fair enough then.
I guess I could turn
so-
off your cameras for now and then turn them back
I
on.
guess
I
so.
suppose.
I guess you can. I mean, potentially you can use the Discord widget instead, using our RAI tubers. Probably.
And we're losing people. They're dropping like flies.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Wait,
Just leave
no,
everybody
guys. I'm not
confused,
saying
just
I'm not
who's
saying you
talking.
turn off yours. I was going to turn it off in whatchamacallit. You guys can turn yours
No,
back on.
no. Mine closed on its own. I don't know what happened.
Okay, no, people are dropping like flies. But yeah, you guys just turn off yours. You guys keep yours on. Sorry.
Okay.
Keep
Sorry
your-
about
And
that.
I will handle that. I will turn that all back on later. I'm just going to be alone here in my airship.
Yeah.
Yeah,
With
yeah,
the voices in your head.
No worries. Yeah, that's
Sure.
perfectly fine.
Yeah, I was going to say these are
Um,
more pleasant voices in my head than the last time I had voices in my head.
We're the
Really
different
not.
voices.
For also both J.K. Lilly and Blastmaster, those two particular points that you brought up, don't worry, I'll be bringing them up later, but now is not the correct time.
Yeah, Raymond, control your semblance. Yes, Team Jack.
That too, but donuts.
Yes, donuts will save us.
Donuts all
hopefully.
around.
Donuts will definitely save.
Yeah.
it.
Fingers crossed.
Donuts will keep us sane, or it'll keep Raymond sane, since he's the only one here.
But yeah, so I think this is the scene that they're the frame that implies that these guys were either killed. I think they're captured because that's the shape of the capture net that
Oh yeah.
That's a good
that
one.
Caitlyn
Right.
uses.
Yeah, I get that.
And then we see a
Fishman's
map.
name is Stab. No, it's Fishman.
Yeah, no, we went over this last time. His name is Fishman.
We won't have any
sure.
of
we're all
your.
sure on that.
Not to be confused with season 1 Fishman.
Right.
Who are you, Fishman?
We actually, I like that we for a little bit get to see more of a map and get to learn some of the labels. I do wish at some point we had gotten more of a thorough mapping of.
Well,
Built
it's
over.
funny that you should mention that, because in the Arcane season 1 limited run collector's edition Blu-ray box set, it comes with a map of all of Piltover.
Oh, nice.
And I can
that
probably
looks
find
pretty
like an image of it somewhere, and I can give it to you to throw up if you want. But I'll find that in just a minute.
Decisive
I
Fishman
will-
victory.
I will
Correct,
enjoy the physical
rival.
one, but
Correct rival. Decisive Fishman victory.
Yeah. His name is Fishman Ocean Man. Okay, that's his last name.
Ocean Man.
But yes, as we're going, we also get confirmation in this montage that they are tracking down Jinx, and she's been laying traps for them, laying to some explosive incidents, and it's only making Caitlyn the Angie.
How dare you make my chemical warfare backfire on me?
How dare you, sir?
All right, there's the.
I only started using chemical warfare when you committed regicide. Multiple regicide.
That makes it okay.
Okay, so I gotta get.
Yeah, there are too many sides. It's a whole circle now. Okay.
Of violence, you might say.
Oh yeah.
It's almost like that's a theme.
Oh yeah, the cycle of violence. It's
Wow.
ugh.
Twy, you there? Everything okay? You okay? She's still not okay.
If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Dang.
Oh no, I was muted.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Zora Hart,
Sorry.
I'm typing in shortly to support the stream, but unfortunately don't necessarily like Arcane, but I hope you have a good time talking about it. Bye. See ya.
Hi-oh.
Bye.
Thank you.
If you don't like Arcane, you'll fit right in here.
Props to people for staying chill during a technical situation. I mean, it's not like anyone's like we're just sitting in front of our computers. It's not like anything is exploding.
Yeah.
I mean, not with that attitude.
I mean,
Don't-
admittedly, I'm
I
not like
don't
Amelie, who immediately begins to fucking sweat and has to call up her friend for technical advice.
Welcome to Society Tech Support. How can I help you?
Every time my computer crashes, it just lets all the bees out of my bee-cooled PC. I'm used to it now.
all the Bumblebee fans are set free.
They all live in Batman's computer.
I'm
I
sorry.
mean, they gotta do something before season 10 gets announced, right?
I love the idea so much of a bee-cooled computer. It's like, what
Well,
does that
like-
mean? How does that work?
Well, the honey drips down into the CPU and it cools it.
exactly.
There we go. All right, everyone's alive.
Sorry, I have no idea what's wrong with my computer. It was working perfectly fine until the stream started up.
Quote the
And
sketchy.
now it's just
Semblance
laggy.
is,
Technology is haunted.
Indeed, it is.
With bees. Haunted with bees.
Bee haunting. Oh
Yeah.
no, ghost bees.
What's that one stupid meme of like guys come back from the moon, grabs pistol, moon's haunted. What?
Moon's
Moon's
haunted.
Moon's haunted.
God, I love that meme. It works on so many different levels. So yes, we end our montage with them finding basically the leftovers, because you guys connected the dots for me last time. The leftovers of that fight between Jinx and Savika and Smeech by showing off one of Smeech's men, the accountant, tied upside down in a vent of gray. He's not having a good time.
No.
Yeah,
Dude
he's
is-
being gray boarded.
Yeah, we don't kink shame here.
Distinct from water boarded.
That's not a kink.
Not with that attitude.
Shut the fuck up.
You know, in this city filled with goblin prostitutes, that there is someone that is into gray play. All right.
True.
Well,
Adam
Gray
Zelke says.
play.
Makes me want to leave.
Adam Zelke says.
There you
Ghost
go,
Bees.
AO3.
God damn it! I thought we were done talking about Ruby. Yeah, no, don't worry. That's never leaving this channel.
unfortunately.
So, basically, they
Forever
come upon
Ruby.
this guy, and the first one to react, get a little bit of character in there, is Fishboy, who immediately runs forward, and I think, is it Loris that acts? Yeah, it's Loris that acts next. And Caitlyn's the only one that lingers behind, because she is the Angie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's Steb and Fishman and Vi who basically step forward, and I'm not entirely sure what triggers this. I guess messing with the binds is what triggers these things to fall down and taunt our heroes. These little
It
dolls of
wouldn't
them?
surprise me.
I don't think motion detectors exist in this world.
Maybe they were timed, I guess. I don't know.
Knowing
I
what
mean-
we know about Maddie, it's actually really funny to see her freak out looking at this doll.
I mean, to be fair, those could have been bombs if Jinx really wanted to.
That
True,
is
they're
true.
also
Yeah.
really fucked up. Like, I hadn't actually really taken a closer
Yeah.
look at them, but like, what is this like? Are their organs supposed to be hanging out here?
Yeah, I think
I
that
think
is
so,
their
yeah.
organs.
Well,
I think this is confirmation that Jinx doesn't know what organs look like.
So we get the opening again. And we basically start off with Mr. Accountant being tended to, quote unquote, by our enforcer squad.
You know he's the accountant because, or Jinx made sure that we know that he was the accountant because she put a big A on his face.
Oh, I
you
didn't
asshole.
notice that.
To be fair, I didn't know until you guys told me last episode that we covered. So I mean, it's one of those details that slipped by me.
I don't actually know if it's why, like, what she intended to do. I think it's more so just like she just spray painted a picture, and that just happens to make that image on. I just thought it was funny to point out.
Yeah, and we have good guy Loris here being like, "Look, it's we get it that her art's not very good. It's very sad. Let's just look away, okay?"
Yeah.
Yep.
I like Loris. Loris is cool.
You can give her a pity tip on her Ko-fi.
On her Pixiv.
We'll have it on the fridge and we'll take it down in about a week.
Jinx is a convention artist or some shit.
Oh god.
She sells voodoo dolls and her really crummy art.
I mean, you say that. I got my little yarn Anya from Spy X Family over here, so I mean that's fair. I guess.
Yeah.
And the little chippy head that Twi sent me from the next year's convention.
Cute.
No, it was last year.
Oh,
This year hasn't happened yet.
shut up! Shut up!
That's
That's not fair.
I'm not listening. I'm not listening.
Actually,
January is off limits for those jokes. Slash accurate observations.
Thank you, Twi. You reminded me of a joke that I'm gonna be saying later.
Oh god.
Well, when we call the stream, we're like, all right, see you guys next year. It's like, wait,
Fuck off.
did you mean to say that last week? No.
No.
So basically, they're talking to this guy about what happened to him and how he's been forcibly retired. And Caitlyn is immediately like lifting her weapon. I don't think she's aiming it at him, but she's at low ready with it active, ready basically to shoot this guy if he doesn't give them the information they want.
Yeah.
And immediately Vi and Fishman are like, Jesus Christ, Caitlyn, you okay? You okay, Caitlyn?
Yeah.
And basically this guy's like, look, Jinx is even more off the rails. Caitlyn, holy shit, your finger just keeps hovering over the... I get nervous just looking at that, knowing my gun's safety, and I'm like, you're gonna kill someone. Someone is going to
Gun
die.
safe. Oh
Yeah,
wait,
like
someone's going to die if you hold the trigger and they step in front of the line of sight. Put a pin in that.
Oh,
Okay.
I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yep.
It's almost like they've been setting that up the whole episode.
Oh,
Oh, no,
amazing.
not
Remind me to say that again at the
Actually.
end of the episode.
Not that actually.
Where, come on, freaking, whatchamacallit, let me
Is that for
change
the
the number.
Caitlyn was trained by Alec Baldwin.
Don't
Oh
oh,
my god!
Holy shit! Holy shit!
That's dark. Okay, there we go. Now I gotta just
Ah.
make this 10 now, which is going to go off screen, so I have to smollen it up. There we go. It is ensmollened. All right,
Very technical term.
back to it. So and we have Vi, who's already putting herself between Caitlyn and this guy out of concern. And basically this guy is giving them all the information they need, which I presume Jinx wanted him to say. Like, she let him know these things in some way, shape, or form, knowing that he would pass it on to them. I don't think there's any problem with that.
Yeah, especially given what we know about what we come to understand about Jinx's motives later. So, I mean, later this episode. So,
Yeah, and she's talking about rerouting the vents. They're going towards the old tunnels. Basically, this guy catches them up on where they need to go to basically capture Jinx. And basically telling them, oh, we're rerouting the vents. So it's like, oh, no, wait, we're the ones rerouting vents. What the fuck are you talking about? This is our job.
yeah.
And Caitlyn's immediately like, all right, well, that's it then. Cuff him. And the guy's like, what the hell, dude? Like, I'm not responsible for any of this. Which, I mean, admittedly, this guy probably does deserve to go to jail. Let's not beat around that bush. But
Yeah.
it does come off as like, Jesus, what the fuck?
I imagine he'd also be confused, like, oh wait, you didn't arrest me last time. What the hell?
Like, well, you're kind of like, oh, cuff him, Caitlyn. That's a bit much. Isn't that what you guys have been doing?
Yeah.
I mean, to be
I
fair,
wanna
the
say-
difference is that this guy, you know, was tied up by Jinx and clearly not completely in the loop.
Actually,
Man,
that's a good
trust
question.
here to
Why in
poison
episode
people,
2
not
wasn't
do
he
our
and Smeech
jobs.
and everyone else arrested?
Oh, that's great.
By who?
Because like that's how one of the opening scenes of episode 2 opens is Smeech and his men going to hit up the place about the kink lady, and they find all of her enforcers knocked out. They send the accountant in, and he encounters what we now know to be the elite squad.
Yeah.
Why didn't they arrest any of them down there?
Great question.
Why didn't they arrest? Like, even if they didn't run into like Smeech and his men because like they just decided it wasn't worth the risk.
Yeah, they heard the accountant screaming. Like, why wasn't the accountant arrested?
That's what I'm kind of wondering too. Why didn't they arrest the accountant?
Great question.
I guess. I mean, I don't know, because like either they are regularly arresting people and this isn't out of the ordinary and they should have arrested him earlier, or they haven't been arresting necessarily just anyone. They've only been arresting specifically like the gang leaders. So this is maybe a new step for Caitlyn, but it feels sudden and weird
she is
in that case.
She is saying right now you're a confessed criminal. So I am assuming,
okay,
based off of what I remember of the conversation, he just confessed to who he is. They probably didn't know who he was prior to this.
Yeah, so why the why the look of shocks when why wouldn't you arrest this guy after you literally just heard?
I guess maybe a different mindset for Vi. Like, she doesn't take a confession to mean all that much. Like, it's about the important people for her probably, as opposed to we don't need to like harm the small people. They're just there for a paycheck kind of thing. I don't know. So, it's a bit weird.
Yeah,
I think a lot of this has to do with just like we don't know the context in which they have like arrested all these other people, so it's tough to judge.
The thing that would have solved this goes back to the pacing. Like, I've seen where they talk about their like actual plan of action, but beyond they gave the like operation overview, but exactly like a sort of Ocean's 11 style plan scene of we're gonna do this, this, and this, and then get the like hey, we're going to use the gas. Hey, we're going to be doing this, and having that explain, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I could see something to that effect. I mean, like, knowing what their goals are very broad, but the operation notes to accomplish them are very, like, sparse in detail.
And tracking V's morals is going to be a doozy. Oh, yeah, it is.
I do like that Fishman. He's caring, but he's also like, I'm going to arrest this guy like I'm being ordered. Like he's very much on the ball. Fishman is a good kid. Just putting that out there.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
He's a good ocean man.
Well, you'll spend your retirement in a cell. That's maybe the harsher element of it.
And
like I would have been like, all right, Kate. Okay, fine, arrest him, but like make it like a year. Like, I don't honestly getting him off the streets probably, like, I was gonna say, like, maybe he'll get judged differently. I don't know the legal processes, if any there are in Piltover. I think it's more like, okay, fine, he's a confessed criminal, give him a slap on the wrist because he's helping us right now. Like, this is a situation where maybe some tact is important.
Plea deal sort of thing.
Yeah, that's why you need your lawyer present, because he didn't make any deals.
Well, that's the problem. True. He is also his own lawyer. He's in a town and a lawyer. It's like a dual thing.
Anyone who represents themselves has a fool for a lawyer.
True. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Except for all those guys that managed to do it successfly, and they're kind of incredible.
They're the exception that proved the rule.
Yeah, like, I mean, they're still fools. They're just going up against bigger fools.
They're kind of like the Persona fool type, where they actually succeed despite being fools.
But yeah, basically, as a result of acting like a harsh dickbag, Vi is asking to pull Kate aside to talk, which we cut away then to
meanwhile
Ambessa, who is having an interesting little scene with, I imagine, something that's not going to be full any short of conversation. But she is talking with, what is this woman's name?
Ambessa and
Oh, Amara.
Amara, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that chick's name.
Too many A's. But basically, she's
Dude.
chewing out Amara, a member of the Merchants Guild, for basically like, why do you want to meet with me? What the hell? What does a member of Piltover's Merchant Guild want from me? And I have a problem with this scene partly because this woman makes it very transparent very quickly that she is here to kill Ambessa, and it feels like Ambessa could like. I mean, admittedly, part of this is Ambessa letting herself fall into the trap to confirm her suspicions. I guess we'll get through this scene. Basically, Amara has come here to settle a debt, and Ambessa has a good line that my bookkeeper's down the hall. It's like, that's a good return for that.
I like that line.
Yeah.
And we get to learn, or we get the implication, what you've stolen is more precious than any gold. And this is where, basically, the jelly magic appears.
Yeah.
Oh my! Wait, Jello Apocalypse? No.
No, jelly, not
Don't let him
Jello.
translate this.
Well-
Don't let him change the dialogue.
Before this actually happened, by the way, you do get a shot of Rictus, and you do see the runes along his armor.
Oh yeah.
Yes, they actually did a very good job to like focus on that enough to kind of indicate
Yeah,
that
just visually set that up.
they have those magical runes on them. It's less not on his armor; it's on his weapon in particular.
Mm-hmm.
Which I find a lot of interesting details in terms of those runes and the magic they're using.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, essentially we learn that this woman is a part of an organization, or maybe possessed by someone from an organization known as the Black Rose.
Yep.
I believe the prevailing assumption is that she is an independent agent, and well, not independent. Like she is independent from like the LeBlanc or the lady that we'll see later. She's not being possessed. She is another
avatar?
person who is just working for the
No,
Black.
she's a member of LeBlanc's organization.
Okay,
Yeah,
so she is.
she is a member. Yeah, so she's not possessed. This is definitely Amara, but she is also, because I believe some people have pointed out, even during like season 1's running, that they had theorized that she was part of the Black Rose because of like certain color codings that are similar to other members of the Black Rose.
Interesting.
Not the dragon.
Would that involve
from
black?
Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, mind you.
So that like the next question would be like I feel like that would probably explain why she doesn't immediately teleport Ambessa away, because maybe she just doesn't have that ability, because maybe she is of the lesser rung of followers of the Black Rose. That's the first thing that kind of, because that's the first question that comes to my mind is, you know, why she doesn't teleport Ambessa away, and that much seems to be answered, I think, unless anyone has any objections.
I don't. I mean, like my big
It isn't.
problem with it sort of is, sort of isn't. My big problem with the Black Rose is their abilities seem inconsistent unless there is a direct counter to them, like the magical charms that we see in just a minute here with Rictus and Amara.
And
So it's
even
like,
then, that happens later in this, during this scene. They already have him by the balls, essentially.
so I just have to presume there's like a less like, if she herself is not the main source of this power or something like that, or if she herself is just like a lesser practitioner, and that's the reason why, like that's as opposed to LeBlanc or whatever that, watch that entity not turn out to be LeBlanc. That'd be hilarious.
Oh yeah.
Like that this is, there is a lesser strength going on here, I have to presume, but it's always the question of why did you go about it this way when you just have that as an option? Why
My
didn't
question is
send your agent with that ability?
My question is just why are you monologuing? Stab her in the throat.
That too.
That or stab the one person who can stop her, real quick.
Yeah.
And then
well,
you can monologue.
I don't know if she realizes that she's in a predicament where she can be stopped. So
Well, she would have to, because she specifically stops Rictus from grabbing his spear. So I assume that she understands that.
Yeah.
Let me see.
So, let's move it back a bit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was like at the beginning of the scene.
Piltover beyond reach. No. The
Okay, here we go. He
Okay, yep.
is. I mean, he's grabbing it with one hand already.
Oh yeah, he
arm.
Okay, so he wasn't necessarily grabbing for the spear. He was just like, "Huh, what's going on here with my hand?" And it's like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah, we see him with the
Freaking
spear. So.
Eminem's Venom plays in the background, you know.
Yeah, I feel like she wasn't aware what the runes could do because I get the feeling that Rictus, kind of in line with what happened with Jace in episode 1, I kind of feel like the Noxians have, like, what we're getting the implication is they like shaving it close, even though it's not really wise of them to do so. I mean, admittedly, one of the things that Ambessa tries to imbue in their code is sacrifice, so maybe she's willing to sacrifice herself if it means something. But, like, I kind of get the implication that this was part of their plan, was to let this happen as long as it does. Although,
Man,
like,
I'm watching the screen right now, something is covering up some. Is that Fatman's stream?
Did my stream break?
No,
it's twice.
it's. Yeah, I think my Nvidia broke or something.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
But
Yeah, so I think I have a fix, but I had to move to Kara. Oops, I didn't mean to open that up.
Oops, she did it again.
Also, there's a theory that the LoL champion Swain, who killed Mel's brother Kino.
yeah, that's a big theory.
Okay.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah,
Don't worry, I'm going to talk about Swain in a second.
Yeah, so the whole monologuing thing, I'm actually relatively fine with because, A, if she's a lesser practitioner, it means she might be actually, like, a little more inexperienced and cocky in some way, shape, or form. There's that potential explanation for a character-wise one. The idea of wanting to kind of gloat in Ambessa's face about her failures, which is kind of a digging salt into the wound type deal when you have her at your mercy. I could see it from a character level why they would monologue. I don't get a reason
what
why
little
they
character we have.
Yeah, what little character we
Go off
have.
of.
That said, I do also find it annoying, but, like, it's one of those, is it a reasonable character flaw is the question, and I think that's going to be a very gray area.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, we can get board together, guys.
I will appreciate Ambessa's immediate, I'm just going to run you through and stab you.
Yeah. Immediately. Like, that's...
Yeah, don't... She did not stop to talk.
Don't fuck around with me.
I'm here for that. I am here for that. Good job, Ambessa. Though, the thing that I have to point out here is that, so is this like you should have given up the feud, everything else? Is this confirmation, do you guys believe, that Black Rose is effectively 100% against Ambessa?
I would have to imagine the lengths they go through against her. I have to imagine, yeah, they are 100% against Ambessa.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, question.
All right.
If Black Rose is against Ambessa, Swain and Darius are also 100% against Ambessa, and this is a issue overall in the season where Arcane plays with Runeterra lore and Runeterra, like, space, for lack of a better term, but they very much pick and choose certain elements because Noxus has a very deep, very like I've talked about this before, it has a deep vested interest in keeping Piltover as it is for shipping lanes and other things, and as we see later, Ambessa goes hard in the goddamn paint, and we also hear that, like, her family's holdings are currently being seized. Her, like, her position in the capital is being, like, overtaken. And there might be, with everything that happens, the only people that get involved is possibly LeBlanc letting Mel walk from Noxus back to Piltover later in the season when, Swain would definitely get involved. For the chance just to fight Ambessa, Darius would get involved. Like, a lot of champions should be getting involved in stopping Ambessa and doing a lot of stopping her from doing a fuckload of shit.
Well, that also depends. I understand that,
Do
but
they
I think
know? And the answer is, well, one, LeBlanc has a bunch of magic clones of herself around Runeterra, specifically in Piltover in places of power. Swain is connected to a demon. That's his like crow thing that walks over everything. And a bunch of other characters have means of sensing things like halfway across the planet.
is
and,
it possible
many of
to
them are in
believe
Noxus.
that the Black Rose is not that united with those characters yet?
No.
How so?
The entirety of Noxus is built on basically 3 champions running everything.
How much do we know that confirmed currently in Arcane's lore?
That is where we have issues. I'll admit that.
Because that's where I would imagine if we go into a Noxus story, we're going to get the formation of the Triumvirate or whatever that is. I imagine that's the story.
Yeah, that's the issue. We have no idea what the timeline is, and by all accounts, the Triumvirate should have already been done already. They should already be in power and set up.
Okay, if that is the case, I mean, I think a potential fix for this, if that is really the case, would have been maybe a throwaway line or some kind of confirmation that these bigger players or champions involved in the Black Rose, they're off doing some other big important thing somewhere else on Runeterra.
That I can believe.
There's also that factor involved as well.
It's a case of they should at least be mentioned. Well, the biggest one being Rise at the end of the season isn't mentioned when his entire thing is stopping stuff that happens in episode 9, and he can literally teleport across the world. But that's
what if he just shows
that's a topic for another day.
What if he was there? He just showed up 5 minutes late, and it's all right, God, I was taking care of him. oh shit, you guys solved it without me? How'd you do? Okay, a little weird, but you know what? I can siesta now. It's the shit. There's no new problem elsewhere. All right, off to that.
Really good.
The trifecta should already be established if Rhyme is already in play. Oh, then yeah, cool.
Is already. Okay, so as someone who is not familiar with League lore, none of this is a concern for me, which means that they have time to flesh out reasons and arguments why they wouldn't have been involved here. Because I don't know how big Ambessa was. They call her a general? Is that correct?
I believe so.
General, and she just became a champion in game.
Right. So I imagine
she wasn't already in the game?
No, she wasn't. She was actually the first character from Arcane to get added to League.
What?
Yeah. Yeah,
but not Savika.
She's actually fucking broken, by the way.
Unfortunately.
Adam Zelke, does she have the chain blades?
I believe so, yes.
Yes. Okay, she's absolutely broken because chain blades are badass. Adam Zelke says this could be a prequel. This could still take place before Swain takes power. Apparently, that's not the case if Realm is already in play.
Yeah, it's I fully and I will say to everyone here, if there are reasons why they didn't get involved and they do give the reasons, that's perfectly fine. The issue that I'm having with it is very much it kicks the can down the road.
Yeah.
It can be a potential issue if in the next freaking Noxus show they don't really address that. I can imagine.
I'm kind of in the middle in this because I tend to lean a little bit more so towards what Raymond is saying. At the same time, I also understand that a large number of their fan base are going to be people who are League of Legends fans and fans of the League of Legends lore and would probably have the same kind of questions that I Know Nothing would be asking about this. So
people were pissed about what they were doing to Victor. Admittedly, we covered the whole skin thing, which is a completely different argument, but there are different problems with Victor, but the idea behind it, they were attacking as opposed to maybe an execution problem. Because I think the idea behind him is fucking awesome, and it's actually a really cool translation of what I know.
I'll be 100% honest. Yeah, no, the translation that he had to the Herald of the Arcane and all that craziness, I'm perfectly fine with that. The execution is where I take issue.
Adam
Sure.
Zelke says, if you base this solely on Realm appearing at the end, Realm existed outside of Swain before Iona invasion, where Swain took power afterwards.
So yeah, there's potentially there, but
Yeah, there's wiggle room, and it's not like they're opposed to changing different stuff around or timeline of things
Yeah.
before. So
That too,
this could
yeah.
potentially be a non-issue, all things considered. That's why I'm also in the
I
middle
kind of
on
like
this,
the
but
idea
I
that
can see your point.
maybe the events of Arcane are like this. It's sort of like the I Am Iron Man moment of this larger
Yeah.
world, where like suddenly you've seen a massive shift in how things work. I could easily see this
Yeah.
being a build up to like the League of Legends, where they have to go to war through the League, or else they will destroy the fucking planet over and over again.
Right.
I have a question. But just we don't have to like this doesn't have to be like a huge change. It's just like a real quick, yes or no question. Is there any chance that our questions regarding Noxus and its infrastructure, Black Rose, all this kind of stuff we've been talking about, could potentially be answered or addressed in the Welcome to Noxus animation?
I don't think so.
Maybe.
Because I don't know like how much it would take to actually like even just a hint at a potential like confirmation one way or the other.
Adam Zelke says, for me, New Victor is too much hex, not enough tech in hex tech. That's a whole conversation, I imagine. But that's I guess fair.
Sure.
Preference, I think.
So here's a question. You should have given up the feud. I am fascinated by what exactly it is that went on between Ambessa and the Black Rose, because we still don't really have all the details of what the hell was like, even the inciting incident.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was looking backwards and forwards throughout the season. I was trying to see what if I missed anything about that.
Here's what I understand based on limited knowledge. And again, this is probably something that we'll have to like find out a little bit later. Like in later episodes, I probably have to pull up some of the clips. To my understanding, Ambessa fell in love with someone who was probably part of the Black Rose, and maybe there was possibly some kind of deal involved, finding out that their offspring, Mel, was going to be a mage, and that she was promised to the Black Rose, and Ambessa was like, how about no? And that's what I believe started this feud, is that they want Mel, and Ambessa was apparently promised them Mel, and she doesn't want to give them Mel. That's to my understanding. Of course, there are some other conflicting things about that as to like whether or not specifically, because like another line in the same scene is a little bit before this, just before she stabbed Amara, was thank you, you've only confirmed my suspicions. And it's a question of like, are those suspicions in regard to whether Mel is the mage in question, or is it about like, or is this about Hex Tech, and that Hex Tech can in fact stop the Black Rose, and that's what she's here for? Because
or is it,
there's
like,
also
it could be even simpler. It could just be like, are you here in the fucking city? Like I suspected you would.
Yeah.
Well, she never seems surprised to see her daughter wielding these magical powers, so
It wouldn't surprise me, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that line is more so pointed at the whole Hex Tech thing.
Oh,
This
but
face
this
that
is,
I paused on.
oh, it's a great face. I like it. Also, to add to the meta, the current big issue that people have with Victor is actually focused around Blitzcrank right now.
Oh, I know that he created that character, and so there's questions about that.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
that's
can I
gonna
say
be
the
like I think
spoiler?
a whole conversation around Oriana, I imagine.
well, the spoiler, I guess, for everything else like that is Victor built Blitzcrank, and well, Victor's dead by the end of the season. So
Yeah.
Or is he?
no,
No,
the
he's
writer
confirmed
confirmed
dead.
that he's disintegrated.
Oh, really? Oh, well,
Yeah, he's
okay.
completely he's dead. Both Jace and Victor die at the end of the season.
Which, honestly, for the best, if I'm being said, I think that's probably the smart, like, it gives us actual stakes. It maintains
Closure,
that people
yeah.
can die, that even are if they're champions.
Yeah, people die when they are killed, guys.
Oh,
Surprise.
No, people must die when they are killed. Come on.
So you have
Y'all
no
set me up for that. Come on.
you have no inkling what family is to me, which I imagine we'll be talking a lot about Ambessa's motives and all that sort of stuff.
That's what makes me think that like the feud in question is all over Mel, because so like bringing up the feud, if the feud didn't have anything to do with Mel or anything to do with Ambessa's family at all, it makes no sense for her to be like to return with, you have no idea what family means to me.
Yeah.
It's like a line that just comes out of nowhere. It's like if the feud was like over because Ambessa owed
Owed them
LeBlanc
$5.
like she owed her $20 or some shit like that and never paid it back. It's like Amara would probably be like, what the fuck, what does your family have to do with any, I'm dead now.
Well, from my understanding of this whole thing, it started with Ambessa fucking the wrong person, and then the Black Rose is like, well, anyone with magical powers belongs to us, and we're going to make sure that your children do or do not have magical powers. Oh, one of them does, let us take it away. And she's like, nah, my family, fuck off.
Yeah,
And they're like, well,
your mages belong to us.
yeah, so it's a whatever, they're both fighting over possessions. Effectively,
It's a custody rights battle. No,
it is a custody
We're in
rights
family
battle.
court.
Unless you can guess his name.
Josh Thomas Moore knew. No, I do not think the Black Rose functioned like the coral from Armored Core 6. The coral is a lot more complicated, I think, existentially than the Black Rose, which I think is just magic lady have magic power and have magic assassin people. I think that's basically
Yeah.
a lot less complicated than you're making it out to be.
Yeah, they're just magic ladies.
Oh God! Oh, special note for that animation, that headbang. They love when characters' heads hit things, and it's amazing.
Yeah. Honestly, like, if that's where you can get your passion from, props to you.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I look at that and I'm like, either that would kill me, or my God, I would wake up and feel like, man, I got that crick out. I didn't know I had one.
Don't reverse that footage back when she's hitting her. It looks so funny. Look at that shit.
Look, there's no trauma like head trauma, okay?
Just gonna get
somebody play this scene. Okay, somebody like make an edit of this scene, and they put freaking Ed and Nettie sound effects over it, okay? That's what I need.
I need, like, the freaking, poor line readings, them to do one of their remix songs to this.
Oh my God, yes.
Silco's gonna
like they play
coconut
with this.
And they did. And they did. As a Stop it, please.
Jeez.
Okay, sorry. We're done with that guy. I
Put the toy down, Raymond.
Can we not describe a woman's corpse like that?
Corpse.
Of course, she says another favorite line, this will have consequences, and immediately I just go right back to that. There will be consequences!
It would be significant.
Pulls out the Wabbajack.
The Wabbajack.
So, Rick, this is the one to immediately suggest that why don't we bring in Mel? Costello isn't ready, and Bess is like, we have to distance ourselves. She is safer as our enemy. Do we want to talk about that line? Because I'm
kind of
sure exactly how that plays out, I guess.
Okay, so because like this also goes into the idea that like the feud, going into this, like assuming that the feud is all about Mel, that the reason why Ambessa isn't surprised by Mel's magic is because she knows that Mel is the mage, and that by extension, well, I mean, she would kind of have to, because like she's her only like last remaining offspring, and then that means that the Black Rose would also have to know that she is the mage. And so the question kind of is, why would you want to isolate yourself from her when Mel is the thing that the Black Rose are after? Why you wouldn't want to try to like if I would agree with this in the sense that like we need to make ourselves appear like Mel's enemy so that the Black Rose doesn't go after her, but like if the Black Rose knows that Mel is who they're after, then like they're gonna go after her anyways, and it's gonna be even easier if you're not by her side, which, as we find out later, is what happens.
And as later as we learn, her not bringing in Mel directly leads to Ambessa's death.
Right. This is a major. Yeah. This is probably the moment that Ambessa seals her fate, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Which I can't tell if it's such a weird concept. It's like, oh yes, I will make my daughter the enemy so they won't suspect that it's her, or they won't bother trying to kill her because she's against me and they're also against me. But like, then you run the risk of what exactly happens, which is, oh no, they're teaming up.
Yeah, especially since they've been after her to begin with, right?
This would only work. This would only work if there is no way, if it isn't common knowledge, or even like it just isn't knowledgeable at all, that both she and Mel are related. Because like that's the only possible reason I can imagine why she would see benefit to distance herself from Mel in the eyes of the Black Rose.
Well, I would imagine that would have to be the case, because if they knew all along, then it would just be very easy for them to just yoink her the moment that she leaves her mother's side. So I would have to assume that her coming to Piltover and to become a councilwoman and stuff like that, that's all without a whole lot of people's knowledge in that sense.
But they still know that she is...
It's to like put her off their trail, and if she goes sniffing around and is the ally of her mother and hangs around her, then that just puts her in more danger because that associates her more with her mother.
Well, the problem is that she is a well-known advocate for the Medarda clan among the
she's
Piltover
also the
Council.
last heir to the Medarda.
That doesn't mean that everybody in the world knows that.
Well,
though.
the caveat even comes deeper because Amara herself, during the scene where Jace becomes corrupted, refers to Mel by her last name. Ah, yes, Medarda. It's so good. Like, she knows who Mel is. Amara, I think, knows.
Yeah, it's like
Amara knows who her daughter is.
Brando forgetting that, like, oh yes, Jotaro is a Joestar.
Yeah.
And more than that, like, it goes back to just simple stuff, but this is also negative. This might not be a negative considering it's like league lore. Again, Noxus has a lot of interests in Piltover to look at. Like, they probably, I would bet a lot of money that any of the member of the Trifectorate knew about Mel and Amara as soon as they came in.
Oh my god, Amara just walking in being like, I was denied critical need to know information. Like, can you imagine Amara just being like, wait, she was that Medarda? That's such a common name from Noxus. What the fuck?
Well, yeah, I don't know. Like, it's just speculation on my part because I don't think that I have as much knowledge as any of you guys on this, and
that's fair. Like, we're not shutting you down or anything like that. Like, this is all about like trying to push and pull and figure out like what exactly is going on here, because every scene with Ambessa particularly is always like put in shadows and always like they're talking in double speak and that kind of such, and it gets kind of frustrating, and it's one of those things that makes me very nervous for a Noxus series because, in retrospect, I don't think the writers of Arcane handle the political side of things all that well.
Like,
I think they...
Sorry.
You first. No, you first. Go for it.
The main reason why I was going down that line of logic was just the simple question of, well, why didn't they snatch her up the moment that she left her mother's side?
That is a good question.
That would be the easy thing to do. Her mother is the one who is protecting her. They managed to steal away the son, but that really angered her and pissed her off, and they won't get lucky the second time. So like, why would she? I would have to imagine that she would have run away rather than being sent away.
That brings
so
up.
it would have to be something along the lines of they don't quite know.
I don't know how they couldn't is the issue.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
thing.
Well, and to bring on to your point, Twy, that actually brings up the like previous point that I had of just like Arcane is playing with the League of Legends sandbox, but they're picking and choosing to the point where like certain events are a bit weird because a lot of things would have to be involved before things could happen, if that makes sense. Like different like as I said, like Swain and Darius getting involved when Ambessa doing her shit. But there's no way to be seen.
But
it's an example. I'm just kidding.
This does seem to be a bit of a alternate universe sort of thing. So again, like what you guys were mentioning before, for the times that I was able to hear you guys talking, we don't know what's going on with any of the other characters that don't directly appear in the show, other than the cameo of the Crow. I think is one of the big ones that we got, but we don't.
Sorry,
So basically,
I
Overwatch
didn't
lore.
mean to interrupt. I just want to jump on this while it's still fresh in my brain because it hurts.
Yeah.
Cameron Bailey says, if I recall, there was a tweet that the writers put out, and they said that they only put the political side in to make the story interesting. First of all, that's really silly to say because why else would you put anything in a story if not to make it interesting?
Yeah. Hey, we
No,
put
I'm
this
gonna
fight
put-
in the show to make it interesting.
but secondly,
Specifically put this in here
I'm
to
sorry
not
that
interest you.
that feels really, really kind of dismissive of the nature of the political stuff. Like,
what would it be? What
it's like
else would it-
I put in this political stuff in our show to make the story worse, guys.
I wanted to
Totally.
more the shit from you.
Show
I want you to
is
be
nothing
interested.
without
Okay,
its politics.
I was gonna say you say that, Kaiser, but we have Ruby Volume 7.
Oh god.
Okay, but that wasn't their intention. That wasn't their intention.
How
to
do
make
you
it
know?
worse.
Sitting
know?
there watching Arcane, like, guys, we made this 10-minute show. Shit, we need to put
Yeah.
politics in it. to make it
Yeah,
more
ultimately,
The political
let's
stuff
get a
is
stretch it to
90% of
18
the actual
episodes.
plot. No, it is not. The political stuff is very much background information. Like we're there. The political stuff is there purely to fuel character action, as opposed to character action affecting the political. If that makes any sense.
Well, like I can get that, but
At
from
least in Savika's case.
like from my perspective, the politics of it kind of is the thing that drives everything forward. So like, at least from how I understood that tweet, that was basically saying they had absolutely nothing political about the show until they decided to make it more interesting. And it's like, but everything surrounding the events, the plot of the show has something to do with the politics between Zahn and Piltover.
Yeah. exactly.
Which
Like
is, which is really weird. It's sort of baked into the majority.
I
of
was
the
gonna say
characters'
my
motivation.
argument though is they don't focus as much on the actual mechanics of the politics. It's like a lot of that stuff is in the background, and I know I'm gonna get called. Oh, you want to know like how many thousands of containers get shipped back and forth between the two cities, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing to be light on that kind of information, but when it becomes vital to the plot, we do need a lot of that information. Like there's a lot of information that you need when you're trying to like juggle a political plot if you're not going to keep it very so it's like it's an issue
It's
that
like
I
me
had.
and my light military plot in my Digimon fanfic.
Good example of this. A great example of this. The ending episode of season 1, where all the different counselors are standing up and yelling, and then a couple of scenes later, they're sitting down and calmly agreeing to the peace accords with Zahn to make it its own city.
Yeah.
I don't know any of their political dealings. I don't know exactly what kind of investments these people had in Zahn. Other than we get raw materials, I guess, from them. It's like that element of the show, and I pointed this out, and I think in me and Fatman's initial reaction, that felt weak and kind of rushed to me. But I also recognized, that wasn't a major focus of the show at the time. But now that we're getting into
Right.
Noxus being part of the police state and all that sort of things, I feel like there's a lot more vital information that we are not being made privy to that I think really we should be, but it's all being held behind a veneer of ambiguity in order to avoid having to address that, because the minute you set that stuff in stone is the minute you can't do other things. And that's what I'm kind of seeing with this.
Guys, you know what I want to know? I want to know what Piltover does about abortion laws, okay? That's what the fuck I would like to know.
Adam Zelke says, I saw a bunch of Twitter takes that having a French studio animate a show with the classism themes results in some dissonance.
Lord. I was gonna say that's the thing that I was bringing up later with I'm gonna keep mentioning them, Swin and Darius, of just because the ambiguity is what allows everything to move forward, and a line or two is frankly all that's needed, and that causes these questions, which to some people might not be an issue. To people not even like me, but people who are really into legal lore, they're gonna be wondering yo, where the fuck?
Well, here's the thing that I always say on that matter. Just because the audience doesn't know or doesn't get the information directly, the writers should absolutely fucking know the answers to those questions.
Right. Yes, I can agree to that.
Yeah, I was going to say, John Carpenter knows and has said that he's taking to the grave the actual canonical ending of John Carpenter's The Thing. He knows who is and who is not the Thing by the end of that film. But he's never going to tell anyone. He never confirms who it's going to be or who it was or who it is, just because if he were to do that, it would have ruined the discussion points of the film. It would have basically ruined the entire purpose of it. So he's like, I'm taking that to my grave, but I do know. And it's like, that is very fucking important from a directing standpoint. I get the feeling that there's a lot that they have left in the vagary here in order to facilitate the story moving forward. And you're right. I think earlier you said it's kicking the can down the road, which isn't a terrible thing, but it is a dangerous thing to play with.
Correct. That's where my issues is coming with. You are setting up the potential of an even greater failure, if that makes sense.
I think that there is an issue with how people are starting to view that kind of background material as well in fiction, because there is a growing movement in book space and probably in TV media as well, that if it doesn't appear directly in the pages of the book, then it's non-canonical, which I think is ridiculous.
I blame Star Wars for that.
The thing about it that I have with that is that it comes down to the fact that we have enough information to ask these questions, but not enough information to answer these questions, and that's where the ambiguity comes from. Again, not saying it's entirely a problem, kicks the can down the road and everything, but it's not wrong
to consider.
It's questions to be considered.
I don't know. It feels like it feels like you're asking for worse writing in the interest of having less questions.
I don't agree with that at all.
I feel like that's more of an issue of execution than it is anything intent wise. Because
but I mean, what is execution if not editing? Choosing what.
Well, it could also be the
for the
decapitation
audience
of
to
someone.
know.
Oh, that too. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Well, that explains the French.
Yeah, no, we're right back to it. It's the French's fault. All right. So moving on from this quagmire of a conversation, because Jesus Christ, we have been at 7 minutes for the last
really
hour.
Bigger.
I love it.
We got something much bigger.
Yeah. Basically, Ambessa's like, I'll handle Sallow, and Rick is like, Amara, we gotta figure out what to do with the corpse. She's gonna be noticed, and Bess
get the hydrofluoric acid.
And Bess is like, it's worse than that. Her disappearance is going to be noticed. And it's like, no, we have bigger problems. And we see the black rose shrink away in her hand. If I were Ambessa, I would be stabbing that thing religiously. I'd just be like, go down faster, die faster.
Yeah, are there any spells that activate when they die in League of Legends lore?
A lot, actually.
Oh no, she had
well,
equipped the martyrdom perk. Just a grenade just falls out.
She's dying. That's her last thought.
Oh fuck, martyrdom.
So,
Yeah.
we didn't realize how big of an issue this was going to be back in the time, but Vi, when she pulls Caitlyn aside, is suggesting we should cut the others loose.
Why?
So, I can see a possible reason, but it's not the one that they give.
And Vi's like, if he's not telling the truth, Jinx is going to have surprises in store for us. All the more reason to bring backup. She'll smell their nerves a mile away and find a way to use them against us.
Whatever that
What
means.
the fuck are you talking about?
God, it would
Yeah,
suck if
what?
somebody used Maddie against you.
Here's the thing. So, two possible reasons. Possible reason one, and this is probably not a very good one, is that they have what's his face, and they need to like. This is the other reason why I assume that they were like killing people and not like just straight up capturing them, although it is entirely possible that they've been taking them somewhere, is that they got to take him back to actually, a proper prison, and they need someone to do that. It would just be like a hassle to carry along this guy and keep an eye on him while also fighting Jinx and
Possibly
Savika.
others.
Yeah, and possibly others.
Because I
So
don't know
that's-
Savika and Jinx are together right now.
Yeah. So
Right.
possible. So that was possible reason number one, is that they want to send the rest of them back to have this guy locked up while they go after Jinx so that they don't lose her trail.
Okay,
I think that there's probably some arguments against that, but I'm throwing that out there. Possible reason number two, I don't know about this. Wasn't in the music video, was or actually like at the very end, did Rictus, not Rictus, who's the
Loris?
shield guy? Loris. Does Loris have a limp? Was he like harmed during? I don't know if I'm remembering that correctly. Hold on. Oh wait, I can just pull it up myself. God damn it!
Do
I have it right in
not
front of
have-
me. What am I talking about?
Do you not have phones?
I'm going off of memory, and I have no idea why anymore.
Is this
I was gonna say because like
Because
I was
will say I
thinking
saw-
over. I'm like, you could have Fishman and Maddie take the prisoner back, and Loris come with you, but he might have been injured. I feel like he was.
yeah, so
Still
I
though.
want to say he looks like he's limping a little bit when like he leans on to Maddie. Is it like he's got like a little bit of a limp in his right leg? I almost want to say that he was like hurt at some point during the music video.
Yeah, no,
Um,
he's being carried by Fishman on their way.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
So that would be the other reason, probably the stronger of the two, is that they got a guy who's injured. They gotta try to get him somewhere where they can get him.
My
checked
problem is
out
that's
and-
not the argument Vi is making, and it's really
Yeah.
weird because
No.
Loris
Yeah.
seems
Yeah.
like he's Loris and Fishman seem really well in control of their emotions. In fact, we see
Yeah,
later
what nerves do they have?
the
What?
Fishman has nerves of
It's-
fucking steel.
It is such a weird thing to put in there because, like, if you just change the line to be like, "We need to get Loris out of here," I don't
Yeah,
think
we need to get
there's
Loris
really-
out of
unless
here,
there's-
and we need to get the prisoner back home. If you're like,
Yeah.
kind of make this also a little bit on
Yeah.
Caitlyn. It's like if you're so
Yeah.
insistent on arresting him, we need to get him back to safety. Like it's irresponsible. Like make this like a point of it's irresponsible to just leave him here. It's irresponsible to leave
Yeah,
him chained up, and like all these different things.
You have a moment where you can like draw a dichotomy between Caitlyn's priorities and Vi's priorities, where like Caitlyn is clearly trying to push things. She's trying to get like Jinx at all costs and is not really considering not only the lives of the Undercity who she might be harming, but like also the lives of the people in her own squad. And like you can
Mhm.
have that kind of like dichotomy there. It is such a strange thing to bring this line up when if you just changed it to what we're suggesting, you could keep pretty much everything else the same, barring like all the other problems that we've talked about.
Yeah,
It's weird that they say that, and it's not the only time that something like that happens in this episode, I think, but we'll get to that later.
This particular line makes it like oh, we have to send them away when there aren't any concrete lines, like you said, to like why don't they just knock accountant guy out, leave him at a place, and then the entire squad rushes Jinx? Like
I mean, I
Oh,
don't
they-
want to be that guy that says you can't just so easily knock a person out without. Like,
to which I would respond, it's pretty easy, all things being equal.
Okay. No. It's easy to knock someone out. It's not easy to knock someone out and not guarantee you're giving them a concussion or something.
Oh no, shame. Moving on.
Oh yeah, I'll just give this man casually
using chemical warfare. A little concussion's not going to stop them. Come on.
Okay,
Yeah.
for all we know, that is not like on short-term exposure. It's no worse than tear gas, which is like a whole conversation I imagine we could have.
Yes, but the thing about it is that I think everyone in this call can admit that we all know what the writers want to do. They want to get Jinx, Vi, Caitlyn, and Silco being the only ones in this fight, and this is a very, very clunky way to do it.
Yes, yeah. The thing is, it's just one line change and it makes it a lot smoother.
Oh yeah, easy.
Yeah. Barely an inconvenience.
Yeah, indeed.
Oh really?
Oh my God, I love that guy so much.
We all do.
Great.
Everyone does.
So basically, Caitlyn kind of ducks the question. It's like, I can't let her get away again. Are you sure you're ready to? And Vi confirms my sister is gone. There's only Jinx now.
Yeah, sure.
It has to end. Which, you know what? That's so far relatively in character. And she's like, I'm so sorry about your mother. I'm sorry I can't bring her back, but please just... Everyone in my life has changed. Promise me you won't change. Which... I get it. I get the sentiment behind it, but also, Vi, you're a little slow on this one. She seems like she's pretty hardcore right now.
Yeah, honey, you have eyes. You've been with this chick for a while. You should have been able to see this change.
Now, admittedly, this is the problem with falling in love with someone over the course of like 2 days. It's like,
dang it, man. Honeymoon period, man.
I was going to say, like, this is the honeymoon period where she hasn't realized that the problem has already started, which, you know, it could be, that's a fair character flaw, I think, if that's the case.
Yeah.
It could be, yeah.
Also, I know people have probably riffed on it already, but man, talking about my dead mother gets me so hot.
I mean, the joke that I've seen with this episode is, lesbians kiss, fight, and break up within one episode. What did Arcane
this is my joke, and the reaction was they speed ran the toxic lesbian relationship paradigm.
I mean,
like,
look,
they are the exact
stereotypes.
Yeah.
We gotta prove those statistics somehow, guys.
Relationships typically last almost 40% more. Google 40% cops for more information.
Oh, people are pointing out. Kate also does the kiss to distract Vi, so this is a bit of a manipulative move on Kate's part.
Yeah, I can agree to that.
Sure.
Where it's like, oh, I'm not going to promise to change. I'm just going to kiss you, which is changing our relationship. So thus, oh no, she does promise I won't. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, she does say I won't, but it's still a distraction to like get her on her side.
Oh, that's right.
To kill your sister? What if I sweeten the deal a little?
I had my fingers crossed.
The other joke that happens in this scene is the gloves stay on during sex.
My God, man.
I think the other, like, I love, there was someone that did like a couple of threads of what if the Arcane actors were real, quote unquote. Like, it's like this was a live action show and these were actors. And like the joke they made here was during this scene, one of the hands accidentally fell on Kate's foot, so she actually just struggled, like she cried through the end of the scene. So yeah, basically that entire one just establishes we're getting rid of the side characters. Caitlyn is basic in the headspace of we gotta go get ourselves a Jinx. And Vi is like, yeah, we'll do that, but please don't go kill hungry. And Caitlyn's like, okay, fine, but tongue? That's basically how the scene goes.
Oh God, I just got sent something from a friend.
That's scary.
So does the life-changing So does the life-changing promise happen before or after Cololingus?
Is your friend watching the stream right now?
This is Vi learning that, Caitlyn really does have a silver tongue.
Let's go.
Raymond McNeil with only the best Yuri jokes.
How to win an argument.
Kiss.
I mean, it's not wrong.
Yeah, it's just this is what happens when you bring 2 vanguards on a mission without any support. Yes, correct.
Is that lead joke?
Yes.
Okay.
Wouldn't Caitlyn be support because she's a sniper? I don't know how this works.
But yeah, Fishman looks behind and hopes they're okay, I'm sure, which I like.
Is he mute? Did we ever get confirmation that he's mute, or is he just like a very, very stoic, quiet person?
I think he's very stoic.
I assume he's just stoic.
Yeah.
Listen, Ocean Man is a man of few words, but he's a good man.
He needs no words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also we do get hints that I think Vi is still worried about Caitlyn. I don't think she quite believed the I won't. I think there's very much yeah, I know you said that, and I know we just basically did the dirty in the dirtiest place possible, but
No, that's episode 8.
I don't know.
Dirtiest
Okay,
place
do we
possible.
want to debate whether or not having a we'll say a conversation in a mining shaft that was once filled with quite like chloroform or something to that degree versus having sex in a stone cell that may have been washed sometime in the last month or so.
That also had Jinx's rotting food and her blood on the walls.
Mm-hmm.
It's called ambiance. Look it up.
There's a reason why
Orchard be
I had
like,
a viscerally negative reaction to that sex scene, and it had nothing to do with the girls. It had
Yeah.
everything to do with the
Uh-huh.
location.
It's like, okay, time and place, honeys. Time and place.
Yeah.
Caitlyn,
yeah,
your
I
hand was
remember
just
what
on that
Twilight
bar.
said when we were watching that.
Oh god. We'll talk about that later, but goddamn.
Oh, yeah.
We
Yeah.
will.
8 streams from now.
So
It's-
Ugh.
we get an interesting scene here. Is this before or after? This is the first time we see Sallow getting his medicine, right?
This is
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's such an interesting. We have shimmer being applied to his legs through his tattoos, which is dope.
I assume that the lines are the things that make the tattoos, actually.
Yeah, possibly.
Probably.
I
We've
don't
seen
know.
how we've seen how shimmer is applied to people, and it causes like adverse reactions. Like,
Well, she says later when she gives it to Mel that like it on the body. So that's what I think those tattoos are the marks that it leaves as a result of using it.
yeah, like when you if you know like a junkie and they have like stretch marks on where they like inject themselves, sort of thing.
I guess that's
Yeah.
fair. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Kaiser, your stream is paused again.
Well, I
Oh,
mean,
dear.
well.
We're
Yeah,
also
hey, at least it took this long for it to pause finally, so I'll restart.
we're also introduced to this character who is named Lest. We learn that in a future episode, and everyone remembers it because she's motherfucking adorable.
Oh, that's her name.
Yes. And I actually, this is a nice
Female
touch
Lest.
using her ears, and we get indication that she has above average hearing. She knows that someone is coming, so she quickly hides the medicine. And Sallow is confused by this, and then Ambessa storms in. Just like, I promise,
Bro.
we weren't doing anything.
Bro, there's a sock on the door. Come on.
Just Sallow's being like, it is exactly what it looks like. What are you doing?
Ambessa is like sock in excuse me, in Noxus we only use goon caves.
Honestly,
Just hanging in a
knowing-
goon
knowing-
cave outside the door. Just this
Okay,
giant
so-
fucking brick.
So, real talk, knowing Darius's lore, that's kind of accurate.
What?
I'm not explaining shit.
What the hell?
Take it with the greatest salt. It's just a joke that I've heard a while ago. Just don't take it seriously.
Right, gotta get you back into this. No, that's the wrong stream.
Suddenly I just saw
Uh-oh.
Pete's amazing pecs, and holy shit, man!
Oh.
Like you can't just give those. You can't just give those for free.
We will wait for Kaiser to get his screen back up and running, and by get back his screen, I mean get back into the call. Actually,
No
I'm gonna take
context
this
is needed for that
opportunity
statement.
To...
Thank you, Josh.
Oh, there we go. Give him a minute.
Those
It
texts, by the way,
knocks-
are brought to you in part by DeadRx525. Go check out his art and tip him for the flash.
In Noxus, they use a sword and sheath in front of the door.
They hang it on the doorknob and it sticks out like, just where everyone can see it, not inconspicuous at all.
Not at
So
all.
if you guys want to pick up the scene briefly, I know you can't control anything, but like just start talking about the scene. I gotta go use the restroom.
Yeah, Ambessa comes in and basically strong arms Sallow into effectively doing what she wants. A bit of exposition-y dialogue, but we do see Cat Lady, I already forgot her name, is doing her best doing her best to keep away from Ambessa, which later we learn that she's Mel's informant on everything. So it's just like, oh, that's a little, like, there's subtle things. I actually do like the scene of just her basically coming in and being the strong arm tyrant of just like, for lack of a better term, what we're doing wasn't working. Now we're doing it my way and the highway. Do what you're told. And
do what you're told, Josh Keaton.
Yeah.
and Sallow is a bit high off his rocker, so he's not really taking it too seriously, but he slowly sobers up to agree.
Yeah, and Ambessa is getting a little bit more dissatisfied with her puppet, and
Yeah.
you get the tiniest hint that she probably wants a new one.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she should go to Jinx. She has tons of puppets.
Yeah, man. Come on. Remember, you had to get nice strings for puppets.
Yeah. Well, those were some pretty nice strings.
Exactly.
She hung them so well.
Indeed.
Yeah, you know, like the Black Rose has those tendrils, right? So,
Yeah.
like, she wants to compete a little bit.
Hmm.
But yeah, I think this scene is pretty all right.
I don't have any issues.
You know, Ambessa,
Yeah.
Ambessa's actions here make sense, and it's, you know, very telling given the current situation. Gathering up, as we'll find out a little bit later, she's planning on gathering up all the different aristocrats and nobles in Piltover to basically, you know, enact
Yeah.
martial law upon the city.
And with the way
and try
that
to capture drinks and stuff.
with the way that Sallow perks up when he hears that she is planning all this, is the implication that, you know, oh, you're gonna put me in the hot seat. I'm your favorite puppet, right?
I'm your number one
Right?
guy.
You.
We are going to
Number one
and
guy.
we're going to start martial law with me in the hot seat, right? With me in the hot seat, right? And the
Well, you are
Anakin
in the
meme.
seat.
Well, you will be in a seat.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And admittedly, you are hot. We're not going to deny that, but so is everyone else in the show.
Say the minimum qualification for characters in this show is being a supermodel.
No, I was going to say, like, I'm gonna be Sal's all like, I'm gonna be in the hot seat, right? Is Spectacular Spider-Man getting another season? No? Well, there's your answer.
Ah, shit.
No.
There are nice little details in this scene. Like, they do take, you know, Les takes a lot of great lengths to hide the shimmer, but Ambessa finds one of the empty vials anyway with a little bit left inside, and it's like, it's adding to the, why am I dealing with you? You're high off your fucking rocker.
Mhm.
Yep. Ambessa says, say no to drugs, kids.
And
Yeah.
Sallow makes an interesting, I think what kind of seals his fate in terms of all this is that he basically talks about Mel derisively and like, oh, she couldn't have succeeded. And Ambessa does what Arcane does best, which is to give head trauma. Bam! Ooh, right there.
I think
Yeah.
also,
Another table.
I think
Another one.
with foresight in mind, it almost kind of makes you think if like this scene is also what like gives her an idea for like the next puppet that she's going to use, because so like she brings up the child that overpowered them in their own chambers, being Caitlyn, and you know Sallow of course mentions it's not the girl, it's the name, it bewitches people, and like it could be that she's getting the hint that, oh, Kiraman is a name that people really value that much.
Yeah, and evidently
ideas.
she has taken some control of the situation. Like that's another part of the political element that I think we do need information on. What is the status of the council right now?
That's an excellent question.
Well, let's put this in perspective for later, because this is a foreign general who came into this city and forcibly put. Well, actually, this is something that can be brought up now, and we can't put in it now. But this is a foreign general that came into the city and basically works her way up for martial law and works her way up to the person enforcing martial law on a foreign city. What the actual fuck?
There's some concern.
I mean, that's a pretty America move right there. So I see no problems.
Oh wow, okay. So Noxus is justified.
Does he admit it?
Oh yeah, Noxus. Well, so Noxus is justified in taking over everything. Okay, thank you for saying that.
Obviously, they had oil. That's the long game. No one even realized it wasn't even.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, they have oil. So
hey, I heard they got oil.
That shit.
They get back. So it turns out they have olive oil. This is embarrassing.
Honestly, Swain would still count that as a win considering his lifestyle.
He's just like, oh, so all my food's gonna taste delicious, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. He pretends to be disappointed, but like in his mind, he's like, yes.
He knew the entire time that's what he was after.
Yeah. All according to plan.
So
he's got like the light face on.
And basically the end of this is Ambessa ordering him, hey, we're going to step everything up, rally the houses and families with even a modicum of influence. And it's like, basically, it sounds kind of like she's about to push for a coup.
I mean, she kind of is.
Yeah.
I mean, but more so than before. And there's just like, oh, yeah, by the way, your guild merchant Amara, about her. And then we don't see what they actually converse about.
What happened was,
but it gets like swept under the table, except for what Lest mentions.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Also reminds me of Wakanda. Noxus has jurisdiction wherever Noxus goes. God.
Oh my god.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, in
the
temporal era that exists in the world of Arcane and the League of Legends, this Runeterra timeline, I could imagine that kind of like. I don't imagine.
No, this makes way more sense than that. I'm.
I was gonna say it would make more sense than that, but the. Anyway, so we see a stage play being rehearsed, which seems to be a reference to Demacia. Am I getting that correct?
Yeah, it is.
Is it Demacia or Demacia? I've always pronounced it Demacia, but I also don't know anything about it.
I don't know anything about it.
Demacia, choose your pronunciation.
I've just read.
You're Demacia.
But so Mel is here, and she is here to see Lest, who we actually get to see her tail in this scene, and it's very fluffy. And I was very
Noir as fuck, by the way, with that like standing there with like the long cigar, like
oh yeah.
I was waiting for Mel to say in all the like playhouses in all these towns, she had to walk into mine.
I mean, that's kind of what she says. She's like, oh yeah, keeping an eye on a counselor, not a big deal. But your mother gets fucking involved? No, I'm out. I'm out.
I'm out 5,000.
Honestly, reasonable reaction.
Yeah, and this is a good scene. Basically, Mel's like, we both know you heard every word, and Lest is just genuinely like, fuck, I am terrified. I don't know if I want to tell you this because it puts a target on my back. And Mel manages to coax the information out of her, and basically the main info that we get from this scene doesn't end up playing a role in anything.
It is a thing where I have to ask a question. Hey Mel, want to talk to your lover about stuff?
Yeah, I was
considering the possible coup and everything else that might be happening. Don't you want to, have the golden boy of Piltover on your side so you can like sort of push back on any political change? No,
he's too busy gooning.
You're only gonna.
He's like, yeah, he's like, oh my god, Victor's been used. This is amazing. No wonder he was in.
Just like slathering it down.
Just pointing out, I guess. It's something to point out, but Mel and Jace share a scene in episode 1, and they don't share another scene until I think episode 8.
That is true.
it is really weird too. I mean, like, it's also weird because, like, that scene, a big thing about it was how she was essentially like, I'm not going to let them destroy your dream, or like something like that, essentially referring to, she wants to help him, avoid the weaponization of hex tech, which by the end of the episode, they end up doing anyways. And like that could create like an interesting kind of conversation of like, what the hell? I've been working all this time to, help you not do this thing, and then you go do this kind of thing. I mean, like, it's your choice, but like, like that'd be an interesting kind of conversation to have. There's a couple different things that we could, especially with like a lot of the new revelations we've learned now.
And another thing to point out when we get to the Jace and everyone else scene. How long have Echo and Heimerdinger and Jace been drinking tea in
Don't
that
ask
room?
time. Never ask about time. Never ask about time in Arcane.
Yeah,
all right?
yeah.
You guys know my problems with
Listen,
season 1 on that.
no
So
spoilers.
Listen,
questions.
never ask a man his salary. Never ask a woman her age. Never ask
The
the
time in
Arcane
Arcane.
writers how much time passes in any episode or in any scene.
Correct.
Right.
But
people did point out a coup story like this should not be teased and done away with. No, the coup comes to pass, sort of.
it happens. Yeah,
It happens. It's a soft coup, but it's a coup nonetheless.
It's not even a soft coup. Like Caitlyn and
I guess you're
Ambessa
right.
have
It's a full
full control over like everything with Piltover, and like take control of most of Zon if everything goes through. So like soft coup, no, this is full military dictatorship from what was a council.
But
it's a coup with a lowercase c.
it's more the intrigue of the coup that kind of falls by the wayside. And we'll get to that because not only we get 2 different pieces of information in this scene, and that's the only reason for this scene, and they technically speaking go nowhere, other than to establish more about Les as a character before we never see her again. Or she might be in the background of some scenes in the future, but she's never like vital again.
Considering what's going to happen to Piltover, I'm kind of glad that she gets out of town.
I hope she does.
Yeah.
Um,
To be continued in the Noxus series.
no! She goes to a nice
Demacia
country
series,
home and lives a
or-
peaceful life with a cat husband and or wife.
Or the Demacia series, or the Ionia series. I don't know what's coming next, but
I
it's
think
one of those.
Noxus
Series.
has like wolf guys.
Oh,
Well,
then. Maybe.
Yeah, there's a wolf guy champion who runs a fighting ring.
Ah.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, technically wouldn't be the first wolf guy champion that we've seen. It's just probably the first natural born wolf guy champion that we've seen.
His name is
I
Vendor.
Fender.
Vader, you mean?
No, Vendor. Vander's
No, you're thinking of Warwick. It's Vander.
that's right. This is Peace.
Raymond.
Yeah. Anyway.
But yeah, so the 2 pieces of information were Amara is a point of interest that Mel should look into, and the shimmer paint, which is what she's using to cure or treat Sallow, and it should be enough to shut Sallow down.
Which
These
also doesn't go anywhere.
I was gonna say
Yeah, it
the
doesn't.
Amara and the brush, they don't end up actually going anywhere because, well, later in this episode we'll see what happens with that plot line. But it's like this is like a red herring plot line, and I'm I'm torn on this because the balls to not follow through and like have like a major event happen that cuts away a piece of intrigue is not an unrealistic thing to happen. Like the idea of an investigation basically being shut down by a major happenstance or a kidnapping or whatever. I get that, but on the flip side, it is kind of annoying that it's like, why are we focusing so much on it in that case? It's like do I
the
value
argument
the
that-
waste of time or not? It's like that kind of thing.
Well, the argument that I could actually do in favor for this particular timeline is that Mel looking into Amara and everything else like this is why like the Black Rose goes after her now ? But there's no concrete information about that. It kind of just comes out of nowhere, really.
Okay, here's actually a question. Is it maybe that the Black Rose has to have a physical conduit?
That's what I believe, is that
And
like it needs
so
to...
it's because what's her face investigates Amara that they get in touch with her and basically use her as the conduit to get to Mel.
That was my understanding. Is that like when Mel goes to talk to what's her name, and she says go
Her
check up on
assistant.
Amara. Her assistant, whatever her name was. She tells her, go check up on Amara. Again, like this is before we find out that what happened, or this is before they find out, I should say. We know what happened to Amara, but like they haven't found out yet.
Right.
I interpreted that to mean like that's hinting at how like she got possessed by the Black Rose, and thus how the Black Rose was able to.
Cameron Bailey, wait, so Shimmer could have made Sallow walk again, or was it just to heal him? It was to treat his chronic pain. Because he still felt pain in his legs, that was basically trying to negate it.
It's fantasy weed.
I was actually going to say it's like fantasy heroin.
Yeah, that's true.
Painkillers.
Which I still cannot get over, that heroin was developed as a non-addictive alternative to fucking morphine.
Mission
An
Man.
absolute fucking disaster that was.
And then
Mission
also we
Man.
learned that
Yeah.
List is actually Batman.
Yeah. No, sounds about
I
right.
literally
Considering
made that joke when we were watching this scene. I was like, I'm Batman.
So back with Kate and Vi, they're following the trail to Jinx, who's left a lot of markings for them, and a cracked pipe leading down, which I think is a very creative way to say, hey, I'm down here. Come at me, bitches. Also, I gotta say, Jesus Christ, the scale of this city. How did anyone build this fucking place?
Great question. And,
actually, never mind. Knowing how fast their fucking statue workers work.
So,
the wild
get
room
into this-
scene.
yeah, we get into this next scene, and quick question: can you pause right now, Raymond?
Yeah, why would where do you want me pausing?
Oh, just right here. I just want you to know that it's really good to see Victor again. Because this is Victor, right? Not Jace.
What?
Yeah,
Your joke the last time. You kept calling
shut the
Victor
fuck up.
Jace and Jace Victor.
Even I forgot about that until you brought it up.
It's Victor. It's Victor. we got the scene with Victor, guys.
Oh, I forgot.
Fucking hell.
It's been so long. It feels so long ago since we did.
I mean, it
It
has
was a
been
few
so
weeks
long ago.
ago.
It's been like a month.
I don't forget that joke, baby.
I was
It
gonna
was
say,
trying
did
to
you guys see
pages.
the last stream? Did either of you? Did
No.
any of you see the last stream that we did on anime romances?
Can't say that I did.
I mean, I
Unfortunately.
did
Sorry.
because I was there.
Oh, dude, not you. There are three people here that have seen it because they were fucking there. I'm asking the other 3 people that are here that weren't.
No.
I've not.
I thought you were referring to the last Arcane stream, and I'm like, no, I didn't see
No. Our 51st episode, our New Year's episode. That was You guys might want to go back and watch it. You guys, I know you opted out because I don't know that much about it. You didn't need to know much. It was
No,
it was
you
a
really
fucking
didn't.
ride of a video.
It was.
Oh god.
It really was.
I'll give it a
A
watch.
man admitted that his prudish nature was because when he was a teenager, his mother walked in on him watching anime, and there was a perverted gag on screen at one point, and she saw it.
They couldn't watch it.
That
Yeah.
sounds like a you problem, I did.
Yeah, that's exactly what we said. It was such
Was
a
it you
good
who said that
stream.
first, or was it you, Raymond? I think it was one of us who said that.
I said it sounds like a personal problem.
His whole thing was like threefold. One, it was his PTSD from his mother having to walk in on him on an onsen gag. 2, because of that PTSD, he now hates any kind of sexuality in his romance stories, despite the fact that he loves romance stories. And 3, he needs sexism to be a thing because women can't possibly have any sexuality. There is only a male gaze in terms of sexuality because women are just puppets in order to have things acted upon them. They can't actively want or desire to have sex or have a sexuality.
And all this was started
And-
because of
Funny
someone that his an opinion that wasn't even his own initially.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, something funny I think that was pointed out in the comments of that stream is that Okay, in terms of which is something I thought before, but I failed to bring up because that shit just put us through the ringer. Freaking okay, so when it comes to male romances or just shown in anime in general, yeah, you're going to get a lot more relatively, I guess, more like overt like physical sexualization like TNA stuff, right? But in regards to shoujo romances and stuff made for women, you don't get as much of that, but you get more like taboo stuff.
You
That
do.
may not be exploitive.
Also,
I'm just thinking of freaking Utao.
Utao. Oh yeah, Utao.
Just like flat out making out with her brother in front of everyone.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, that happened.
It's not even like half siblings; they're full blood siblings, and she's just like, "Yeah, I'm in love with my brother, so I'm gonna make out with him."
Dude, no, but that's better because that is a taste. I guess there's no.
Don't say
I don't-
incest is tasteful, Kaiser.
It's
I'm
fine
trying-
because it's not actually a true shoujo, because it's actually for the male gaze, even though there is a female main character and the majority of the characters are female.
Well, hold on. By this guy's rules, okay? If it has a male gaze, if we get any signs in the male POV or significant amounts in the male POV.
Yeah. Oh, also, a character is automatically a self-insert if they have black hair. It doesn't matter
Yeah, we all
if
make
they
the
have
rules.
personality. It doesn't matter if they have character or
Black hair.
characterization.
It doesn't matter if they have unique clothing that's actually distinct from everyone around them.
Or unique interest that is completely different from any other character.
Yeah,
We're all of us out here are experts at working with Hina dolls, right? You guys work on your Hina dolls all the time, right?
Oh, always.
I'm not
Every
allowed
single
to
minute
comment.
of the day.
You're not allowed to go.
What kind of dolls are you making?
Basically, I just wanted to ask you that because I think you guys missed out on a wonderful topic stream. It was
Aw.
hilarious.
sure.
And you guys should go back and
You
watch
might-
it. It's such
probably
a
the
ride.
beginning of many more that we'll
Oh
be getting.
boy,
into.
He gave us 2
I'll be
more
sure to-
videos to check out.
I'll make
I'll be sure
a
to listen to it on while I'm at work tomorrow.
I'll make a pledge to join in if you guys have anything else like that again. Then. Oh, but anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, back to Victor.
Yeah, back to you see, Jinx hypothesized that there might be something called wild runes.
We're not keeping this joke up. I was just making that one off. We're not.
No,
doing that.
I'm keeping it going.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you have trouble. You can go ahead and sabotage yourself. I'm not going to stop you.
Fair enough.
So Victor, talked about how there were wild runes, which I think was mentioned in season 1.
I believe so as well. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
And-
really? Which? Oh, I'm drawing a blank. Which episode? I mean, if you can name, I'm just.
I think it was like when they were first experimenting with the hex core, and then when they were talking about the hex core learning. I think that was it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he started to he does his best to simplify and explain exactly what wild runes are versus what normal hex tech is like.
I actually really like this explanation.
Yeah, it's actually really good. This
is really good.
The biggest issue I think with this scene is just Heimerdinger the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
I think people. The more I've meditated, I think people are right that he's been flanderized. And that's unfortunate to say.
Which is unfortunate because
the
he
big
was one of the
thing-
characters I was looking forward to getting more insight on or more interactions from.
Yeah.
But
The thing to really look at with Heimerdinger in this scene is that they're effectively talking about wild runes and magic and technology corrupting a bunch of shit, and he's just casually we should do this and this. No, dude, you saw the fucking rune war. You were so against this shit.
Did you
that
not see the
were-
Goon Cave?
It's not even just that. It's also the fact that because later on, so you have Echo making the throwing out the possibility that all this stuff is happening to his tree right now because of overuse of hex tech. And then Heimerdinger, I forget what line he says, but it is in essence that I always thought that the reason why, magic always turned bad was because of, turbulent relationship with power that people tend to have. But you know what? It could just be that like the arcane in general just brings that about. And that's deeply troubling, and I don't feel like he like addresses that with like the appropriate tone, because essentially what he is laying out is that all of our technology is using something that will inevitably lead to, in your own words, Heimerdinger, horrors. And you are very kind of like
blasé
about laissez-faire about the presentation of that possibility.
The guy is super like chill with the worst thing that he can possibly imagine is happening right around him, and the entire city right now is running on Hextech, and it gets worse.
The thing that like sorry, Kaiser. The thing that you worked so hard to try to convince Jason Victor to destroy in season 1 is currently inside of Victor, and he's just walking around somewhere in Piltover or the Undercity. You don't know where. And
the more I think about this, is like he should be chewing Jace out on so many levels. Like he was about
off the council for this.
Like I was not only that I think he would forgive Jace for kicking him off the council, if I'm being completely honest. I think more so he would be like, you guys really should not have messed with this. You've done this wrong, but as your professor, it's my job to help you fix it. Like I can see him being like a more responsible, chiding, but responsible member of this. It's like I think you're right. This was the kind of like back in season 1 in Arc 1, you were going to exile fucking Jace over the use of this stuff. Yeah. And it was only because his mother pleaded his insanity and threw him under the bus that you let him stay in the city. It's like I am more annoyed now by Heimerdinger. They really wanted to cutesy him up, and I think they went the wrong direction. He should have been way more serious this season, I think.
100%.
I don't know, man. There's only so much I told you soing one man's capable of.
Counterpoint, though. We didn't see him say, I told you so once.
True. There hasn't been any I told you so. That's the problem.
Yeah. We needed at least one, and then him being like, well, nothing to do now except for us to try and figure out this solution. We gotta figure out the if we had like an acknowledgement of seriousness, and then he's like going back to his chipper attitude and be like, okay, we work together and we buckle down, kind of like how he does in episode 7. Well, that would have been better than what we got here, I think.
Yeah. It's so weird because this is the same guy who literally just pissed his pants just recounting all the dreadful things that happen due to magic in literally the first.
We saw him have a PTSD flashback up on stage.
We saw the Rune War.
Yeah. Yes. And that was all in response to like this inspirational like speech, like this inspirational and invigorating speech that like Jace was giving about Hextech, and Heimerdinger without hesitation shut him down. Yeah. Like, no, instantly. You don't know what you're dealing with. I was there.
This is it is pure like you were dealing with horrors beyond your comprehension type shit, and this guy is being laissez-faire about man-made horrors beyond everyone's comprehension.
He's being so laissez-faire about the Goon Cave.
The Goon Cave. And
I would have some more reaction to the Goon Cave. I would be like, oh my god, that certainly is a whole lot of goon. Where did you get it all?
Yeah.
Why did you make a cave out of it?
Truly, this is an impressive amount of goon you have here, young Jess.
He's impressed with it. He's impressed with it until he finds out, it came from the Hex Core, and then suddenly he's like he just changes entirely, like, this is the worst thing ever of all time.
This is the single worst thing that I could ever possibly imagine. Holy fuck.
he puts on his Puritan pilgrim outfit. It's like, okay, time to go do some lynching. We need to get them witches.
So they find runes on the leaf, and then that inspires Jace to take everybody down to the failsafe, if I remember.
Well,
correctly.
they have to figure out why would it be bleeding in? It's like, at the base of the core, at the base of the tower, we have a backup core or something like that.
It's like a failsafe that's supposed to explode. I guess we'll get to that eventually.
Can I rant about the failsafe when we get to it?
Yes, I want to rant about the failsafe too, dude.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Well, and it's like, how come we've never seen a sign of it until now? And why would it appear on a tree deep underground? It's like him, like, piecing it all together. It's like, oh, this thing that we built underground. Maybe that's the source of it.
Yeah.
This thing that we built underground that we had no knowledge of that came out of nowhere in this season.
It is kind of interesting, though, that like he draws that connection for something that they did build underground, but he later states was built miles away from the main fissures.
We'll get to it in a second.
We will. I'm excited.
Eager to ruin everyone's
big.
enjoyment. You guys surely are here to kill media.
Congratulations.
We tried.
Yo, Pete, we've killed media. Congratulations. Yes! Would you want to split the bounty like 50-50, 60-40?
It's all you, man. This is all you.
I appreciate you.
You're gonna have to figure it out because it's only like 5 tickets for Chuck E. Cheese's.
Ah, shit.
Yeah.
And also a 50-year stint in the jail because I am here to arrest you.
Ah, fuck.
Oh, damn.
Well, back to the ritual.
Well, this is
circle,
also
I
all you.
Time.
Soon the unicorns will take me.
So they enter a room that's already filled with the gray. They have their Caitlyn and Vi. They're at the ready. They just keep going deeper. It's like some ancient architecture stuff, which we'll touch on. It's interesting. We've got Mel, who's doing her I'm looking at papers stuff. Very important politicking and businessing, of course.
Rocks feel very intrusive.
What?
Sorry, I don't know. Just the fact that there were just a bunch of rocks around her table.
Yeah, I my ADHD brain would be fucking insane with that.
Like, if you want like multiple people around this table, it's like, how are we supposed to play D&D here? Like, like the DM who's got to sit at the very end, like either has a piece of rock that's sticking out of like the one side, or the really big boulder that's like right behind their chair, or the other. It gets so little room.
Adam Zelke says, "Isn't this also the last episode we hear about the Arcane threatening the tree? It doesn't come up at all when Echo returns later." Now, in fairness to that, by that point, he has a lot bigger fish to fry. I'm pretty sure.
It's worse than that. Like the fact, like
worse.
just the tree. It's like there's a lot worse stuff just from that. But like, yeah, there's also a lot of other stuff too.
We'll talk about the tree in a second.
Okay, one minute. I have an art gripe to pick here. So it's all very nicely rendered. It looks very beautiful. It all has all the scribbled writings that we've seen everywhere else in the series, except for this one sticky note that says very clearly in English, "Shimmer." Why?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's weird because I thought that like they had established there was like paperwork in like a couple different scenes in season 1 where it showed that they use like a different language for like.
They showed it in this season in episode 1.
Yeah.
So it's like what? Why are you suddenly using English? What?
It's not a boulder.
It's usually a common animation trick where anything that you don't care to show to the audience is going to be in a different language. But if you want the audience to pay attention, then you put it in a language that they'll understand. That is very common.
I find it a little frustrating. Also because like, do we even need it? Is that really necessary? Literally, there's a vial of shimmer right there.
Yeah.
It's like there should be an arrow pointing towards.
Yeah, I was gonna say
this is shimmer. It's one of those theory videos.
the big what? The big circles.
And it's like some AI art of freaking AI sexy art of Caitlyn's ass on screen with a yellow arrow pointing to it.
Rival says
so it's Mel slowly realizing that she's in one of those thumbnails. She sees shimmer and the arrow is pointing at her, and she's slowly putting things together. Wait, am I in the thumb? Oh my god! And then that's
she looks behind her, looks down, she sees the arrow to her ass. Oh no!
Number one rival.
4K.
Number one rival. Those aren't rocks. Those are minerals. Bullshit. They're rocks. If they were minerals, there would be goats. So yeah, we get confirmation from her friend that Selo is meeting with a lot of different houses today, and her assistant's like kicking herself for not for not having brought this to her sooner, and it's being like, oh, I promise I wouldn't have missed it. It's just such a bold move, which I don't know. I feel like that was an explanation for something that didn't need an explanation. Like, you're catching it as it's happening. Why do you think you would have been able to know about it?
If all of this is happening in the same day or within a
it's like
span of time.
Oh,
like,
Sallow
what
has
the fuck?
been to 5 or 6 different noble houses in the last hour or two, and I've gotten that from our reports. Like, oh, cool. Like, you were told this was happening beforehand. Like, how are you supposed to know until he started actually making moves? So it's like, this is like, goes back to your complaint, Fat Man, about us wanting more information. This is a circumstance where this is making it clunkier.
Yeah.
It's like, I guess they give us a little more, like, character out of her before she gets flowered.
Before she's dead.
I prefer flowered.
I hear a gang deflowered, but this is ridiculous.
Slight tangent back to the sticky note thing. Just something funny that I saw. 0 to Hero 148 say, Red Skull. Why are we naming our bombs in English? I can't do it. Why are we naming our bombs in English? We are German.
Why are we naming the bombs in English? We are German.
Yes.
But
obviously, it's so the audience knows their bombs.
I mean, to be fair, I'm pretty sure the cities that they have named are just the same in German.
It's, I mean, not the same spelling, but that's whatever.
Of course, your mother is anything but a fool. There must be an angle I'm missing. It's like, this woman is really being hard on herself. Like, it feels weird. Like, this comes out of nowhere for me. It's like, what? Are you always this down on yourself? Are you okay?
Like, find out.
Do you need, like, a vacation?
Yeah, you need a vacation to the afterlife?
Is that an angle that you're missing? 90 degrees straight up?
Also, she's looking into her brother's passing, which I don't know. That's interesting. I'm not entirely sure when that got initiated.
I mean, this is just me forgetting season 1, but, like, did we, like, have drama about her brother in season 1?
Yes.
A little bit. It was mentioned in the background. It was when Ambessa came there, one of the first things that she told Mel was that her brother is dead because someone is coming after them, and that was
that was ostensibly her reason for coming to Piltover, which we
I think the scene is the, like, showing us that she's looking into, like, the weirdness of what happened after the explosion, because she did mention later on that she said that she found that it was weird that her area was the only one that was unscathed, and that she had her suspicions afterwards.
Yeah. True.
Okay. And that's right. She does say later that she suspected something after the explosion. So
yes. I think the scene is subtly telling us that she is looking into it.
Also, looking at Ambessa with a shit sword. that is an awful sword design. That is like up there.
Either that, or they just caught it at a really bad angle.
No,
she's got the Thanos sword.
Yeah, it's the Thanos sword, which I've seen.
But it's worse because it's not symmetrical.
God. Oh God, you're right. Oh, that's just uncomfortable.
Was probably a bad angle too.
Yeah. It's got like a really thick short sword on one side and then a long sword on the other. It looks so awkward.
And we'll speak nothing of...
She can cosplay either Cloud or Sephiroth at a moment's notice.
I appreciate the like how unique the style is for the rendering of the characters. But like even in universe, I'd be looking at this and like, why are your children look like full adults with their faces like that?
Yeah, especially the brother.
They just got that stink face.
And I do like the acknowledgement she's desperate, and that's probably why Ambessa is making mistakes. But she's also more dangerous. So there's something there, but it's also like strange. I don't know. We'll talk more about Ambessa, I imagine. Summon the apothecary. I'll want his opinion of this, which is the shimmer stuff, and check in on Amara. So she walks away, and that's basically the end of the scene. It's like we're building up that intrigue.
Yep.
And now
Yeah.
we're going down into the Mistral Vault. I mean, sorry, down into we must be at least 200 feet down. The entire structure is a channel focusing Hextech energy into a precise beam. So, just the logistics of this baffle me, and this goes back to Arcane Season 1. It is like 7 years, but like the amount of time it takes to build one skyscraper is alarmingly long. It's like 10 years. So it's like there's a lot of like, wow, you guys did this without modern construction technology. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. Well, it's even more amazing that they did this without like mass producing Vi's gauntlets, which were designed specifically for mining.
Yeah, they made the freaking hex gates first.
But like I guess that's kind of stuff I have to hand wave away as like that's part of the world. They have these superstructures and they have the ability to make statues within like a day of someone dying.
I mean, I know, weren't you like describing like someone who's like a billion gods at once? Like, I don't know. There are powers in this world.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's Kaiser, yeah.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say that's a different thing. Do you guys actually?
I mean, pyramids were made without modern technology, so this isn't far-fetched. Do you know how long it took to make the pyramids?
Like 20 minutes?
yeah, it took like a day or two.
I'm pretty.
Rome wasn't built in a day. What do you think? Those ancient Romans were slackers?
Okay, let's
take them a day.
Guys, something fun to think about actually. The Pyramid of Giza was the largest man-made structure until the Eiffel Tower was made.
Huh. Funny
that.
But
neat.
That was like something neat, but getting into the Jinx battle, I mostly just want to talk about because they interconnected between this scene and like the Jace and everyone else talk about because there's a particular line that has me question what the fuck with the
there's a line with Echo that I want to address, but
yeah, exactly.
So the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Great Pyramid, just one pyramid, took around 20 years to build with a labor force of around 100,000 men working in 3-month shifts.
Damn.
Yeah. Took some time.
A little bit.
It's gonna take some time.
All right, so we got them basically entering this hall. We learned from Jinx later is a shrine to, what was her name? Jana?
Yeah.
Who is, it's kind of seen as like a wind goddess, I want to say. At least here, she's seen as a wind goddess. I don't know how much that varies with her lore. But we also see a bunch of little paintings of their childhood together. And Vi gives Caitlyn the go-ahead. If you see the opening, take the shot. Which is going to send some mixed messages later.
Right.
And Caitlyn and her share one last look before they head out into battle. And by into battle, I mean they walk in for a dramatic conversation.
Let's go finish off the last of my family.
Yep. And then I do like, by the way, before I get into my rant, I like that Jace's hammer is the key to this particular vault.
Yes, I think that's actually kind of smart because A, no one would ever think about it. B, people would probably not be able to understand how to operate this thing. And C, it's always going to be something that he keeps an eye on. It's kind of hard to miss, hey, my hammer went missing. Unless, some random punk from the lanes decides to run up into your office in the middle of an attack.
It is weird that like the key is something that he made after the hex stuff, like after the hexscape, but like at the same time, I could totally like see Jace being the kind of person who would build the key into this weapon that he designs, just because like he wants one more thing, like one more reason to keep it at his side.
It could have been it could have been something he had on his person, then he integrated into the hammer, like you said.
Yeah. I really like that idea, honestly.
So how do you know? So then we get kind of a baffling line to me. How do you know so much about the design? Read what I could, deduced what I couldn't. Plus, I didn't think Topside would trust anything that important below the surface.
I mean, I'll be 100% honest. I don't have a problem with that, but I'm coming in with the idea that this is the guy in lore that cracked time travel in a weekend.
not only that, but also I'm just sitting there. I'm like, read what you could. From where? Do they publish like papers on this outside?
Yeah.
Like, are other people experimenting with hex tech? Like, where is this information coming from? Can I just go down to the library and pop open a textbook on how to build a hex gate? How does that work? Like, what?
Yeah, you know, it would almost it might almost imply that there are other people who might have studied hex tech or something, or have access to that kind of knowledge as the possible experts, albeit not as good as Jason Victor. I wonder if that's later.
Oh. Huh. Yeah, imagine that.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Twi.
I was just gonna say, like, I would imagine that there would have to be at least some books that have been written about hex tech over the years after the creation of it, in order for other people to start building it and make it so that the whole city can go under hex tech. It can't just be these two men building every single machine for the whole city.
True, but all the books that are written were just pop-up books for children, just like, oh, the wonders of the places you'll hex.
But it gets into the. Actually, what is this place directly called? The failsafe, more than anything?
I don't think that they ever name it specifically, but I mean, that's what it is. So that's what I've always heard it referred to as the failsafe.
I think it's called. I think it's called the core.
Yeah, the core. Okay, so keep playing it honestly, and
not to be confused with the hex core. Sorry.
It's like, so instead of exploding in the neighborhood, you blow up in ours. We're miles away, and then Echo says the damning line. These are the same utility ducts that carry our water and facilitate our ventilation. So, first comment. That affects the tree. However, Victor is a Zonite. Jace is sympathetic to Zonite overall. In the event of the failsafe, why is the first line of thinking, yo, guys, let's nuke the fuck out of the shit that gives water and air to the Undercity?
Yeah. Why would you put this thing that is designed specifically to explode next to something that is integral to some part of either city?
And thus, it makes you wonder, because this was created with the hex gates. Both Victor and Jace were integral in that. You want me to believe that Victor, a Zonite, someone who grew up and has a great deal of pity and everything else with Zonites and everything, signed off on, in the event of emergency, my home is fucked.
Yes, let us install this failsafe that will surely
also,
not backfire.
And another thing, Heimerdinger, why the fuck are you learning about this now? You were there on the council for the majority of the time before this was made.
The only possible reason, and I think there are a lot of arguments to be made against it, the only possible reason is just that they didn't know that these utility ducts were down here. But I don't see how you could possibly know that during the construction of everything. Like we saw earlier in the beginning of the episode, they had detailed schematics of things in the Undercity. I don't see why there wouldn't be plans of any sort of underground infrastructure at many different parts of the city, and that would be an integral part of deciding where they place the hex gate so that they can put it someplace that is as far away from anything integral in the event that this thing does explode.
And again, it comes back to it. Why does Heimerdinger not know?
Okay, here's the thing. First, not everyone on the council is going to know the exact operation of the hex gate, and I don't think it's unlikely that he doesn't know about a failsafe operation necessarily. However, this actually brings an issue I have going back to season 1. He really flips around on hex tech real fucking fast when you consider his lifespan and his position on things. He goes from outright prohibiting it and being fearful of it to being really accepting of it within 7-8 years. I don't know how long it is.
However much time.
I don't think he should have ever been.
He was the primary skeptic of that technology, so
and
you would think
chill with it. So it's why was he so chill with it? And if he was I guess, if he was so chill with it, would he not want? If he wasn't chill with it, would he not want to know? And it's I'm now, oh god, now I'm questioning season 1. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
That's a problem.
Yeah, this is
Uh-oh.
a huge thing with the series where this giant piece of technology is integral to basically the finale of the entire season, as we see eventually with what Victor ends up doing, as well as just being the catalyst for a fuckload of things.
Well,
but it was never mentioned. It comes out of nowhere. It is directly on top of life signs to like people who would be like, hey, no, we're not building shit on top of my home, for lack of a better term.
And it's a character assassination triple kill.
This
Yes.
is the craziest thing too about like the whole character assassination thing is that like at least as far as the character assassination goes, that wouldn't even happen if you could make this thing whatever you want. It's never been talked about. You could literally make this thing whatever you want. You made it a thing that is specifically designed to explode. And that never comes back. And I'm not saying that in universe. I mean, the writers could make this thing like anything that they wanted. And like, here's the thing. In my mind, as I was watching the series, I kept thinking that's going to come back somehow. Like Jace and Victor are going to have like a semi-duel where Jace tries to like hold him off from getting the big, wild rune thing. Meanwhile, like Jinx or whoever else is above ground and then make the thing explode like it's supposed to, and giving Jace his heroic sacrifice and taking Victor with him.
Like a prayer is in the background, the choir version of Deadpool.
Yeah,
and Wolverine.
so like at the very least, sure, it was a character assassination. Why the writers put it in here, but considering that like the fact that this thing is designed to explode never comes back in any way, I don't know why the fuck you introduced it with this capability when all it does is character assassinate like 3 people here, and all just so that Echo can have
slapback.
He can have a slapback against Jace. That's
And
all it does.
It's like having a failsafe in Chernobyl where it was meant to explode. I mean, guys, that's the exact same. It's funny, but it's true.
Adam Zelke says now they had to toss Echo in an AU because the writers do not want to address any of Echo's correct accusations, insults towards Piltover.
I
feel like that's going to be a whole topic.
Jace anyway.
That's another thing here. But again, like, why do you make it explode? Why explode? Why does it explode?
Here's the thing. I can understand from the perspective of like a controlled detonation is preferable to one you don't control. So the idea is like if like he was describing it, the idea is if in a situation where it would overload and maybe explode completely, you just channel it all down here and then you channel it through the vents that we have set up. Best case scenario, this is using similar pipes to the gray. So the only thing you're burning away is literally pollution, and you're venting it somewhere else. That is my interpretation of it, but I understand that's also writing it into the show.
But
and
the
it's never
issue
argued
with it
against.
Is that these are the things that like take water and everything else, and as well as air. So I have a question to you guys.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes.
Is Zon currently drinking arcane polluted magic water?
That is the implication because
that's how it happened with the tree.
Never comes back.
If the implication is that, like, the reason why the wild runes appeared on the tree is because it's been absorbing water that has been passing through these utility ducts and has been absorbing those wild runes from this thing, there's also the question of where the rest of that water is being pumped to everywhere else in the Undercity. And as far as I'm aware, there's no mention of this anywhere. And granted, like one of you said, I think it was you, Raymond, but like one of you said, there's bigger fish to fry later on, but like it is still kind of a like it's also kind of a really big implication that just kind of never gets brought up again.
The water is poisoned.
It's also bad because they brought up the tree in the first place. This whole thing started because of the infection of the trees in particular.
Yeah,
it's literally the SpongeBob meme of like poisoning our water and putting a plague upon our houses. Like Jace did that by accident, apparently.
Yeah, no, the thing is, like, I think it would also affect Piltover, not just, I think the only reason why it's visible is because of the tree, but, like, Piltover's water is also probably tapped with this.
So,
which, you know, the only reason why no one notices, it just gave it a pleasant minty texture, a minty taste to it.
Totally, 100%. We don't have a bunch of things that say, hey, tapping into the arcane doesn't totally fuck you up.
Here's the thing too. If you look at that map that I posted of Piltover and you see where the hex gate is, it's really far away from like the rest of the like from the lanes and the main fissures. It would literally have to, those utility ducts would literally have to pass completely underneath almost all of upper Piltover, or not upper, but like Midtown Piltover. So I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, I'd be more surprised if there was just an entirely separate water system, completely independent of the other water system in the exact same location. You know,
you see, this actually does go against. This does, however, make it even better against your point about the explosion and funneling it through the system. In the case of an explosion, that is a lot of land to cover for the explosion to eat itself to death.
Yes.
So I don't think it's actually... Honestly, it still probably does more to put Piltover in danger than it does Zon if it explodes. And I think in a worst-case scenario, it's actually not as bad as a fail-safe as it's being made out to be right now.
Well, the core of the issue is that there's no way they didn't know that these like explosions would happen right upon the like all the water ducts and all the air ducts and everything else like that. There's no way that.
No, but I think the problem is less so because I think they recognize an explosion is going to happen anyway, and we're gonna sacrifice. Are we going to sacrifice a little bit of infrastructure, or are we going to sacrifice lives? I think weighing those options.
Well, that assumes that like the hex gate couldn't have been built somewhere else where like a less important infrastructure, if any infrastructure at all, could have been sacrificed as opposed to this.
Yeah, and again, it comes down to the fact that Victor signed off on this. So, like, again, in the event of bad things happening, well, fuck my hometown. There's a lot of things that you can ignore, but that's something that is like right there. It can't be ignored that Jace and Victor signed off on this, and somehow Heimerdinger didn't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I found that a little bit weird.
More than a little bit.
It's character breaking. There's no ifs and or buts. No ifs and or buts.
It definitely feels written backwards. You know, like, okay, how do we get them down there? Oh, let's make this. Let's make this a problem, and then not really consider the implications of the problem.
Yeah,
this is backwards compatible writing.
Well, I think that actually makes sense because they are basically writing in order to get to where League is right now in the current game canon. So they're restricted to what is already canon to a certain extent. So they can't write in a way that is natural to what has been built up before. They have to write while also making it so that everything will go where it is now.
So, counter to that, everything that Arcane does is now the new canon. They could write literally, they have no like connection to the actual like LoL canon. Whatever they make becomes the new canon. It's the reason why people are having an issue with Victor right now. Like what they are writing right now supersedes anything that is currently in the game.
Well, yeah, but that's still like relatively minor stuff in terms of everything.
What I'm saying is that, like, the argument of, they have to make these characters get to where they are in the game. In fact, they don't, actually. They completely rewrote and remade Victor into what the Herald of the Arcane and everything. So, I get what you're saying, and I do agree with you in a sense, but I don't think that holds water in this case. If that makes sense.
I don't think I necessarily agree with you, because I think that there is still limitations that they had to abide by, regardless of whether or not Arcane is going to be the arbiter of what is canon. There are still limitations and restrictions that they had to abide by.
I think there would I guess build a bridge here. There would be limitations logically, because in a sense they are still adapting material from the game and incorporating that into the story. So fundamentally, there's always going to be elements from those games that are gonna have to translate in some shape or form. Like,
I guess,
but you know, there are fundamentals of certain characters have to say the same. Certain, like, you know, lore details, certain terms or things like that However, I do understand where you're coming from. I know where it's all like they still are playing loosey goosey with a lot of it. So I don't know.
The thing that
is very interesting.
The
to
idea
see.
that I have is that Riot themselves confirmed that like Arcane is League of Legends canon, and that I think something along the lines of any inconsistencies that have been woven into their way of storytelling and rune bearing of Runeterra will be gradually like phased out over time. It's honestly
That was probably only because of the success of Arcane in the first place, though.
Oh, absolutely.
yeah.
Oh
which,
yeah, 100%.
Which comes down to the fact that because it's successful, it is getting canon, which is here and there.
Okay,
But
look, we're just saying that the way to
that's-
fix this is instead of making it a big like hole in the bottom of the ground, you make it a giant catapult that flings the core out into the ocean.
I mean,
Or
I'm
at the
down-
very
I'm
least,
down
just
for
make
that.
it so that it doesn't explode.
That too, yeah.
Okay,
Is this
no.
room-
I'm sorry if you say that, but like we still have nuclear reactors are like incredibly safe compared to what they were back in in Ukraine in the 70s. But we still have the 1 in 1 billionth chance that it might go into a meltdown and explode.
But the thing is that like this is like sci-fi fantasy tech. You could make it like the rules whatever you kind of want. You could make it so that like a controlled explosion just isn't necessary, and that whatever kind of things are needed for maintenance are just
We're
whatever
talking-
else you want.
We're talking the rules of the universe versus the writers of the universe. We're talking, okay, the characters have this problem in the reality of the show. They know that Hex Tech is volatile. In this way, we've got multiple instances of Hex Tech fucking exploding hardcore. What do you do if you know there's going to be a problem? Well, we know there's a way. We figured out a way we can transfer the energy so it doesn't explode and take lives. We can channel it down here so it's an isolated area, and it'll fuck up some infrastructure, but it's not going to kill people. My question is, like, I really just think the Echo stuff is like extra overkill. It's just like, okay, it's poisoning things. This is an unintended side effect of what we've done. I think that's enough of a problem to solve, then also adding on, oh, by the way, the failsafe itself would have somehow wiped Zon off the map. It's I don't think that's, especially with what we know about the map, it's not going to do that. So
the issue was never like whether or not it was going to wipe, Zon. It was simply that it was going to damage something that is integral to Zon's infrastructure. Yeah, it's going to damage these incredibly important utility ducts that are pumping both air and water to the Undercity. That's the main issue.
Here's my solution then. Here's my solution, okay? I know.
Oh, please, yes.
You said before that people teleport in these games.
Yeah.
We teleport the explosion to the sun.
Why don't we just take Piltover
and put it somewhere else?
My question is this room like something from League?
Not that I'm aware of.
Nope.
Yeah. All right.
Not as far as I know.
It's just very cool. I do like the detail of like seeing the corruption like spreading into the metal. Like that's such a neat visually. Like they knock it out of the park. And then as soon as it gets noticed, it's like, oh, I'm going to pulse now, and everything's going to be fucking weird.
It's time for the weirdy boys.
I know Twi said that like you can tell the Hex Core just wants these two to shut up and almost talk.
It just does that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, guys, we have better things to get to.
My
Fuck
God,
off.
we've evolved past the Goon Cave. We are now in the Goon dimension.
We are now in the
Welcome to the Goon Zone.
This is the apex of the goon.
Who's got the Goon? Rudy's got the Goon. It's the Goon Zone.
It's the Nickelodeon's Herald of the Arcane Choice Awards.
Oh my God.
I'm never gonna be able to look at that again.
The Dan Schneider edition.
Oh. So basically, we have the confrontation where Vi calls out Jinx, and we get the line from the trailer. Finally got the name right, which is also the title of the episode.
Oh, really? Oh, fun.
Yeah.
Yes. And
all could have been avoided if she addressed her sister properly.
We get some little backstory about the The stories of Jana about the miners trapped in the tunnels, air running thin, some wispy wind women wafts to their rescue. And we get to see Jana look very pretty on the wall. It's a very neat like addition to the lore of Piltover and Zon.
It makes complete sense as well.
We see like other stuff of her later, don't we? Like
we saw
see like a stained glass window. Was that earlier?
When,
yeah, that was earlier.
Yeah, when
it was much
Victor,
earlier.
Yeah, with Victor when he was under. Yeah.
Before he started his cult.
Yeah, before he became. Yeah.
Well, it's him taking notes.
Goon Moses, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Goon Moses. While the kind of crap people get up to when you choke them out, we use the gray to clear the streets, keep people safe. So we get a little bit.
Sorry.
I don't know. I genuinely do think there is something here to show Vi's mindset of it, because I know a lot of people are like, Vi would never use chemical weapons against Zonites, and it's like, I don't know. She was pretty chill killing a child last season. I'm pretty sure Vi is a lot more hardcore than anyone wants to admit.
Yeah.
Not to mention, like, they, again, from what has been indicated, it's not like they're just shooting her around willy-nilly. They're using it at direct combatants. Yeah, in specific areas and direct combatants related to Jinx and the Chem Barons and those loyal to Silco.
Twi, are you okay there?
Yeah.
I'm fine.
I heard a parakeet fall down, so...
Yeah, like, what the heck?
I didn't hear anything. It cut out on my end.
I put my elbow on my table and it shifted really hard, so it's me.
You good?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, all right.
Oh my god.
Still, it's gas. It can't be controlled where it goes. A hot tip: we do have gas weaponry in real life. Like, not even like the typical chemical weapons that the Germans were all angry about. No. We have like tear gas and shit, guys. We actually do use gaseous chemical weaponry in specific terms, and yeah, that shit ain't controllable. But it's not all that much different. Where are you going with that?
Okay. Well, the issue that it's going into is we can't agree on, like, we all know that the gray will have a lot of adverse side effects, but how long it takes for those adverse side effects is the ambiguity that's causing the issues, I think. Like, because on one case, you can, if they say like, oh, they've only been breathing it in for a few minutes, then they can go for the tear gas angle. The issue is that there's too much like gray area to try and get a middle ground for this.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. I know, right? But you get what I'm saying, at least, right? Like, we don't have.
Is illegal for a military to use. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, not surprising.
That's Geneva Accords, then, technically speaking.
Well,
Geneva suggestions, am I right?
Geneva suggestions.
You would be
Sion be like,
I'll be wanted in every country.
Principality is
Come, my child army.
We do see a kid in a gas mask at the end of the episode, so there is a concern about the effects of gas on the populace. Yeah, there is a lot of people that in Zon that know like how to like stay away from the gray. But again, it's that time limit of long-term exposure, short-term exposure. It's bad either. It's bad either way. But one is far more mitigated in the fact that we don't have that concrete knowledge is what's causing the like back and forth here.
Yeah, like we do need more deets on long-term versus short-term and that kind of stuff. Like, there's a lot of information that could have been given to us in a briefing that could have been very quick, efficient, and to the point. This will get to what.
Sorry, finish what you're going to say. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, yeah, no, it's like we'll probably get to it at the end of this episode. There's a lot of things that I think, like, I'm of the opinion that you could have easily stretched this entire arc into a season all its own. But that's a whole conversation for the end of this arc.
Yeah, you know what, like, honestly, like, well, I completely agree with a conversation kind of addressing this that actually would have felt very natural is Vi actually being a little bit opposed to the idea of using, the gray, and Caitlyn having to convince her. And like, these are all questions that they would understandably bring up and then would understandably address, at least in whatever small kind of way. And like, you could also have little moments showing Caitlyn, slowly inching more and more towards Psycho Caitlyn, and but because she's not quite there yet, Vi would ultimately kind of go along with it. It feels like a very natural way to deliver that kind of information, and it feels like, but yeah, it's the one we didn't get, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
I can agree to that.
But yeah, we get our showdown, and we seems to be a trigger word for Jinx, who's like, I never thought my sister would turn into a blue belly. And Vi's like, never thought mine would orphan kids. Well, also murder the orphans before they're even orphans, so...
Yeah.
Is she talking about herself?
I was gonna say, is this projection? Like, because let's face it, let's face it, Vi. You and your sister are kind of competing for war crime Olympics, if we're really being honest here.
Vi,
Well,
you
I
were
mean,
there.
like,
You were there. Like, oh man, it's a dead child. So what? Let's not talk.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing: is that like at least the main difference between that and like what has been doing is that Vi had the potential to like kill a lot more children like that. Who knows how? Like all we know is that Jinx's kill count is really fucking high in between like episodes 3 and 4 of season 1. Like in the very first fight scene that she's in episode 4, she kills like 5 people. She kills like 5 more enforcers a little bit later. There's
she bombs the bridge with all the enforcers on it.
Yep.
and not just the bridge, but also the bomb that she uses as a distraction to get the hex gem. There's so many people who she kills just within the short amount of time that passes in season 1, and who knows how many people
No, guys, that's a stun minigun that she has. Okay?
Yeah, totally.
It was a stun explosion. It dealt stun damage.
Stun damage.
But like, yeah, like who knows how many people she killed in between the events of episodes 3 and 4, and however many years passed, there. Like,
right.
Jinx is like, I feel like you could probably like you're saying, yeah, they're both competing for like war crime Olympics, but at the same time,
I'm
Jinx
making
has
a
killed
joke.
like a
There's a
shit
clear
ton of
winner.
people.
I'm making a joke. Jinx is way further in that race.
Yeah.
Let's be
Yeah.
honest.
I, mean, I was saying, is the kid that she orphaned like literally her? Like,
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. Be interesting to bring that up, but I
Well,
guess
then Jinx turns it back
you-
with like, "How? Why not? Done it to myself enough," and she's like blasé about it.
True.
Uh-huh.
But I think, is there a major concern with this dialogue back and forth between them? I think it's two sisters
Overall,
basically
not
just
really.
biting each other's heads off. at
Yeah, this
point.
is pretty
Yeah.
simple.
They're biting people's heads off. I mean, there's stuff that they could talk about, like the poisoning our air and everything else, like going crazy. Well, I mean, we see it in a second. These are two people who, at this point, they were siblings. Now they're trying to kill each other. So
Yeah, and I do
well,
like
siblings,
Yeah.
basically.
Vi just being like, "I'm tired of blaming myself for your mistakes. Like, I'm done pretending you're my sister. You're not." Like, these are some really biting words. Treating Jinx as an alternate
As opposed to
entity
kissing
Powder.
words.
Yeah, it's all, I think. I think it's all decent. I'm trying to think if there's anything in particular that sticks out as like out of character at this point. Also, I'm trying to keep track of things for like future Vi dissection as well.
Well,
I feel like there's a couple things in this conversation that will probably come up later when Jinx
There
and Vi meet again. So I don't know if there's
Yeah.
maybe like a couple pins that we can put.
Well, the
conversation, but, like-
particular pin that I already had pinned already is Vi saying like my sister's gone, Jinx is all that's left. That particular pin is going to be a topic of conversation that's going to come up in episode 4 where the two reunite.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
I,
think
I,
episode 5.
I
Episode
would
5,
also.
thank you.
I would also like to bring back. Never thought mine would orphan children, but like what you have pinned is probably serviceable.
I was going to bring that particular comment back, but there's nothing here that hasn't already been pinned is what I'm going at.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like as far like in a vacuum, as far as I can tell, the dialogue so far seems all right. In fact, I actually kind of like some of the lines, namely the never thought mine would orphan children, just kind of like reinforcing her realization. Yeah, Jinx is like Powder is gone. It's only Jinx now.
So
my big issues with the scene start about here.
okay, so Jinx appears in the mist, and it's just like this...
or what we think is a mist.
Mm-hmm.
What? Okay, because no matter what I do, I just can't.
Just can't seem. Well, at
Which-
least she recognizes her plot armor, so I appreciate
Well,
that.
it's interesting because that is kind of a running gag with her. I say gag, but it's like the running character thing is that she wants to unalive. She wants to die a lot,
Sure.
but like she
Mhm.
can't bring herself to do it to herself until much later. Yeah, so Caitlyn actually, I do appreciate that Caitlyn has to breathe. Like she has to focus herself, and it's like I'm actually.
I
doing
really like
this.
that.
It's like a nice
really
touch
like
to. She is like, despite wanting vengeance, she is still human.
That's actually
So-
an interesting point. I don't think I ever noticed that before, because like it does kind of call back to the two previous times when she had Jinx metaphorically in her line of sight.
Right.
The first time was when she was not really hallucinating, but like the one with like all the purple flower petals, and she saw Jinx laughing, and she she was just imagining that, like almost fantasizing that. And then again when she saw her briefly at the arcade, and she got so pissed off that she wasn't able to take the shot, and she took out her anger on the little dummy that was there. Well, actually, I should say like she hallucinated, like she wanted Jinx to be there. I don't think that was actually Jinx, but yeah, it's just she is very clearly in that kind of mindset, and she realizes that. I actually kind of like that. I'm glad you pointed that out, Raymond.
Yeah. Zero to Hero says, so I know what's worse, my script or this episode?
This episode.
So we get this very pretty shot of the hex bullet firing off to start the episode. It goes right behind Vi.
Episode.
Sorry, this fight. Sorry, brain's melting right now. And I love the minor the details in it. Vi hearing it, having it whisk past her head, and slowly accepting that this might be the thing that kills her sister.
Yeah.
And then blong.
And then
It was a
smoke
mirror.
and mirrors.
Twy, I want to say that you called that immediately.
Oh,
when,
I think we all did.
When she appeared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we all kind of did, but I think she verbalized it. I kind of expected that.
Yeah.
I expected it. This might just be my like knowledge of mirrors and everything, but how does this actually work?
I was
do
gonna
not
ask.
know.
I don't know how the logic of this works, because like honestly, where is she standing to do this?
Yeah.
Because we see her above on top of the like thing first, and as much as I like the visuals of like the bullet going in her head, the warping and everything else like that, this is cheating because by all rights Jinx should have a bullet in her head.
Here's the other
And
thing too.
They
Oh,
throw
sorry.
in this mirror trick to basically get her out of harm's way, and this is not insignificant in a second thing, because
Yes.
Kate firing reveals her position to Savika.
Yep, I was literally about to get to that. Yeah, because like that was literally what I was about to say. Is just I could forgive it if like this was literally all it was. If it didn't have anything else to do with the fight scene, I'd be like, yeah, that's weird, but it's fine. But like it isn't. It actually has like some pretty serious implications.
No,
because it's
actually,
does.
I'm actually more. The only thing I'm not okay with is the logistics of this, where I think they really cheated camera angles and such to make this work. Other than that, I'm actually a-okay with the concept behind this, where there is a reflection here and it gave away Kate's position because she took the shot. It's very clear that Jinx and
definitely.
Savika and I guess Isha at this point are all very much aware of who is chasing her and who they are and what they are willing to do. Like, I think Jinx was there when Kate popped a fire off on the dummy, on the
Yes.
thing.
Yeah.
Like, she actually saw that
Mhm.
happen, and she is
She was in
aware
the
who these
rafters.
people are. Like, she's actually been watching them. She made all the dummies that were very well-crafted replicas of all four members of the team. All 5 members of the team, sorry. I forget that Maddie's a thing. But yeah, so I actually think this was intentional, because I think she suspected this was kind of how it would go down. It's like, they're going to send in Vi, she's going to try and rile me up, and they're right, this is going to work.
So
But I also know
I am-
the other team is going to be somewhere else in here.
So I am actually willing to agree to that 100% if the logistics made any sense.
I was going to say, logistics is the only issue that I actually have. Is like, I don't know, is there like
Yeah,
a
I can
system
agree
of
with that.
mirrors here? Is like, because honestly, what Caitlyn should be seeing, it should be like looking at, oh my god, that's a reflection of Jinx. Wait, why is there an ass in my scope? That's man, those pants look like they belong on a fucking ripped up tent circus tent.
Yeah.
She
doesn't think that like it's actually Jinx makes the same mistake.
Yeah, no, criminal mastermind
like...
Jinx wouldn't be in front of me like that.
Actually, wait, I realized that wouldn't work because like Jinx cosplayers haven't become a thing yet.
Yeah.
Damn.
Darn, there goes my joke.
Yeah, so I imagine
how many
there's some trick to it that could work, but I don't know what it is. Like, you could probably maybe someone who knows smoke and mirrors better than I do, but it's like, okay, I guess it's a skill set that Jinx has.
No.
I don't know how that was gonna work.
By the way, Pete, quick question: from what you remember of our time in Otakon last year, now I guess, how many Jinx cosplayers did we see? I think I only counted like 5.
That's a good question. I'm not that. I don't remember. I actually didn't get like a whole lot of Arcane. I actually think I saw quite a few more at the convention that I went to just last December. So my memory is a little bit fuzzy just because it was a popular. It's kind of like how Edge Runners back in 2022 is just like they were just kind of.
We saw a shit ton of Edge Runners ones. There was a whole panel just.
Well, I was gonna say you want my hot take. I think the character models are so detailed in Arcane that it's really hard to like replicate the look well in live action, as opposed to anime where a lot of people are. Like, have you seen like they have that really. Really cheap costumes where it's like just the flat colors. I don't know how better to explain it. Like,
oh yeah, like
the
everyone who like cosplays Lucy has like the exact same outfit because they bought them all from like the
same,
or
a better example for me is like you see people cosplaying Lelouch or a character from Code Geass that wear like those school uniforms, and the gold on them is just like a yellow cloth stripe, as opposed to being any kind of like gold embroidery, because they don't actually think about how the costume would look in real life. They just think about making a costume that looks like it does in the anime, as opposed to trying to translate that. Like there's some like kind of effect to that.
Yeah.
No, for something like Arcane, if you've ever seen the people that like really go into cosplay of like the Borderlands characters, and they have to do that like specific makeup to make them like it had to be something like
lines.
That.
Yeah, they do like the cell shading. They actually like paint their bodies to look semi cell shaded.
It's also a lot harder to like cosplay a live action MCU character, for example, because they have a lot more intricacies and details to their costumes that you need to account for. Like you always I mean, you look closely at all those costumes, they always have that weird like texture on them of some sort. Anyway, I find that interesting. I remember when we were at whatchamacallit, Twy, we saw like
Anarevo?
Yeah, at Anarevo we only had like 1 or 2 Jinx cosplayers. I think it was just the one. It was a really good one. She was a really good Jinx cosplayer.
No, I think that there's at minimum at least 2 or 3 every year.
Oh, but she had like the full fish bones. It was really cool.
Yeah, she did. It was really good.
But yeah, so we learned that Savika and Isha are watching, and Savika, like I said, this also confirms I think Savika knew. I think they knew this was going to happen. So Savika's like, all right, I'm up.
Yeah,
time to go.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with the plan. It's just the logistics.
Yeah, because it's the logistics that facilitate this.
Fight scene.
Yeah, I guess she could have. I think what would have been better is if the mirror had been at an angle instead of being flat, and it would have implied that she was like off to the side in some way, shape, or form. Because like she has a moment like, here to get into position.
Yeah,
like a 45-degree angle mirror.
Yes,
like
that.
Yeah, and maybe even just kind of like show
reflecting off of each other.
Yeah, maybe even like show a little bit like from, since they were already kind of behind the mirror as it like was falling over, maybe like pan over slightly to the right and like see just like a little purple eye kind of like move away into the shadows.
Kind of like you see a pigtail like vanish behind a pillar.
Yeah, something like that.
I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that too.
But then we have
the trailer shot, or one of the trailer shots where it's
now
this
is the trailer song.
It's champion
Oh,
combat.
yeah.
Man. You gotta get to it.
Oh, and actually, like, if I'm not mistaken, the chant later is in a language that is from League of Legends.
Yes.
I believe
Oh,
so.
is
Yes,
it?
actually. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I knew it was some
That's
kind of like
actually
foreign
really
language, but it actually took me like quite a while until afterwards when I just overheard from like a post somewhere that, oh yeah, this is from like X language or whatever in the lore. I was like, oh, that's interesting.
So
They invented children for Final Fantasy VII. Zero, what the fuck are you talking about?
Wait, what?
What?
Zero's obsessed with Final Fantasy VII, and it's the greatest thing ever to him. So you must forgive him.
I mean,
didn't
I
realize that-
don't necessarily think he's wrong for like thinking that. He's all fine to believe in that stuff, but like, what do you mean they invented children for
Yeah,
Final
no, like,
Fantasy
yeah,
VII?
guys,
I want to
yeah,
elaborate
yeah.
on that.
Guys,
There
don't
were-
you children never existed until Final Fantasy VII came out. They weren't invented yet.
Dilly
Yeah,
dally,
ju-
silly
just-
dally.
Dilly dally shilly shally.
Look up through chat. I am looking up through chat. Unnecessary intricacy and detail. Worth the $2. So in your comment about the script, what am I supposed to be looking for, Zero? You got to give me points here. Like
Maybe he was responding to somebody.
Maybe, I don't know.
man.
Anyway, we get a cut to.
Oh,
Jace.
he's talking about Advent children,
Oh.
but he says invent children.
Invent children.
Invent
Oh my
children. Yes. Powerful. Invent
Okay.
children.
So
that
we get this.
kind of was in the back of my head. but
We
go
get
ahead.
this great song by Woodkid that's freaking badass called "Ashes and Blood." That I do listen
God, I
to
love
on
it.
loop sometimes.
It's a really
Like,
Same.
I remember hearing this in the trailer, one of the trailers for the show, before I stopped
Uh-huh.
watching the trailers, and I was like, "Oh my god! I hope like that's probably some licensed song or whatever, and like it's not going to be in the show. It's in the show. It's not only in the show, but it's in like one of the best fights, quote unquote. We'll probably get to that, and you guys will probably tear it to shreds. But
probably. But like, I do kind of also want to like gush over this because I never watched any of the trailers, so I had never heard the song until this fight came on.
yeah, I thought it
And,
was like generic like trailer music. I was like, it's going to be hard to find. No, it's an actual song, and it's great.
yeah.
It's fan-fucking-tastic.
I'm so glad.
So yeah, we get Jace, Echo, and Heimerdinger, and they're in the warp. We get to see what the core actually is, and it's an X core from Metroid.
Oh, dang, cool.
Yeah.
So we got an X core and a hex core.
Yes.
We won't get those confused, definitely.
We absolutely won't. Just make
Yeah.
sure you get Samus. She can
Absolutely.
eat them. It'll be fine.
Oh, sweet. Would have solved a lot of
Yeah.
issues, honestly.
Well, we'll have to go find her in another universe.
Also,
Oh, look, a thing that can take us to other universes.
Oh
When the music
yeah.
plays.
See?
Check.
You walk along the edge of danger. Okay, so you wanna take. I'm gonna be right back. You guys take. I'll be right back.
My starting
Okay.
comment is actually something that kind of does need Raymond because Caitlyn
Oh.
walks up, she gets the shot on Jinx, it's right there, and then Savika goes in front of the gun,
Yeah.
and well, she's really lucky that Caitlyn didn't like stress fire that because
Yeah.
just saying.
What if like Caitlyn like was literally just about to pull the trigger and just accidentally shot Savika?
It would have solved a lot of their problems.
Yeah, what a-
Yeah, I kind of skimmed over the fight, granted it during my rewatch because I was pretty confident that there wasn't going to be a whole lot of like similarly like logistical issues with like character placements and actions as it was compared to like the first episode. So
A lot of it was
Hmm.
mostly just like character does this thing when they really
The-
shouldn't have, and it results in a character living or getting away
So
like they really shouldn't have.
the real word for this fight, or the phrase I should say, is holy coincidence, Batman.
oh,
Let me
damn, okay.
scroll through for you. So yeah, Savika.
Yeah.
Why are you right in
Walks
front of that?
Oh,
Right in
it's her
front of
arm.
the-
It's just her. It's still a problem, mind you. But I think at the same time, it's probably not the most unwise. I don't know. Actually, I think the wisest thing would probably be just grab the barrel.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a hex bullet, so
It's
I'm
going
willing
through
to
your
bet.
arm and into your
it's
friend.
gonna do
Yeah.
some damage.
She already
even
loses
Fleshlight
her-
can fix that.
She loses her arm so many times in this series. You do not need to give the writers an excuse to
Yeah,
lose it
for
again.
real.
That's fair. That is 100%
Well,
fair.
that was them being like, okay, this time, guys, she doesn't lose the arm, and we're all like, but she should have lost the arm. What do you
she
guys
really should
want
have,
from us? It's
honestly.
like font writing.
Consistency.
Also, why is there goo on her arm?
oil.
No, because she just got back from her goon. All right, listen. You can't
Okay,
judge someone
no,
using their
I'm
goon.
sorry. It's yellow. It's yellow.
Fuck off.
If her gooning
Well,
results in
yeah,
yellow,
I thought
Listen,
it-
don't judge Undercity
That's,
dwellers. They can't make a
that-
proper goon tomb.
Okay, so
Yeah, the water's
outside of-
infected, remember?
Yeah.
Outside of that horribleness, I actually thought it was motor oil because that's the same color.
that's probably true. I would probably bet it's
Yeah.
oil, but it's just weird that it's like, why is that on the teeth? Do you want it to be slippery when you bite her?
Yes.
Oh, actually,
I
that's a cool
guess.
detail. There is like she actually uses the
Punch up
Oh,
to
the punch
reset
up.
her.
Oh, I never saw that.
That's a cool
to reset
animation touch to reset it.
Yeah, to reset
Yeah.
herself. It's cool.
You know, actually, I'm wondering because people do highlight that like the randomized element. Like, I think there is a fair argument that you wouldn't want that. Does she ever is she ever use the randomized element ever again?
I don't think
No.
so. No.
I
She
wonder
doesn't.
if she actually tweaked it herself after getting it from Jinx.
The slot machine is still shown to be there, I think, in like later episodes, but like I guess you could, beg the question of like whether or not it works. Like it is different. Like the shoulder armor is different in like after this episode. So, however much time she definitely modified it at some point, but for whatever reason, I think the slot machine is still there. Whether or not it works or does anything, I guess is just kind of up in the air since we'll never know. But
Yeah. So we get.
I mean, I was gonna
Okay.
go ahead.
No, I was going to continue.
Oh,
on.
I was gonna say that if she tweaked it herself, you'd think she would just like use the flamethrower immediately.
I don't know. There are some places you don't want to necessarily use a flamethrower. I don't know exactly what the air in this fucking place is like. For all I know, the gray is flammable. So,
True.
Ooh,
true.
that is true.
Ray is
Yeah.
warped and time is flammable.
So yeah, now we
But,
get the showdown. It's Caitlyn and Savika versus Savika and Jinx
Versus
versus
Savi-
Vi.
I was gonna say Savika and Savika.
Sorry.
Damn,
And
you shouldn't
Jinx
do that,
jumps
baby.
down. Don't.
Honey.
Why? You have a ranged weapon. Why did you
you had
do that?
you had the high ground.
Okay, so
you
something
literally had the high ground.
something that a friend pointed out to me that they thought would be really cool is that like imagine Jinx firing from the top, Vi jumping up using the Atlas gauntlets to punch down, and then like Jinx uses Shimmer to jump between the different bits like you see in anime of like but still shooting
Yeah.
the Gatling gun, so
And-
something
and
like that.
Yeah, and then like all the while, like Vi has to try to take cover from like the rapid fire while she
And the
is
rubber,
simultaneously in the rubble, and like there is just a big struggle to try to find some kind of opening to be able to, and like maybe she takes some of the rubble, tries to throw it at Jinx or something. It is just a struggle to get anywhere close to her.
Yeah.
Because
To
like
close
that,
the
that
distance.
yeah, because like that would be that's the kind of fight between a close range combatant and a long range combatant is just the
It's
long
keep
range
away.
person. It's just a game of it is a game of keep away. It is just the long range combatant using using fire to both suppress the other person's movement and to also potentially try to kill them, and then the short range combatant just trying to close the distance because the other person isn't short range, so like obviously they would fuck them up no matter what.
Yeah.
And then the next thing, Vi kicks up the plate to defend herself, which is weird to me because like Vi, clap your arms together. You have a force field.
Yeah, I was like just thinking about
That's-
she never uses that again.
That
No,
was
she
not
doesn't.
the argument I was expecting you to make. But
Well,
like
the
yeah,
other thing that I was going to say is like really lucky that shit's bulletproof, but I'm just saying.
Yeah. I can believe that it would be able to block her bullets, but not like a fucking sniper rifle. But yeah, Vi didn't know that, so there is kind of
Yeah, you'd think she would use that.
Lucky
That's
that-
the-
lucky
Well,
shot
you see,
there,
the
like-
harmonizing that happened when Caitlyn's bullet went through let her know that it couldn't withstand the Hex Tech bullet, but it could withstand light caliber
Oh.
fire. So she just inherently knew.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
And
Also,
you
holy
get the-
shit, Vi would be deaf.
Oh yeah, 100%. She's deaf.
Right.
Don't worry though. Give her 3 doctors. She'll heal from anything.
So, yeah, she throws Jinx off and then gets into the trailer shot.
I do love that trailer shot so much.
It is good.
That is such a great shot.
Fist comes down. We cut away to Kate. So she rolls over to get her rifle. Oh, no. So they're sliding. Yeah. Actually, how are you sliding that dramatically when you were just doing a run?
And then a punch.
Yeah, you did a run punch.
Yeah, a lot of things just happen
punch,
off screen during
the
this fight.
The statement that I have for Savika and Caitlyn is that by all rights, Savika should win that fight in a few seconds, considering Savika was able to go toe to toe with Vi while she had the gauntlets, and then she is shown that if not near equal to Vi in terms of physicality and fighting skill, like at least on that tier. And this is before Caitlyn gets any sort of training in that department, so.
Mm-hmm. The only time that Caitlyn has been shown to be able to do anything against Savika is when she has her rifle, she's at a distance, and when she had that high ground in that one episode when she saved Vi.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would love for Sean Foldark. I would also love for someone to actually mark down these fights on a map somewhere. I think it would be very interesting to watch.
Oh, basically, do what freaking Floof did.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's actually something that I would honestly request, because a good chunk of these fights get a bit confusing.
Dude, we're going to get to the Warwick fight with Vi, and I'm going to,
oh boy.
That's going to be a whole conversation.
Don't you mean the Warwick fight with Jinx?
No. That's actually part of the problem, isn't it? You forgot that Warwick fought Vi.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, oh, right. Yeah.
She runs over, she grabs her rifle, which, let's be frank, grab the weapon. That's what you need. But then we transition over to the swing around of trying to, hit Vi with the
minigun
edge of the.
Well, she's just trying to, bring it up to bear on Vi, but, doesn't make it in time. And Vi catches
Okay, that's fair, yeah.
Which I think that's a fair.
Right?
Yeah, and then Vi does a fucking badass, I'm gonna rip this thing in half moment. And
I do appreciate that.
There we go. That's the thumbnail for this episode.
Woo-hoo! Yeah.
And it's like,
there, folks.
I love this moment because I think it's Jinx finally coming to realize I'm not making it out of this fight.
Yeah.
I think this is the first time that Jinx acknowledges I might actually die.
Is that okay for nothing?
I think that's
and
interesting.
You cut to Jace's face where it's all like, "What have we done here?"
Yeah, my God, it's
what could have been plays in the background. Then Jace reaches up to touch the wild rune, and Coincidence City starts because he touches the rune. Hextech starts going wild, and the instant that Hextech starts going wild, oh no, Caitlyn's rifle glitches. She can't take the shot that she had on Savika. Oh no, Vi gets glitched with everything in her arms, so she can't continue with Jinx. And
Jinx.
This is Coincidence City to keep these characters alive, and the issue that I have with it, actually, because this is a particular thing that I prepared, actually, because I am someone who, when people say, oh, coincidences are bad, don't use them. No, coincidence sparingly are fine. I can't say that coincidences are bad, considering, well, my own novel, Caliburn, starts with a coincidence, quote unquote, overall. But right here, it's a coincidence that saves the characters' lives multiple times over in this particular instance. And before anything else, I have to ask, the chances of everything happening, Jace just happens to reach for everything, just happens to touch, because, if they had gone down into the hex core thingy, / failsafe a minute later than they did, Vi and Caitlyn probably would have won the fight, and Savika and Jinx would be dead.
J.K. Lily, it does affect It does affect.
It does affect Jinx's weapons, and it affects everything Hextake. To which I would actually like a second thing to ask: how's Victor doing?
That is actually a really good question.
I guess since he's like ascended Hextech, I guess that gives him a pass.
He's just off to the side like fucking Bochi the Rock.
Oh yeah, that is so freaking hilarious.
That's great. I like that. But
his followers are like, sir,
yeah,
sir,
like
you okay?
As Rival said, relying on coincidence is bad. Using coincidence minimal to start the story or like sparingly is usually a non-issue. That's correct, and I agree with that here.
You're having to spar with the store.
I am dyslexic.
To be fair,
anyway.
he is fighting with the story right now.
Yeah, but
I don't know how I feel about this in terms of, because I acknowledge that, but at the same time, it's not like a bird flying out of like the window and like hitting someone in the head and preventing them from killing someone.
Correct. It's worse.
How?
Like, well, you have to understand, this entire situation, for all the coincidences with the glitches, the Hextech, to basically save the characters, let's be 100% honest, like, again, Jace, Echo, and Heimerdinger just happened to be in the core at this particular time. They just happened to find to go to that particular place at the time. They just happened to get everything at the exact moment that all this is happening with like the fight happening in the Undercity. There's no connection between Jace and Co like touching the Wild Rune and making connections there, and Cat and Vi's / the Enforcer's mission. This is raw coincidence and chance that like all this stuff is glitching and happening, and it is like it multiple times over. It saves the lives of Savika, Jinx.
Let's go through it. Actually, this first instance where Caitlyn's gun malfunctions.
Yep,
I disagree. It's coincidence. Okay, so it does malfunction. However,
you disagree that it's coincidence.
However, Savika is actually advancing and is perfectly visually acknowledging of where Caitlyn is aiming. I think it is perfectly reasonable that she would be able to actually avoid being shot in this circumstance from what we know.
You think she's a bullet timer?
I think we've seen enough of characters in the show to know that they can be.
Characters who are hyped up on Shimmer and Super Saiyan, yes.
Do we know that she's not?
Yeah.
She isn't. We've been over this.
I don't remember you guys mentioning that.
Okay.
Her new arm doesn't act like visually give that information, but like
in season 1, there was in the first fight between her and Vi, there was a little injector with Shimmer. There's a question of like whether or not that would like affect whether or not that affects her the same way that like Shimmer affect Jinx, but I mean there's an argument to be made like either way that like it's possible that her
my thing is, why would she be advancing if she did not think that she could avoid being shot?
I don't know why she put her arm in the way of the like rifle in the first place. Like, this is just weird choices from Savika. Personally,
I feel like she would have had something else that she would have had up her sleeve. She would have done something.
I think that you're not giving Savika enough credit.
Yeah. I think in this circumstance, you're not giving Savika enough credit.
Fair enough.
Now, here, I think there's probably more fairness. I can't say definitively that Jinx would have been able to avoid being hit by a gauntlet being slung down at her. I think it's within the realm of possibility, but this one's a much more 50-50 gamble as opposed to Savika, who I think was in full, like, at least in somewhat control of the situation at that instance. This one is a lot more 50-50, where I'm willing to say, yeah, coincidence versus, I think the fight wouldn't have been over quite yet.
Fair enough.
And then it leaves her vulnerable, which then also puts them both on the defensive against their respective opponents. This I find really interesting. Jinx uses this free time to go get fish bones. Where did you just have that stored away behind a pillar somewhere? Why?
I guess
so.
Also, why are you getting
stashes all over the city?
I
Why
guess.
are you getting a rocket launcher? Why? It's one person.
Instead of just like shooting her with a pistol.
Yeah, like I guess you wanted to be thematic about it.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it is interesting that Fishbones isn't. I guess maybe because the hex core isn't active yet in it.
My guess is. That
Oh
it's
no!
inactive.
Oh, it's because she
It
doesn't.
does blow up later.
Fishbones is the like full like frontal rocket. This is just a normal rocket launcher overall. Because like you see the blue in the like rocket launcher's eye.
Yeah.
That's like the like actual like fishbone rocket, but that hasn't been primed yet. Just a rocket inside the rocket launcher or something. It's
Okay.
weird.
All right.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. My thing with this is that so question, Jinx, where are you firing? Why are you not firing right in front of Vi? And second, wow, good for you to fire that rocket so that it flies past you and happens to impact the wall.
I'm right there with you. This is a weird choice for things. Like, honestly, my fix for this, Vi activates the bubble shield and it just knocks the rocket off course because it's like traveling like to the side of her.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the glitch. It's a bit of a coincidence. Oh, the glitch stopped just in the nick of time. But like activating the bubble shield probably stops it from. I would agree that would be better than just, hey Jinx, practice your aim, girl.
Yeah.
And then it knocks Savika and Caitlyn aside, and we can always talk about in action films the nature of explosions and how. If you're being thrown by an explosion, you're fucking dead. There's no surviving it. This is just anime / action movie logic, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll save that. We'll wave that aside as genre convention.
Let it slide. It's fine.
Yeah, this is one of those let it slide genre convention type deals.
Sure.
Also, we got Vi, activate the bubble shield. I keep getting frustrated and she gets flung away.
Oh right,
she gets flung away.
I always find that headcanon that's what she did, and the impact still threw her off. But like, why didn't you do that?
I mean, she could have, but like, it's weird. It's just like I don't know. Did they forget?
Well, the issue with it is that like that bubble shield is made to stop like havens from like crushing the person. So you'd have to argue that the force of those like grenades is more than what Jace assumed that would be the kinetic energy of a cave-in.
I suppose. Yeah.
Which
I mean, if it's malfunctioning, then yeah. Like the idea is it eats most of the force, and then like it just cuts out, and it would be, I think, actually a better if they just incorporated the bubble shield. I think it actually solves a lot more problems in this fight.
Oh yeah, it does.
And then we have Jinx, who decides to be even more dramatic by hopping up on the altar and then jumping up in the air to do this attack, which does this really neat spin camera thing.
It's her ultimate, okay?
Yeah. Which is the actual hex core rocket.
Yeah. And that causes glitchiness because people are looking in because Jason Company are looking into the goddamn Matrix.
Darmation with CLP 5000. What is CLP? Just checking to thank you all for Jello's stream. I hate that Jelly MF.
Motherfucker.
Also, really serious question. Why is the book giving the chemical element the fac eyes? Can book an element fuck in real life?
Yeah, because I'm staring directly into Pete's eyes.
Does
Christian Link? She forgot about her action.
A good question for another stream.
Pretty much.
So as she's priming up her ult and hanging, presumably hanging airtime right now, Jace enters The Last Jedi. And reflection.
I was about to say Jace is making a JoJo reference.
I was gonna say JoJo reference too, but I had the Matrix one first.
But yeah, that was I thought a really nice visual, really cool, and kind of interesting considering what we now know about the hex core. It's Chilean peso. Interesting. And we now see even more fractaling going on. We're actually like left in the dark as to what the fuck's going on here. But we see Heimerdinger explode, and then Echo.
The first of many times.
Yeah, the first of many times.
over so many times. Yeah.
And then Jace explode, and then this results in Fishbones fucking the fuck up and
So
kabooming right on Jinx and flinging her away. Now, what?
I was going to say, can we all like the coincidence thing here and there? Can we all agree that the like hex malfunctioning is probably not the best thing for this fight, considering what it causes? And I mean that writing wise of just like it just happened. Like again, the group
like as far as like both
happen.
events like coinciding.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because as we all know, two things cannot simultaneously happen in the same city at the same time.
No, but it would be extremely convenient. If it was incredibly unlikely that it just happened to coincide with.
Okay, here's an interesting question. Here's an interesting question. Would it not then also be convenient that after say the fight happens, Kate and Vi beat the shit out of Savika and Jinx. They win full-handedly, and at the very end, we then cut to Jason, Echo, and Heimerdinger. They do all their shit, and all the hex tech that Kate and Vi have starts freaking the fuck out, and they're standing there and like, wow, that's a good thing. That didn't happen while we were fighting. Would that not also in itself be a coincidence?
Probably. I think it's just a question of like whether like it's a question of like how big the coincidence affects the fight. I think that's kind of like what we're trying to figure out is that the convenientness of these two events coinciding with one another and the effects that it has on the fight, and how big of an effect that actually has.
I think
because like
it only has one instance of logistical relevance, which is when Vi's malfunction, and then is squandered by. Honestly, the more so, it's that rocket shot that completely misses Vi that I think is the more coincidental or even problematic on a character level type moment.
Okay. So, but this happening, you don't see it as like a bit of plot armor from like all sides of just like, wow, this is lucky that this happened.
I think I mean, it is kind of like very convenient that this did happen in the first place, but given how it gives plot armor to both parties in this situation, I feel less inclined to view it as a complete problem.
I say the more I look at it,
each individual instance of it happening.
I would be interested to know just how the fight would have played out without it, because I don't know on it. Both sides, I think, are actually pretty even-handed to some extent. I think they both have some wacky shit going on. I honestly don't think it's. I'm trying to say this. I think more so it prolongs the fight than it does anything else. I don't know if the result would have changed.
Yeah, because the fight ends up with them winning anyways, regardless.
Yeah.
Well,
and
depends on on like how you define like they won, but Jinx still gets away. So does Savika.
Well, that's a different like.
Yeah,
level.
but
that's a completely different thing.
Yeah,
that was not in relation to
that wasn't in relation to the combat. Anyway. That was in relation to character.
Yeah.
Which you can argue, you argue that combat is an expression of the character, but it's very clear at this point they are all out to kill each other, and the only way that changes is through a character beat, which is a different circumstance than anything the hex tech affects.
I'll fully admit I'm a bit confused because I guess the thing where I'm going with is Twi, like, oh, it's just fiction. Like well, here's my opinion of it. Just saying that it's fiction doesn't seem like a good defense to me.
I think that trying to be completely logical in every single instance and trying to break things down to the anatomical level is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, you kind of are. Because you're trying to say like, oh, things that happen for entertainment purposes are completely illogical and stuff like that. And it's like, it's fiction. It is meant to be entertaining. Yes, these coincidences happen more often in fiction than in real life, but that is the product of it being entertainment.
Is there a question of like whether or not the convenience of, and like not using like this specifically as an example, but like the overusage of convenient events moving the plot in a specific direction, possibly making things less satisfying and less entertaining.
Has it been in this show?
Well, I'm not
a
talking
level
about like
of
in this.
coincidence
I'm not
to
talking
the
about like in
point
this show.
where
I'm
it's no
just
longer
asking in general.
entertaining.
Okay,
I'm just asking in general.
I'm asking more so in this fight. Is there a guaranteed instance where someone would have died were it not for the hex tech malfunctioning?
We already talked about the
Savika, which I
Savika
argue
thing.
Savika, I had control of the situation.
Well, then we'll eventually get to a point where Savika has like Caitlyn corner, and the like hex tech like glitchiness will affect like Savika's arm, which gives Kate the chance to go free, and then eventually shoot off Jinx's finger.
But is that also not seen as characters reacting to environmental stimuli and taking advantage of it?
Yeah. What would have happened if something like a stalagmite or whatever had fallen in that moment? Or if someone had moved one of their weapons in a way to affect something else, and then that was the thing that caused that to happen?
I will make it clear. I don't disagree that this could have been handled better. I think there are ways that they could have mitigated some of the problems that our people are highlighting about this. I don't think it was done the worst, is more so my point. I think it's serviceable, if not a little clunky in places, which is a lot of what I think a lot about season 2, if I'm being honest. Also, Izanagi says, hello, interesting fight analysis. I do think the timing of events is too convenient, but I find the actual animation and combat to be well done. I don't think there's any, the animation, I don't think there's any argument on that. I think the actual combat itself,
absolutely not.
Like that's what we're arguing about right now is the combat itself.
I think going back to the convenience points, because this kind of reminds me of, I think one of your videos, Pete. I forget which one exactly you point this out. It might have been one of the Fate videos. Who knows? You made a lot of stuff.
You might be thinking of was that the World Trigger collab that we did?
It might have. There was this line that you said where you said that, is it, I think you used Spider-Man as an example. You said, all right, is it somewhat of a coincidence that Peter Parker ran into the radioactive spider that gave him his powers? And you're like, sure, but it had to happen. It is likely to happen to somebody at some point.
I don't like using it because inciting incidents get a lot of leeway when it comes down to coincidence. Because typically speaking,
they do.
Yeah.
The inciting incident is the premise that kicks things off. Like, is it coincidence that Vi and Powder and Milo and Clagger entered Jace's apartment through? Honestly, we didn't even need the explanation from Little Man. It could just then breaking into a random apartment, and it could have led to that kickstart of events. Like,
no, I understand that. I'm just saying that, like, is it possible for like a lesser extent? Maybe not to the same extent as inciting instances, because they have that sort of greater leeway for a reason, because that's how a story gets started. But is there also some level of like a similar type of leeway, maybe not to the same degree, when it comes to, say, like later points in the story, like you would say a little bit here?
I would say yes, as long as they aren't used too frequently, because it's only the frequency of the coincidence when it becomes a problem.
Right, and that's the thing that's sort of that we're going back and forth here. You don't.
It's a case of I see it as a bit too much coincidence. Twi doesn't. And
it's your mileage may vary, really.
Yeah, it's and like at the end of the day, oh no, I'm being attacked because I'm breaking down every minute detail. No, okay, first off, Twilight, how dare you stab at the center of my spine? And how dare you do this? No.
I folded you like a book in the wrong direction a bit too hard.
It's a mileage may vary. Again, devil's advocate. I saw something Rivals, like what defines as entertaining is subjective, and like I can't just talk about the objective quality of the writing.
Writing is also subjective to a certain extent as well. So like everything in this has a level of subjectivity.
The
Right,
thing that
we're
I was
just-
pointing out to was this entire scene comes down to mileage may vary. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Izanagi
But
says,
especially once we get into like each individual instance of this kind of stuff.
yeah, Izanagi says, I think coincidence and how much we accept it depends on how severe the chain of events afterwards and frequency. But yeah, it also seems the mileage may vary. Yeah, that's kind of what we're getting at, and it's one of those really difficult things to gauge because I think, again, it could have been done better. I don't think it was done awfully, but it is obviously there are people I know that have issue with this moment as a result of these things, and
there are people that I have met who don't like coincidence in their writing whatsoever at all. If they sniff coincidence at all in any kind of writing at any moment in time, bad writing, garbage, throw it in the trash.
Even I will say ew.
Okay.
Ew.
Yeah.
Even I will say ew to that.
I actually one of my favorite things to see is when something just completely random and inexplicable happens, and every character's like, "What the fuck? Just what?" like the early example of like the people are having this intense conversation, and a bird flies through the window and hits someone in the head. Like it's like, what? Why was the window open? I just wanted some air. It's like, why did the bird fly through? I don't know.
What in the pancake fuck?
Also, so some details here. When Jinx gets flung away, she bounces off a pillar, and Vi is ready for her. We see this hex gem bouncing away, which I presume is the one that Jinx had, and we see it like fractalizing into like multiple different versions of itself, and eventually even splitting apart in a couple of frames into like cracked, broken shards of itself. I think that's just fascinating that there's like just so much about the properties of hex gems that we're just not privy to.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch.
It just sort of like feeds into this eldritch, beyond our understanding kind of theme that they're running with, just not just the hex tech, but also just magic in general.
Also, I just realized another big complaint that you could have probably leveled against Savika. Why didn't she just shoot Kate?
Yeah, well, that actually comes later
Does she still have a
in that
gun?
particular bit.
She should, if she doesn't have a gun, she should have gotten one.
Yeah.
Or like a knife or something.
Or the little shurikens on her
This
arm.
is something actually that this particular frame right now is gets brought up to me a lot, mostly from my roommate of just like he looked at me dead in the eye and said he was like, "Hey Vi," and then he just mimicked closing his fist.
Is that the kind of grip that she has? Oh yeah, no, she does.
Yes,
that is a pretty good grip. Why doesn't she?
That is the Atlas gauntlets, and as we see in season 1, the grip strength alone is enough to like shatter the like steel of everything.
It was more. I was wondering like the angle of it is like how good of a grip. Yeah, no, I could absolutely see that could be a crush. Maybe things, but this is happening in slow motion, so we don't know what speed things are going at right now. Because we got then Caitlyn picks up a weapon. Savika somehow gets behind her. I got nothing. I don't know how that happened.
As for like, Savika, why are you choking her out? Just brain her with your arm.
Yeah, big
Yeah,
arm.
I was about to say, just chomp her head off like you did the other guy.
I mean, like even right here, chomp her leg. Just fucking take a leg off.
Free shot.
Rip it off.
Literally
femoral
free eats
artery.
for
She's
your
dead.
arm.
So yeah, it's like this is where like I get to the I don't think they needed coincidence to give people plot armor. Is where like that's where my because like there are instances here where it's like they just didn't kill each other and it's like why
like okay right there.
Yeah, although then she activates like yeah.
So the example that I was gonna use was the reason why I didn't say this earlier is because I just wanted to pull up the scene to be sure. But like in the very first scene where we see Jace using the Atlas gauntlets and showing them off the Heimerdinger, he literally crushes a boulder, gigantic boulder in his hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if like there's an angle element to it though. Like you have to have it in a position, like a straight line position to actually close. I don't know. But then Jinx activates her shimmer and starts to put the pressure on more.
The shimmer gone.
And then Vi does the I'm going to yell at you and shove you off. And just barely miss. So for the record, Vi is deaf again. That bullet went off right next to her ear. She's at least deaf
There
in
are
one
multiple levels of deaf.
It's just like Song Wukong's immortality.
ear now. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry,
How many layers of deafness?
Sorry, I just I only say this because I have Pirates of the Caribbean on the mind because I watched that movie recently in preparation for my Kingdom Hearts 2 playthrough. So I have the line, you're supposed to be deaf, and then Vi's like, am I not?
So Isha sees that
Okay, I
things
really like
are
that.
going wrong for Jinx, and they square up, and Jinx, I think, I'm pretty sure this is where Jinx finally loses.
Also, something for Eric that he points out: girls' night, domestic violence, boys' night, Lovecraft cosmic horror multiverse.
Just existential horror.
Yeah, honestly, I'm down for boys' night. Let's go for that, guys. Boys' night, boys stream.
Boys night, let's go.
Okay, guys, next stream, let's go into the multiverse.
Okay, I won't appear next week. Fine.
Yeah, listen, you can get on Critter streams.
Yeah, I could ask her to go on.
But no,
her
then
next
you'll have to have
stream instead of
domestic
Jack.
violence.
Oh no! Oh my god!
We don't want that.
Oh my god!
But yeah, so then we get to Jason. He's like, "My God, what have we done?"
Right.
And
we have gooned too close to the sun.
yeah, he
have
goons
gooned
too close to the sun and evaporates, and we see him flashing back to his childhood, seeing what's totally Rise.
Oh yeah,
Totally.
totally right. Yeah.
And he tries to hammer time,
Hit it.
Oh yeah.
and then he
butterfly
And Hammer.
he becomes the butterfly, and he
And then
vanishes.
He disappear. And then
And-
like a little bit of the glitches, and then
Yep.
Yeah, then we get more Spider-Verse.
yeah. And I was gonna say this is what I was talking about. Like the glitchness goes in. It's a bit much personally, but we've already been over this. Mileage may vary.
Yeah.
I don't know if it. Oh, it does go in. I think it's more like an electrical discharge near a mechanical device.
Actually, so we're talking about the fact that like it's affecting Savika's arm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, this took me a little while to get it too because I've heard kind of complain about it as well. I think it's supposed to be reacting to Savika's scar that she got from the Hex Gem explosion back in episode.
Oh
3.
shit!
That would actually be pretty cool. That'd
Yeah.
be pretty cool.
Yeah!
Here's the thing. I remembered thinking that when I was trying to figure out like what criticizing, trying to find an explanation. At first I thought, you know what, that's right, this doesn't make any sense until I saw it reacting to the blue scar, and I remember thinking to myself, hang on, has that scar always been blue? And I remembered going through like as many episodes, as many scenes as she was in season 1, going back, and I remember thinking, oh, we like the very first time that we ever see her with that scar is in the opening of episode 4.
Dog,
Okay.
that is a sweet catch.
I
did
like
not
that actually.
figure
Really,
that.
that's actually really cool.
Yeah,
I
I
like that a lot.
way
I
more
do too.
sense. That makes way more sense because I was about to say it's kind of weird that like the Fritz and everything is happening with fucking Caitlyn's gun, and yet she's holding it and Caitlyn's kind of sore fine, but it's affecting Savika to this extent.
Mhm.
But with this makes way more sense.
Yeah, this is actually
I
a
like
really
that.
cool
Oh,
touch.
yeah.
This
Yeah,
fixes that
actually-
entire
yeah,
moment.
okay.
actually
Mike.
fixes a criticism that I would
Well,
have
okay,
had
it
with
doesn't
this.
it doesn't fix that Savika was trying to hold her with one arm. That
But
should have
It
been.
doesn't fix that part. Nah.
I was gonna say, and then we get a Street Fighter kick, I think.
Yeah, and a knee to the face.
Yeah.
And,
And then followed by Mortal Kombat X-Ray.
yeah, like freaking Shimmer is the only thing keeping Jinx alive at this point because Jesus,
Yeah.
she got punched through a pillar. That is not a small amount of force, and she's already been exploded once in this fight. But then somehow, I don't know if she's like, I presume this is a cut forward in the fight because like I don't know how you would
that's
angle
what
that
I'm
from
assuming.
falling, but like, are there more pillars exploding? I'm not
My
entirely
guess
sure
is
the
that it's cut
logistics of
forward.
this.
I just want to say, like, Jinx, what were you going to do with your fingernails? Like, You have
know.
you have your
Yeah, that is fair. Yeah,
I want to give you
Like, no way.
scritches.
Well, you have to understand, like, Vi is right here about to give her the knuckle sandwich of the century, and Jinx is just like, my Manny Petty can take you on,
No,
bitch.
no, guys,
I don't know.
guys,
Yeah.
listen.
I don't know if anyone has seen that animation of like a Tau Space Marine from
oh,
Warhammer.
yes.
I just imagine
God.
it's just like Jinx runs up to Vi. Vi is just standing there stoically. She just scratches her up a bit, like, you know, gives her maybe like a couple of scars, and then like Vi just punches her through a wall.
No, guys. Jinx is trying to reach for fucking Vi's earring so she can just yoink her out.
Well, I mean, if I'm being very like giving credence to the scene, I think she's going for Vi's eyes, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's trying to do the 5-point palm exploding heart technique.
So, and then we see right here, Caitlyn tries to get back in the fight. Double tap, Kate.
I have a defense for this. It's not the best defense, but her weapon is malfunctioning. Their weapons are malfunctioning very much, and she doesn't know when it's going to be functional. I think she's more
So she may
focused
as well
on
take out the biggest player, right?
well, I'm going to try and support my partner right now and also take out the big player while I have the chance and have the shot, because I don't know when things are going to malfunction again. I don't think that's the wrong move, but I also do kind of see the people's point of you probably should have killed Savika here.
Doesn't she have like a sidearm?
I
don't know, actually. I don't think she does.
Honestly, I mean,
I feel like she should.
but-
Well,
That's where I'm at.
I feel like, why are none of you carrying guns? Why is it just the sniper that like, okay, fucking Fishman had Hextech powered Tonfas.
No, listen, it has to be even. You have to have one DPS who's long and a tank who's only. That's how this works.
Actually, do you think that was the reference they were going for?
I
Was
don't
that like
know.
was like the character composition was like you had
I was fucking joking.
anyway, yeah, they're basically at their wits' ends with fighting, and obviously Jinx is faster, but Vi is more powerful, so it's really just, you know, more hits, more hits for Jinx, but you know, more powerful hits for Vi. Kate gets the shot, fires, and takes off Jinx's middle finger.
Yep. And this is a question that actually I should ask. Could she have just taken the shot to like take Jinx's head off?
As much as we give her credence for being a sharpshooter, I would presume she actually was. I think this is the moment of Jane from from Firefly. I was aiming for his head. There's also, actually, if you look at the shot, I think it was. It was kind of going a little.
She
high
looks
on
like
the
she's
head.
aiming for her hand. Is what it looks like.
No,
And-
because
Well,
like it does look like she was aiming for where she thought her head was going to be. It's just that she happened to miss.
Yeah.
Well, the thing that I'm going after is that as we see in like episode 1 of this season, Kate is able to aim fire and deflect the blade of a like shimmer soldier that was about to impale Vi in the head.
But hitting a blade in a way that it actually moves it out of the way, as opposed to trying to precisely shoot someone's brain out, a little bit different surface area and a little bit different movement.
Yeah, the blade was smaller.
Was it?
It wasn't a big blade.
I honestly don't
I'd have to-
remember. Those are big daddies.
There's also considerations
fair.
for the different type of firearm, because she had multiple shots versus one singular shot before a cooldown, presumably, because we haven't seen this thing doesn't fire very rapidly. She can't make up for angle. There's also the
Possibly.
consideration,
and
of
she's also kind of reeling from the electric shock.
yeah. So there's a number of she's reeling from her own injuries and electric shock. She's probably trying not to hit Vi, who is in the line of fire. We all know the rule from Pathfinder where you take a -4 on shooting on enemies in melee combat.
To quote Blastmeister, remember in season 1 where she was sharpshooting Savika in the arm and vials?
Yes. Again, though, that was also with a different type of rifle. I don't know what like accuracy she has in the snapshot with this. Even though we did see in the previous episode her ability to shoot that mannequin, it was a standing still mannequin.
And she presumably had way more prep time for that particular shot in season 1 compared to this, especially with her not reeling from injuries. Well, not injuries, but
there's also the fact that Vi
Vi
wasn't anywhere in the actual like shot of the way she was aiming, as opposed if we're going to give the equivalent, Vi would be under Jinx in this circumstance. I get where you're coming from. I don't find a big issue with it because I don't think she was aiming for the thing. I don't think she was aiming for the hand. I think she was aiming for elsewhere on Jinx's body, and Jinx just moved into the way she did by accident.
Yeah, I think that's my position. I feel like there's an argument that could be made either way, but like I feel like I'm defaulting to I don't really have a problem with it. I think there's other things that maybe.
I mean,
so is Vi a sub? No, she's a dub.
Oh jeez. Snipers tend to aim for the chest to increase the chance of hitting than the head. Yeah, but it's a case of like how much credit do you want to give Kate in this one particular instance? I personally, I could go either way. But it's not really too much of an issue overall.
But yeah, you highlighted it as a potential problem, and I think it's fair. So now she just stands here being like, "My God, you took off my middle finger," and then Vi tackles her, and it's just like, "Hey,
yeah, I can't even flip you off with this."
Damn that! Now that's gonna react the next time the hex the core thing overloads or some shit.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh yeah.
The finger glitch.
Yeah, the finger glitch.
Finger glitch.
I call it the finger bang. Psst, ow.
Yeah.
But yeah, then Vi manages to pin Jinx, and Jinx says, "Go on, I'm ready. I'm glad it was you." And it's like that gets Vi to pause because her resolve crumbles. This is, I don't think at any point Vi was ready to kill Jinx. I don't think she ever the death of Powder. I don't know if she ever accepted, or I think she accepted Powder's death, but I think this is the first instance that she really sees that Jinx is her sister in some way, shape, or form. Like there is Powder inside Jinx or something like that. There's a lot going on here. I think character-wise, that gets her to hesitate.
I think even more than that, the fact that Jinx is so defeated right here also kind of flies in the face of Vi's own sort of cope in regards to the situation where it's all like, okay, Jinx is this monster, I gotta put her down. It's gonna be hell to deal with, but I can deal with it because she's so horrible. And then she gets to that moment and Jinx is like, you know what? Fuck it, do it.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the final moments of the Jinx v Echo fight in season 1. Where and he actually accepted that, back then he actually accepted that she was a complete monster and thought that she was gone. And even then, when he was just seconds away from beating the shit out of her, he still paused, under that realization of oh, I'm about to beat my childhood best friend to death.
Yeah.
Which I think is fair. I think that's, for anyone, that's a very logical reaction to have. It's when you're actually there at the moment, it's oh, fuck, it's real.
It's also not as impersonal as shooting a gun, the point and click adventure. This is blood on your hands, visceral. I'm beating the fuck out of someone.
Yeah, I am about to turn.
You're going
your skull into jelly.
I'm literally about to turn
You're gonna pull a freaking Omni-Man on this chick.
I'm about to turn your head into paste. I don't know how to feel about this.
So but
you guys are all trying to make witty quips at the exact same time.
Yep.
Jesus.
But we do see that Vi reaffirms her resolve, though it seems to be ruefully. She doesn't seem to be very happy about it. And this is where Isha scrambles into position. Admittedly, they cheat a little bit of the timing, but I get it. And she just immediately aims at Vi. And fucking Caitlyn immediately, oh, I have to shoot a child now. Which puts them all in a standoff because, of course, Vi being aimed at. Vi doesn't know how to take it. And yeah, it's a really tense scene. Any issues here? Anyone, any complaints, any problems right now, currently?
Hey, Kate, you could shoot Jinx, I guess, but...
Yeah,
mean,
that is an interesting question. She could.
Well, this is the thing that, like, I've had discussions with. I'm not that good of a shot. I mean this 100% sincerely. I could make that shot. If just to take out, like, Jinx's head.
I
But I
no,
can
you can't.
understand why.
Look at where Isha's arm is.
Oh.
What do you mean?
If you fired that shot at Jinx's head, you're taking Isha's arm off.
Did he stutter?
And I mean, this is Kate, who is willing to shoot through the kid moments later.
No, she's not. We'll get to that entire argument, but she said that she wouldn't hit the kid, which it's more. We'll get to that. This is a whole conversation.
It's a
in
whole
regards
conversation.
to this particular thing.
Yeah, in
I
this
think it's just
circumstance,
I think it's just-
shooting Jinx
yeah.
would hit Isha for sure. We'll get to the other one.
Even
and we'll
if
see.
that wasn't the case, I can understand that Caitlyn is probably just prioritizing. Okay, let me just make sure that Vi doesn't potentially get hurt, because even if she hits Jinx right here, and everything's over there, what's gonna stop Isha from just point blank shooting at Vi?
Josh, do you not know what happens? I mean, Caitlyn could have shot the pistol out of the hand, Vi grasps the kid out of the way, and Caitlyn fires again, job done. Well, I mean, part of that happens because she shoots the pistol out of the kid's hand, and you know what happens? It still goes off, and it scars, it actually cuts Vi across the cheek. I don't know if you know this, but shooting a gun out of someone's hand without it going off is actually incredibly difficult to do. It's something that happens in fantasy all the time, but in reality, it's one of the most incredibly dangerous things you could ever attempt. It's not only a small target, but it's a small target that can do a lot of damage. But immediately after it gets shot out of a hand, Isha turns around and just hugs down on Jinx. And the reason why I think Caitlyn could have made the shot is because Jinx is constantly trying to push Isha off, and right there you can see her head has nothing behind it.
Yep.
And that is where potentially Caitlyn could have taken the shot, if not for Vi stepping in the way because she's fearful that Caitlyn will miss. And this leads to a disagreement where, yeah, Kate actually tries to take the shot, and we don't know if it'll ever hit because Vi blocks it with the gauntlet.
Do we want to talk a little bit more about why Vi didn't get the kid off the? I forget if we actually addressed that, or if we moved on a little bit too fast and I didn't hear it.
Well, it was really fast, the turnaround when and I'll just scroll back like this. So Isha immediately reacts without any time for anyone else to, just flips around and starts hugging Jinx.
Mm.
So do you want to talk? Do you have something to bring up here?
If she was on full, we should get the kid out of the way, she could use the Atlas gauntlets, just grab the kid by the back and just pull her off Jinx, considering Jinx is also trying to push her off, sort of thing. That's a potential thing, but she instead chooses the way that effectively guarantees Jinx's survival at this point, which I'm very 50-50 on.
Same. I'm actually right there. I kind of feel like that moment of hesitation came back full force once Isha got involved, and she actually saw Jinx, or she saw powder in Isha. I think that's not an unfair equivalent to make, and I think it actually just kind of shifted something for her.
Well, here's actually the thing that would help it out a lot. You say that we don't get to see if the shot would have landed. To really give the later argument with Cat and Vi a lot more weight, If Vi instantly, as soon as it goes off, makes the bubble shield, and that guarantees there's no shot that's getting to Jinx, that would probably make the next argument a lot better in my eyes, personally. Like, because, like, right here, you can see that Vi is basically just holding up her hands. It was like, okay, take it easy, sort of thing. She's not directly, like, stopping things right now.
Does
She's
she
like,
have
okay,
the
let's
bubble
chill.
shell? Like these are new gauntlets, right? These are modified from the originals. Is it possible they got rid of
it's
that
not,
feature?
but I believe it's only one of them that's actually fixed, because it's just repairing the damage that it was just repairing the damage that Savika did on the, I think it was
On
the
one of them,
left
yeah.
gauntlet. Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, it's the same one where you see her insert the gem right before you get to the "this is what you asked for, heavy is the crown," yada yada yada. From episode 1. So I believe only one of them is actually "quote unquote" modified, if modified at all.
Well, no, because they got an aesthetic retrofit.
Mm-hmm.
Did they?
I'm pretty sure
Aesthetic,
these
a
are.
little bit of one, but at the same time, why would you remove a defensive option? I guess why would you upgrade and just take away something that's like legitimately super
Maybe
useful?
to like make it more powerful in other ways. I don't know. The fact that she's not using it is making me wonder, why haven't you? And like only assumption is she doesn't have it anymore, or maybe it got like potentially it got fried out on its first use. I don't know. I don't know. That's one of those things that, like, honestly should have been answered to us. It's a very useful piece of technology.
Sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, and yeah, she tanks the hit. I don't think she was expecting Cake to fire. I think she was expecting Cake to like stand down. So blocking the hit was not. That was just something that Caitlyn did, because Caitlyn kind of just
she's
pulled the
on
trigger.
she's on revenge mode.
Yeah, she's on revenge mode. She's gone full Terminator. And she needed to. What did she need to do there? Wait. Why was the gun down?
I don't know, actually.
Like
really?
it's up here. She fires, and then she drops to low ready. Why?
Reload, I guess.
I guess. Is it single shot? I thought I had a magazine.
Well, I thought it was pump action.
Yeah, I guess it just confuses the fuck out of me that this like hex tech gun is functionally worse than the repeater rifle that she was using beforehand.
It's more powerful, but it's a different, like, I could easily see it being a different weight and feel. Like, I don't think it's a worse gun. I think it's just a much different type of thing to handle. It's like the difference between handling a 50 caliber rifle versus handling a carbine or an M14. I think it's probably the best equivalent. Is a 50 cal versus an M14. They're completely different weapons. Sorry, Vi, that's a $10 repair bill, and I only have 5. Jace. And we get this dramatic thing as though Caitlyn's going to actually end up shooting anyone, but no. Vi steps forward and grabs the barrel smartly, unlike Savika, and just directs it downward.
This is how you do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Although at that angle, I suspect that Vi has just lost a toe.
Well,
which we would know if she had, if she were a Rubiosi.
Well, now they're even, because Vi dropped her gauntlets on Kate's foot, and now Kate shot a bullet in Vi's foot, so they're even.
Ah, true. It's true.
So, and then we also get the moment of Jinx looking over at Vi and seeing that this happened. And this, I think, is the moment where you start to see reconciliation between the sisters, though it's early on in that, which we'll imagine we'll touch on a lot in episode 5. But there's also like horror in Vi's eyes, anger in Caitlyn's eyes. I think also a little realization in Caitlyn's eyes, but I'm not entirely sure. And Savika's like, fuck it, emergency stop button. And Jinx is like, no, that's not how it's supposed to go. And they blow open this massive, beautiful mural that was apparently holding back a huge amount of gray. Or I guess just wind.
Air.
Yeah, it's just
wind. It's just wind.
Yeah, I don't get it.
How that works? Magic, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, now it's like kicking stuff up like the Grey.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, I assume.
Well, yeah, that was the gray that you pointed out earlier. That was like
Right.
going downward from where they came in from, and then the container on top of that with all the ink or whatever, like gaseous colors.
So then,
town blue.
basically, Savika uses her body to shield Isha and Jinx using her mechanical arm, and Vi and Caitlyn get flung out, and Vi just very, very luckily manages to catch both of them, herself and Caitlyn, to save them from being crushed or like flung into a wall. Then we just get what is possibly one of the more confusing elements of all of season 2, because like this entire plan seems to be predicated on opening vents all around Piltover and having huge amounts of gray explode outward from them. Which raises a lot of questions. Like, for one, is this where this team came up? They came up at the Kierman estate? Like, I mean, I guess that's where they would enter from, because that's where the tunnels originate, maybe? But why would you... I mean, I feel like you're sacrificing some security there. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what this is supposed to do other than just scare the Pilties. Because it opens a bunch of vents with colored explosions that don't...
Yeah, it's
They
paint.
fling people, but they don't really hurt anyone. They don't do anything. I don't know if they poisoned the air or not.
This makes Jinx a rallying figure for the entirety of Zone, by the way. Graffiti.
Yeah, I mean, although honestly, I could totally see why to some degree. I mean, she has, in fairness, she also did blow the fuck up out of the council. So, you know...
You want to know what she also did? Before literally any of this, she was the unhinged dog of Silco that could barely be contained and was known throughout the lanes as a madwoman.
And we already went over how like people should know that she also... Well, I guess that...
Like,
I guess like at that point, like, yeah, she like the idea... it should be known that like she killed Silco, which, you know, should turn pretty much everyone against her who both allied with, but like that was something we already talked about.
That's a different thing. But the thing that I kind of want to point out is that like this graffiti directly leads to the military occupation of Zon. So they are celebrating the person that is making things harder for them that it has in a lot of years.
Okay, counterpoint. At this rate, you have a hit squad, even if they've been tactical about it, you have a terrifying hit squad that's been ripping ass through the entire fucking Undercity. You've had multiple incursions by the Enforcers at this point. There's been growing tensions between the two constantly. So the idea that someone is fighting against them and actually ended up killing Silco, who was a major drug baron, let's not forget that. I think there's a lot of people that would actually appreciate what Jinx has done.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's like I definitely see there's plenty of people that would probably
given how like the majority of the Jinxes that we see in Act 2 and beyond seem to be like relatively younger people.
Yeah, well, the thing that I have with that in particular, there's people running rants off with the Grey. So the Grey is dangerous.
There are people People doing what with the Grey?
You said there are people like the Enforcer Squad going around like running roughshod and like gassing everything. So the Grey is dangerous?
Yes. Like,
okay.
Yeah,
okay. I never said it wasn't dangerous. It's prolonged exposure, which is a different thing. But like, it's not only are they using the Grey, but they are also beating the shit out of people. Like they're like, we can't forget the second half of that where you have someone with a fucking like.
I know. I'm being a twat. I'm being a twat.
Okay.
Well, I can't tell the difference.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're a twat. I'm sorry, dude. You're kind of a twat all the time. Okay. Oh, you have perpetual twat.
Okay, we can stop. We can stop piling on. I know nothing. I thought my joke was subtle enough. We don't need to make it worse.
We don't do.
You guys just took subtlety and took a hammer to it.
Yeah, man.
We took a Savika to
this
it.
podcast. Get the fuck out.
It's called subtlety.
Robots don't.
But yeah, so Vi and Kate recover, which honestly I would probably be down and out for a couple of minutes after that, if I'm being honest. But I'm not made of whatever these two are made of. And Caitlyn just tries to beat Rock open with the butt of her rifle and doesn't use the incredibly powerful hex tech to try and drill a hole through.
Or, I mean, she can scream at Vi, like, we have to get through this because the Atlas gauntlets are mining equipment.
Yes, like...
Yep.
So she should be screaming, like, hey, do this. Like, and, like the simple thing of her not, like, busting open the door, that's like, okay, every single straw, every single bone on the camel's back is broken.
But yeah, no, although I also think that pursuing them at this point, they're both run ragged. I don't think it would be a smart move. And of course, now we get to the heart of the issue is Kate is pissed that Vi stopped her.
Right. After telling her to take the shot earlier.
And Vi's like, I shouldn't have had to. It's like, oh, I had the shot. That was a kid. What if you missed? And I think that's a pretty reasonable thing, ultimately. It's like, you don't want to shoot inches away from a kid's head.
Wouldn't the response...
Are we through with the fight scene?
Did you have more to talk about?
We've been past that for
Did you have something to say?
No, I'm just amazed.
Well, I am kind of pushing this because I don't want to
the
go until
first
midnight
stream.
again.
Yeah, if you'll recall from the first stream, I'm the one who said that spectacle is just a necessary evil of working in a visual medium, and moved on from there.
Yeah.
So I enjoyed my nap. How are you guys doing?
Honestly, I was gonna fall asleep at some point too.
Okay.
And to be fair, I didn't think there was gonna be all that much to talk about in regards to that fight. But even granted, that is like.
I'm so glad you guys are so invested in the vital physical stakes of the story. Life or death struggle. I sleep. People talking and arguing over bullshit. Now that's where I wake up.
Yeah, exactly.
It also comes down to, with the argument, do you believe that could Kate make the shot overall? And yeah, 50-50.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm 50-50 there. I honestly think it's like in such a gray area that I think it's not unfair for them both to think this way about each other. It's like,
oh yeah, go for it.
Kate, I think, is pissed that Vi doesn't trust her, and Vi is pissed that Kate didn't have the wherewithal to even consider failure. It's
sure.
I think a very rational on both sides. I think, but it leads to, of course, irrational moments where they both get pissed at each other. Or more so sad, because we have to have sad Vi hours.
Mm-hmm.
Emo Vi hours about to come in through.
Yeah.
And then
the only... Oh, God.
Oh, no, you go.
I'll just briefly, the only issue, I guess, in just set up for this conflict is, whether Vi would have been able to just get Isha off so that Caitlyn could just take the shot after.
Hey, unlike Ruby, Vi and Kate actually discuss what happened and not just retconning their conversations. True.
That is true.
Yeah, I know. It's good stuff.
Even when Arcane is failing in some regards, it's still leagues above Ruby.
Caitlyn has fallen to corn. Oh, not yet.
Dash canceling Ruby when it just fails to walk.
But no. So then Kate kind of becomes a racist.
Yeah, this was kind of a.
It's her blood in your veins. It's like,
what the fuck, Caitlyn?
Then why are you the one? I think Vi's response. Why are you the one acting like her, asshole? What the fuck?
Yeah.
It's like Jesus.
But it's not even because, like, I don't even think that Jinx is. Well, I mean, I guess.
I'll say between the two. Well, Caitlyn has got rough shot, but Jinx's body count is a way worse than Caitlyn's.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the only body count Kate has is Vi, so I mean,
give it an episode.
I don't think she ever fired to kill in the first season. I think she only ever used her gun to stun or incapacitate. I remember that she never took out.
That's actually an interesting question. Has Caitlyn ever killed?
I don't think she has.
I don't think she has. No.
Yeah, she has.
Yeah. In fact, I think the fact that she specifically fired to incapacitate Savika instead of like kill her when she had the shot, I think is proof that like she does not want to kill. I think she is a very idealistic person in season 1, and I think that's very consistent throughout the season. And it's probably even like a minor thing to consider when analyzing her character at the moment when she has Jinx at gunpoint in the finale as well. I think that's a very prevalent part of her character, at least in season 1, and it's very interesting kind of now to see that kind of her push to the point where now she does kind of want to kill.
Caitlyn is becoming Ku Klux Kiraman.
Oh, you guys haven't heard that?
I have. I just wasn't expecting to see it here.
I have never heard that term
used. That's very new to me.
Oh my gosh,
you
man,
see,
you're
this is
missing
how
out.
y'all know I am now on Twitter very much. Okay.
All right, well let's skim forward. So basically, after being called out for being kind of an asshole, well, if they were planning on having kids, they ain't now.
Oh god.
She
Damn.
butts Vi right in the gut, and they do not look like that was a soft tap.
Well, there's still one womb available, so
Yeah. It's still good. It's still good. It's gone.
It's gone.
The ovaries explode like balloons.
We get the X-ray shot from Mortal Kombat there in that
It's
shot.
just a little airborne.
She just pulls that scene from freaking Handmaid's Tale.
Vi, I don't feel so good. Ovaries, no!
Not the Thanos snap.
So, yeah, Caitlyn's like, fuck this, I'm out. And Vi is left being all super sad. And she's gonna go be in her emo phase in the future.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Big sad.
Yeah, we keep lingering. We gotta get that torture porn in there. Well,
Also,
misery porn, I guess.
other thing to note, and this is just a question that I have. Why is she keeping the Atlas gauntlets?
Who? Vi?
Yeah.
Why not?
They seem useful.
Well, they do seem useful. I'm just saying, like, she leaves the like enforcer squad, and Lawrence is there, and she spends most of the time coming back drunk. So can't you like just? She ends up keeping the Atlas gauntlets for the rest of the season. Where I'm just like, okay, so Jace did threaten to like fight to get those back, and Caitlyn is a bit more xenophobic than Jace is at the time. So it's just something I'm bringing up for like later.
It's more,
conversations. I feel like we can nip it in the bud now.
Yeah, I don't think there's any logistical way for Caitlyn to have taken them with her, and then I don't think. I
mean, the thing with later is that she comes back to her apartment drunk off her ass. It's not hard to steal from a drunk person.
Does Caitlyn even know where she is?
Lawrence does.
Yeah, but
Lawrence is more
Lawrence
concerned
left.
about her.
Yeah, I'm just bringing something up. I figured we'd
Alright,
nip it in the bud now.
All right, fair,
I mean,
fair
yeah, that's fair, but
Actually, boys, after a breakup, he becomes Jesus.
enough. Solemn music continues.
I'm back again.
Dun, dun, dun.
Welcome back. We get to see basically the aftermath of it. Bunch of people covered in paint.
Bunch of areas covered.
Yep, it's all over the town. Literally painted the town. And then we get basically the next Mel scene where they're seemingly going to go confront Sallow and ruin his career. I would presume that's what's about to happen here. Unfortunately, Alora, she got that stank leg.
Gets hit with the rose.
She gets hit with the rose. She does the creepy head turn. You get the drippy ceiling.
I wrote gullible on the ceiling.
Oh, hey, you did. You stole my kidneys.
You stole my lungs.
And then for a week, we're left to wonder what the fuck just happened as Mel gets ate by space.
You're too late.
And goodbye Amara plot point. Goodbye Painterly plot point. We'll see you never.
Goodbye, Cleveland.
Oh, and several questions of, yo, LeBlanc, if you can do this 150 miles away, you want to do something else.
Again, the presumption there, I suppose, is that you need like a medium like Allura.
One would assume the issue is that this is just weird lol magic. So
lol magic.
Oh, yes,
magic.
I know exactly
not
what
to
I'm
be confused
saying.
with not to be confused with Lamau magic. Those are two.
Oh yes, we have to understand
Oh,
the Mao magic is only for the greatest of lol practitioners.
Magic's not
No, the
real,
real
idiot.
kicker is Keck magic.
Okay, here's the levels. LOL is for the beginners. Lamau is for those who have mastered so much magic they no longer have an ass, and Keck is like a branch magic from LOL magic.
Keck is the magic you learn from witches in the swamp. Because it's taught by frogs.
Oh, of course.
Right.
This is what I think of when I think of LOL magic. I put it in there.
Just a gun taped to a stick.
Is this like a still from something? Like, what is this?
I think it's someone modeled a stick, a gun.
Yeah,
taped to
I
a
think
stick.
Gun.
I think it's like a modeled, like, modded staff from like Skyrim or something.
It looks like it actually, you know what it looks like to me? It looks like a earlier render of just like the shitty weapons that you can make in The Last of Us.
This is how I always got around crafting all my weapons in Dead Rising 2.
Oh yeah.
So basically, we cut to Sallow having basically convened all of the influential houses and selling the bullshit that Ambessa has been selling. And basically, the story she sells is that Amara, she was killed by a Zonite assassin that was trying to kill Ambessa. No one asks questions.
Why would you?
I would ask.
Yeah, like I feel like
Where's Mel? Where's hey Ambessa? Where's Jace? What happened to him? Where's
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is happening like simultaneously with I don't know if Mel would have been invited to this to try and avoid.
I'd like to think that
contradictory-
this takes place the day after the big
it's
blow-up stuff with the paint and stuff.
Well, no, this
happened.
absolutely does. It's part of the catalyst. What I'm thinking is Mel just got kidnapped, and that's the reason that she's either not here or she was never intended to be here. Because I think that this is only to try and make the coup happen, and I don't think she was going to include Mel in that. And if Mel were here, she would be the voice of dissent for sure.
Yeah. But do you think that people would ask that question? Is the point that I was making.
Well, the big question beyond Mel would probably be Jace.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Which then
But
I
in
guess
terms
maybe
of
the question would be
questioning
maybe
Amara's
she has
death,
stuff missing.
given what happened just yesterday, I think that with the whole paint and other stuff, I think that still gives Ambessa plausible deniability there, just given the circumstances in regards to Amara specifically and her death. But
This
yeah,
man
they
has a
definitely
metal
should be
jaw.
asking about.
Better than having a
JC.
glass straw.
Oh my god.
Gotta keep that up.
Sir, can you talk through that? I don't know.
Heck.
Everything he says just sounds like.
What's the techno union?
That's
Oh,
some
the techno
law
union
magic
guy.
right
But basically, she rallies. Oh, it's time to end this. You've given Zon plenty of opportunities to right their wrongs, and they've answered by basically gassing us. Let's ignore that we gassed them first, and it was our fault. Half your council is dead. Sallow is a limp-wristed noodle who can't get it up anymore.
Oh dang!
Your girlfriends have abandoned you. Let's ignore you
Damn.
abandoned them.
Yep, you're never
Over-
gonna
over
spectacular
in the-
Spider-Man ain't coming back.
Over in the back, man, Loris is just like, yo, this is weirdly targeted.
Yeah, it's just like
Yeah.
the And she's basically, wrath must be met with wrath, and we get to see a bunch of these unique character designs that don't ever really come up into play again, which is a shame because they're all so cool. Actually, I think there's a lot of great designs in here. And she's like, you know what? We got to appoint a general who will lead us when faced with Zahn's degeneracy. Someone whose convictions never waver. A pillar of your community, whose house has always stood for progress. Who may consider my experience and my entire detachment of Noxian soldiers at their disposal. And the Noxians are like, oh, we got mentioned, everyone stand up straight. Oh, suck your guts.
I mean,
she said her name.
I mean, those boys knew how to make like an entrance to just like, yeah, guys, we'll help the boss lady out.
Yep. And basically, what this all ends up being, a high Targaryen tells it going, she suggests that Caitlyn Kiriman be the new general. Which
Rictus immediately stops Sallow from
Yeah.
saying literally anything.
I find that just amazing.
Bitch, you can't even stand. You're not going anywhere.
I mean,
Yeah, he looked like he was about to stand up, and he was like, "No, back in your chair."
I almost kind of half wanted like Rictus to like just let him, just to like have him like fuck.
I would love if he stand up. Mein Führer, I can walk.
I mean, let's be 100% honest to everyone here. If someone who is that much of like a steel shithouse of Rictus is putting their hand on your shoulder, you're not saying a goddamn thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no.
I don't know. What's he gonna do?
Shithouse.
Like throw him out the council chamber window?
I'm pretty sure Rictus could just, with his palm on Sallow's shoulder, shove him into the ground and make him paste.
I was gonna say, like, you know that girl in My Hero Academia whose entire power is to telescope her body parts into her torso? She's from Shiketsu, I think.
Yeah.
Imagine that, but it's not intentional on the body's part. That's
It's in reverse and it's going down.
yeah, it's in reverse and it's going down. And
Some
of course,
Baki ass shit.
we get Maddie, who's super hyped for this.
Oh, yeah, that's her name.
Well, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, she's the first to really start the like pounding on the chest that like Ambessa starts for the which, considering what we know about her later, perfectly in character.
Yep.
Yep.
And it's really like I love it. It like the timing and the music all beautifully done, everything well animated, and the reactions to characters' faces and how they, obviously Maddie getting into it, because it's interesting. Is she like surprised or is she looking for like her cue?
My guess is that she's keeping up appearances, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
it does make sense considering her cover currently is Caitlyn's lover. So
right. Also, we get flashbacks to confirm. Yeah, no, she's totally in charge of the attack that happened. Like she was the one that got what was her
Everything
name?
set up.
The lady, what was her name?
Chainsaw Lady.
Chainsaw Lady got her in, and got basically the entire attack going. It also implies, I think, that that Chainsaw Lady was the only one in charge of the Hex Tech, the Chemtech soldiers. So that's why we never see them again.
Oh, Rennie.
Rennie,
Thank you,
that's
Eric.
it. Thank you. And yeah, I still don't. Rennie, why did you not expect betrayal from a fucking foreigner that wants to manipulate current political climates?
In the top side.
There's Maddie, who's super excited. A
And
bunch of the other
she starts
enforcers.
everybody else because, let's face it, shit has been going south, and a lot of it. This is like populism at its
worst.
Yeah, like thunderous applause and all that craziness.
Yep, except for one gentleman who I think takes exception to this.
Right.
Yep, there he goes, Loris. He's going off to go try his hand at being a Jack Sparrow impersonator again.
Man.
But yeah, Caitlyn accepts by stepping forward, and Ambessa gives her a dope
God
cloak.
damn, Ambessa's hands are big.
Ambessa is just big.
Yeah, I'll see. Ambessa is just a brick shit house of a woman. Like,
yeah.
and she gets a cool cape, and she makes her first stage of transformation into Count Kiraman.
I was about to say she has become Caitlyn V. Not Britannia, Piltover. Caitlyn V.
Piltover, yeah. I was gonna say,
I mean-
there's the lighting in this shot. For some reason, it reminds me of a lot of lighting I see in like Super Mario Sunshine, like the particular sunlight, the way they do like half cloud over it.
Why does that make all the sense in the world with you saying that? Holy shit.
Yeah, it does. It's like I look at this, I'm like, that looks really pretty. I want to live there. That looks really nice.
I don't want to live there.
Oh, I'm purely talking purely aesthetically. I understand, like societally wise.
Bro, there's fantasy Japan in Runeterra.
No. Okay, look, living in modern day Japan already sounds challenging enough for someone of my complexion. All right. Living in ancient magical Japan sounds nightmarish. All right.
I do not want to live in magical Sengoku period Japan.
Yeah, I was gonna say, especially for her. Oh my god.
Yeah, nah.
I would much rather live in Piltover. All right, much rather live. If I could get like a nice little apartment somewhere cozied away in Piltover, I'd be happier. Not with all the shit going on. Like, give me it like 50 years ago, and I'd probably be pretty happy.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Or, whatever happens afterwards. But yeah, Count Kiraman.
Yeah, Count Kiraman.
And then Ambessa leans in. It's like, we will have so much sex. What? I mean, we will have justice.
Ew.
Dog.
Just us.
I say that because, like, the animation is just so, like, powerful. Is like, you coming on to her?
No, that's just Ambessa's big mommy energy, okay?
I will say this. The Transylvanian-esque outfit I have some small issues with. This particular coat, though, God, I love it.
Yeah. It's a good fucking coat. Cut to black, end of episode, except for then the after credits with our dear friend Singed, which we actually saw as a teaser trailer for second season.
Yeah, this wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because it was the first reveal of Warwick, right?
The first reveal of Warwick, or the first, I guess, official, because we got the background image of him sort of in season 1.
Ah, that's fair.
But then we also
I like.
Oh.
Sorry, I was just gonna say. I like how you lisp just a little bit, so it sounds like you're saying Rorwick.
Rorwick, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But all this is just a tease, basically Warwick and Singe's backstory, and yeah, that's basically.
Also, that's my wallpaper. That's one of my wallpapers now.
That is a very good shot to have a wallpaper. Yes,
it is a very great shot.
I know. That is Act 1 done.
Yeah, that is Act 1 done. So,
oh my god.
We got past Act 1. Yay!
Yay!
Yeah.
It only took us quite a while.
It took us 12 hours plus.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
You could have just watched Arcane.
The Arcane experience.
Strap on this.
See you guys in 3 months.
Yeah.
Every pixel a pause.
But yeah, no, I'm gonna just pause this on a pleasant image. So thoughts coming out of this? Act 1?
Act 1. I mean, it's definitely stronger than the rest of this season, probably.
Oh,
but-
really? I'm actually of the opposite
I don't know.
opinion.
Actually,
So I am going to say that I think in terms of quality, the big issues come in during Act 3, specifically episodes 7 and 8. And part of episode 6. But that's episode 2. But there are I know I've been the Debbie Downer book, but I
You
will
are.
say okay, I'll leave then. I will say this though, for Act 1, the music is still fantastic, the animations are still fantastic, but I think I don't know if I'm crazy for this, but I think it is a hard downgrade in terms of, say, the quality of Act 1 of Season 1.
I would
in terms of
absolutely. I mean, Act 1 of Season 1 is hard to top in general. Like even the other 2 acts of Season 1 struggled to top Season 1's Act 1.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, Episode 3 anyway.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it all built towards Episode 3. I don't know how you have Episode 3 with Episodes 1 and 2.
Stop being enforcers on the book.
Well, that's how numbers work, guys.
I'm going.
No, they don't, Fat Man. We learned that from Ruby.
Also, Josh.
I was about to make that fucking joke.
Also, Josh, don't worry. I am a book. They can throw me against the wall, but they can still read me. So at the end of the day, I win.
That sounded slightly fire, though.
On you, okay. I can't read.
Okay, fair enough.
I was about to say, well, if we can't read.
Jeez.
Kelt, do you think that would have been better if it had 3 seasons? Yes, I absolutely think it would have been better.
100.
In fact,
this act should have been just one entire season in itself.
Like a good 90% of the stuff that I bring in as the Debbie Downer book, at this point I need that like as a shirt, goddamn, is the fact that the pacing pushes things forward too fast, and if we had slowed down and gotten like more meat scenes, and by meat I mean like give some exposition, give some information, give some like character building.
Could someone do a smash cut to all the times you said throwaway line?
Yeah, probably at this point.
Possibly.
We need way more time. Throwaway line, throwaway line, throwaway line, throwaway line.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Then.
But yeah, so
but you get what I'm saying. I hope.
Well, you think a throwaway line is more of a band-aid, whereas opposed a fleshed out scene would have been like an actual like flesh and meat type thing. I think that's the distinction to draw. Is like one is like basically let's repair this as opposed, or let's repair this or slip this in where we can, as opposed to we have all the time in the world to do what we need to do. I think there's that distinction there.
But wouldn't it be like even like if they did that, if they did spend an entire season getting to where we are right now, wouldn't it have been like worse to just bring in the, oh hey, guess what, Mel gets kidnapped and Jace, Echo, and Heimerdinger get spirited away.
Well, no, that's where actually
really, no.
I think there is some debate on this, because like there's also the possibility that like episode 5 would be a good break point for a season, for like the way that it actually progresses the emotional storyline of Jinx and Vi. But I imagine we could get into that by the very end of the series. I do think that Act 1 of Season 2 here is the weakest, because it is the one that by which the rest of the season inherits the most problems from. I think a lot of the problems that we see in later episodes are downstream of the problems we see here in Act 1.
I'm talking about like fleshing this stuff out only to drop it when the stakes get raised. I mean, you've seen Game of Thrones, correct? Like,
I know about it to some degree.
Like how that's kind of what they did. They spent 5-6 seasons on the political machinations of all of the characters involved, and then in season 7 it's just like, oh hey, guess what, Night King, none of that stuff you were banging on about ever mattered.
Well, no, that is
the point.
Kind of the point.
Yeah, but it's like, so you want the same thing for Arcane though?
No, because they did it poorly, as I understand it, in Game of Thrones. Whereas, I understand it that
creators gave up on it, but like it's this. I mean,
I understand it, season 4 onward, or season 5 onward is like the hit or miss sections, and then after that, after 7 is where things start to fall apart hardcore. I think more so the idea of it is, there's all this petty fighting over the throne, and there's this massive threat that no one is really taking seriously until it's too late. And the entire idea is building towards this grand culmination of that, and they didn't arrive at it gracefully in that circumstance.
It's a giant allegory for global warming. George is a huge advocate. No, that's unironically a thing. Like George is a huge
really?
advocate for it. That's the whole point of the White Walkers.
Why
is,
would
like,
he want
warming.
global warming? I know nothing. Why? Who would want that? That's a terrible thing to want.
Oh my God.
he's old. It's not gonna matter for him for very long.
That's fair. That's fair.
Can we get a cancel on George R. Monton? Monton.
Monton? Dude,
I don't know who is Monton.
George R. Monton.
His self-insert, the George R. Mountain.
George R. Monton. Yeah,
Oh,
no,
God, that's hilarious.
this is a conspiracy by Big Mountain to try and raise the sea level so more people live on them. Trying to raise their land prices. It's a Lex Luthor scheme. But yeah, no.
Regardless, though.
Yeah, I am of the opinion that actually Arc 1, I think it just sets up the rest of the season to be an uneven, janky kind of mess.
You're saying it
mechanically.
sets it up more for failure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I won't say it's failure because I think there's a lot here that I do love, but like this is one of those instances where I think it's a step too far in a lot of different places where you kind of have to write for the writers to understand what's like, to really accept what's happening. You have to headcanon bits and pieces in places that I think is just like pushing the bounds of reality too far. And it's one of those things that, like, at the end of our reaction series, I didn't know how to feel about Arcane, but talking it out really has helped me kind of, that's the feeling that it is. Like, I've had to do a lot of jumps here or there that I think were a little too prohibitively far. And it all starts, I think, in these first 3 episodes where it's like, wait, why is this character not here? Why is Jace not here? I have to write him out of this scene and figure out why he's not here in these different important instances. Why isn't Mel going to him about this stuff? Why aren't these characters doing these things in these places? Like, it's like,
why isn't Heimerdinger asking these questions?
Yeah, why isn't it's like
Yeah,
that stuff
exactly.
is like, it's in the back of my mind and it's helping me kind of put it in place. That, like, it's unfortunate because I still love this show, and it's one of those things that, like,
Yeah.
I wish I could love it more full-throatedly at this rate, but it's clear that, like, there were a lot of problems.
Full-throatedly.
I was
Yes.
about to.
Yeah, like, I wish I could sing it from the rooftops.
Oh, that makes much more sense.
Yeah. that is a phrase.
Only
Full-throatedly.
some way to love something using your throat.
I mean, sure, if you want to say the silent part out loud.
Considered singing. Oh. Okay.
Look, if Les
Didn't know
were
that-
here.
Oh my God.
No, you get so excited
Okay.
about that, Fat Man.
Oh, dang.
All right, y'all need to chill the fuck out.
Okay.
Jesus.
Anyone else want to have more parting words on Act 1 before we start to sign off? I'm honestly pretty tired, so I'm.
I think
As much as I my final thing for being the Debbie Downer, as much as I can, like, nitpick things here and there, everyone should understand that Arcane, even if you believe that season 2 is a massive downgrade or anything bad, it is still so much better than so much TV. We are so lucky to
Yeah.
live in a timeline where we got this show.
Yeah,
Yes.
like there are very few things that are out nowadays that I think we could have talked this long and this much about.
I can probably say this: Arcane is a triumph of Western animation.
Yeah.
Sure.
That
And
really
that's
is.
not just because it was made in the place that has the Arc du Triomphe.
Okay, you have to understand, being French loses at points.
Exactly. It's fighting an uphill battle here, guys.
We could just
Yeah.
blame all of the bad bits of the show on the French.
The sex scene? It's the French.
You know what?
Okay, so
You know
weirdly
what?
enough, did you hear about that?
Yes. The
It-
legendary. There is an extended cut of the sex scene.
Why?
Oh my God.
Because the French
Twilight.
Quite literally, the French animators got the news that it was going to be a sex scene, and they just went fucking ham on it. And when they got it back, they were like, "We can't show half of this,"
Oh my God.
so they had to cut it. And so somewhere in Fort Tiche's library over in France, there is a very, very well animated Arcane sex scene between Vi and Caitlyn.
Watch that.
Of course there is.
There,
Watch
there
that
are
shit
people
get
that are
leaked
dedicating
to
themselves to
Blueberry
breaking
Boy.
into their headquarters to get it.
I would not be surprised.
Dude, it's gonna be like it's gonna be like the fucking One Piece.
It's gonna be like you're gonna do it?
What?
Wait, are you Twy? I never knew you were so invested in. You know what? I'm in on this. Let's do this together.
No. Like
Bonding
this is
time.
this is actually great. Like Twy and Celtic can go searching for the Forbidden Yuri together.
Raiders of the Lost Yuri.
I wasn't fast enough to make the NSYNC joke. I'm sorry.
The Forbidden Yuri.
The only thing that would have beaten it is there was a last sex scene, but I don't know who I would have wanted her with.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Anyway, yeah. So yeah, I'm also being told I'm being too loud now. Excellent, wonderful.
Oh dang.
Yeah. Well, that's on me. Anyway, final thoughts.
Bring up the Forbidden Yuri once, and you're causing problems.
Raymond, get out of there. They're on to you.
Oh no. But yes, any final thoughts before we wrap up for the day?
Nope.
All right.
I'm cool.
Anyone have anything they want to shill?
I don't. Well, you know, if in case any of y'all already haven't, check out my newest video on my channel. Also, I'm gonna be streaming this Friday. Not entirely sure what video I'm going to be reacting to, but I'm still kind of mulling that over. I'll make an announcement on my community posts. And I'm working on a collab video with CBF right now, and hopefully that should be out by the end of the month. So stay tuned for that.
Okay.
I'm still just chugging away at the video that I had. Last time that I asked for some input on it, it was 3 hours, and it's now 4 hours long, and it's still growing. So right now I'm currently just in like some visual touch-up mode. So I'm hoping that maybe it will be done in like the next couple weeks. But I mean, that's where that's at. Otherwise, I do streams. I periodically play X game until I put out a new video. Right now I'm going towards 2, and pretty much every stream I do Saturday afternoon is pretty much a fair play Q&A. So you ever want to come by, chat, I'm there.
Okay.
Work has come in, and the new opportunity has kind of stifled any and all continuation on my Dark Souls video. Sorry to say, but I'll eventually put it out on that. I think I can give my word to everybody.
I know nothing will eventually put out. Got it.
Hey, well, Raymond, I was about to do something, but I can't just.
Yeah, buy him a drink.
Don't worry,
first,
those
for
pages will
fuck's
be
sake.
sticky in due time.
He puts out. I give my full-throated support. We're all in on this kind of stuff.
Look, at least get him a drink first, all right?
Yeah. Or at least a goon box.
Okay, so you guys know that one. Okay, you guys know that one JoJo like meme where he like moves the paper and a gun comes out. What if something other than a gun came out?
Oh my god.
I'm gonna stop talking. I'm gonna stop talking.
Twy, you have anything you want to announce?
Nope.
Okay. I'm still plugging away at My Hero Academia. That's I want to say 5 of the 8 total recording sessions done. I haven't done any editing yet, but I will get there. It's just slow going because, you know, I'm recording an hour a piece, and I only have such a sliver of time to do it in my day, where I'm not dead from recording. And then, let's see. Of course, Bad Fanfiction Night, every Friday night, 10 p.m. Join us. We're doing a Ruby OC fanfic that, lots of feet.
Oh my god.
Lots of feet.
Is the stuff of legends, dog.
It's magical.
Okay.
It has the spice, guys. It has
The
sauce.
grippers. The grippers.
Let's see, next week here on the channel, of course, Arcane episode 4. So we'll be covering that. Tuesdays at 6 p.m. And then finally, I'm still hard at work on Fixing Ruby Volume 7. People keep asking me that in comments. I am in fact still working on that. It just takes a lot of time. I will hopefully have the script done this month at some time, but we'll see. The script has been hell. It's literally been restarted like 4 or 5 times. So it's like it's Volume 7 is rough,
This is
guys.
why-
Ruby.
Sounds horrifying.
This is why you should never work on anything else ever, Raymond. You're just a Fixing Ruby slave. Get on it.
All right. Well, that
Yeah, when
into the-
fixing Ruby, you always try to stick close to canon, but like I can't imagine Volume 7.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I just
Yeah,
had the
no.
worst idea. Back to the mines, you Faunus.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Well, if you
I'm
want
so
to support
sorry.
us, links are always down in the description. Support me on Patreon for $1 more. Get access to Team Frostbite Discord server where all of us are pretty active and we hang out with you guys. And you get to join us for Bad Fanfiction Night. And I think that's it. I'm very tired. There's a merch link. You can click that too. I'm going to go rest now. Have a good night, everybody.
Watch
Night,
my stream on Monday.
Stay